Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon or evening so far. We have a lot to talk about in terms of Tropical Storm Idalia. There is a lot to talk about. We're going to be talking about storm surge, the wind potential, flooding threat, and everything that you need to know is going to be in this live stream. We're going to be going over who's going to be impacted by this, what the impacts will be for your area, or what they could be, and we'll be breaking down all the details here as this continues to move off to the north and it intensifies into a hurricane sometime this evening, if not into the overnight hours. Again, Idalia is expected to become a Category 3 hurricane now. I wouldn't rule out it gets to a low-end Category 4 hurricane. So we're going to kind of talk about what this means over the next several hours, what could happen, and again, I'm going to give you the latest breakdown on everything that you need to know in this live stream. Before we get too far into this, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We'll be keeping you updated with the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia, which is about to be a hurricane at some point, probably in the next 6 hours. And also, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. We'll be using that throughout most of the live stream, so make sure you go ahead and click the link at the top of the description to download it on your favorite iOS or Android device. All right, let's begin with what's happening here across the Atlantic Ocean. We have two different storms right now. We obviously have Tropical Storm Idalia, which is in the northern Caribbean Sea. It's about to cross into the Gulf of Mexico. And then we also have Hurricane Franklin. I do want to start with Franklin, then we'll talk about Idalia. We're only kind of talking about this for like 2 minutes, but this is insane right now. This is nowhere near the United States. It's like 1,000 miles away-ish, maybe 900 miles away from Florida. But look at this thing. It's a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds near 150 miles per hour. This could actually become a Category 5 hurricane east of Florida, which this is wild, to be honest with you. I didn't expect this to get this intense. I did expect it to get to a Category 3 or 4, but it's going to get close to being a Category 5 hurricane. But again, it's not going to impact the land directly. There will be an increase of rip currents and wave height across the East Coast, but there's not going to be any major impacts out of this because it is moving off to the north and eventually to the north and northeast. But notice this, 155 mile per hour winds. In addition to that, the wind gusts 190 miles per hour overnight tonight, and as well as into Wednesday morning, this thing will continue to ramp up. This will stay west of Bermuda. There are currently tropical storm watches in effect for Bermuda right now, so the Hamilton area. But overall, again, this is not going to probably pose hurricane-like impacts, but there will likely be at least some storm surge and perhaps maybe some flooding as well. But I don't think the flooding risk will be too bad. Again, this should stay west. It's really going to stay in between the United States and Bermuda, which, to be honest with you, is good news. At least it's not directly impacting Bermuda because Bermuda's taken some beatings with other hurricanes in the past. All right, let's talk more about Idalia. We have a lot of stuff to talk about with Idalia. This is going to be a very long segment here, probably about 20 minutes, kind of give you an idea of who's going to see the impacts, what's going to happen, and what's also happening right now, because there's a lot of stuff already currently ongoing. So right now, Idalia is in the northern Caribbean Sea. Notice the convection that is starting to tower. These are convective towers that we've been seeing over the last several hours. Let me zoom in a little bit. There we go. So here's the zoomed in look here, just east of Cancun in the Yucatan Peninsula. Just east of there, it's in between the two. You'll notice some of the convective towers that are starting to bubble up here across parts of the northern Caribbean Sea. And overall, the system is having a pretty good, healthy relationship here with the ocean. There's not really been a whole lot of else that's been happening with this in terms of weakening. It's just been strengthening overall. Now, last night, this got to sustain winds around 60 miles per hour. It has only increased by 10 miles per hour so far today. So over the past about 18 hours or so since our last live stream, this has gone up about 10 miles per hour, but it is expected as it goes into the Gulf of Mexico to intensify further. So this will likely become a Category 1 hurricane overnight tonight. So the National Hurricane Center does think this will become a Category 1 hurricane around 2 a.m. tonight. So again, that'll be just after midnight, but I would not be surprised if it happens way sooner than that. We have an update from the National Hurricane Center in about 40 minutes. We have a National Hurricane Center update. So we'll tell you again if this does change or not, because it's only 5 miles per hour off from being a Category 1 hurricane. I would not be surprised if this is a hurricane by our next update. There is a lot of convection bubbling again this evening, and there's a pretty good chance this is a Category 1 hurricane at this point. But again, we'll know that information in 40 minutes, and if not, they'll have an 11 p.m. update, which is usually a bit more of a major update anyways. But right now, the current forecast overnight tonight is that this will start to intensify pretty quickly, sustain winds of 85 miles per hour by 2 a.m., with wind gusts around 105 miles per hour. And by the way, right now, Idalia is moving to the north at about 8 miles per hour, so it is starting to speed up a little bit. Going into tomorrow afternoon, so right around just after lunchtime, Eastern time, so 2 o'clock, notice that we'll be looking at wind speeds increasing to 105 miles per hour, with maximum wind gusts near 125 miles per hour, which again, this is not going to be impacting the Florida area with those type of wind speeds at this point, but we will begin to start to see tropical storm force winds along the west coast probably sometime around early tomorrow afternoon. Once we go into the late evening into the overnight hours, this will intensify to a Category 3 hurricane with sustained winds around 120 miles per hour. We talked about this all last night about how this could become a Category 3 hurricane even before the National Hurricane Center issued this Category 3 look, and it's really because of the ocean waters. They are so warm. There's not really a whole lot of dry air, and the wind shear is not very strong. It is strong enough, though, that it should prevent this from becoming anything like a Category 5 hurricane or like a strong Category 4 like Ian did last year. I think that'll be prevented because of the wind shear just being strong enough, but overall, we're still talking about some pretty substantial impacts. Storm surge will be very rampant across this area, and we're going to be talking about really substantial threats right along the coastline. Again, I'll break down more details on that here in a second. But again, notice 120-mile-per-hour winds by 2 a.m. The National Hurricane Center doesn't have a little spot here where it makes landfall in terms of wind speeds. We probably will have one in the next update, if not maybe at the 11 p.m. update. But I'm expecting this to probably be on the stronger side of a Category 2 hurricane once it makes landfall. Once it goes inland, 2 o'clock on 2 o'clock on Wednesday, excuse me, it'll make landfall late Wednesday morning probably, so sometime around, the current estimated time is like 7 a.m. That's the current ETA. It could be a slightly earlier, slightly later than that, give or take 3 hours on that time frame. But once we go closer to 2 o'clock on Wednesday, I keep saying Tuesday, 2 o'clock on Wednesday, we'll be watching this overland. It'll be just east of Tallahassee, northwest of Gainesville, and notice the intensity still. Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, wind gusts of 115 miles per hour, even pretty far inland here near the Live Oak area. But don't forget, the eye of the storm could go anywhere in between this cone of uncertainty, so this could even go toward Tallahassee. It also could go down possibly toward Ocala, so we'll be watching a pretty large area here for that threat of maybe this becoming, again, still staying a Category 1 hurricane over land. Once it starts going up the coast here, up the East Coast, as we go into late Wednesday and as well as into early Thursday morning, this will still maintain tropical storm strength. If it goes further to on the southern route here, so if it goes into the Atlantic Ocean, it'll probably be a Category 1 hurricane. If it stays more inland, it'll probably be weaker, so this is kind of in between the two of a moderate to maybe strong-sided tropical storm. Once it goes back into sea, we'll be talking about still a tropical storm. Overall, it will start to weaken as this moves off to the east. Toward Bermuda, it should weaken pretty quickly. It'll still stay, relatively strong for a tropical storm, 50-mile-per-hour winds, but it should be weaker again by then. So that's what we're looking at right now. In terms of the track for Tropical Storm Idalia, one thing I want to mention before we go into all the forecast graphics here, again, the cone of uncertainty does not represent where the impacts will be. We are going to be seeing impacts across the entire west coast of Florida in terms of storm surge. This entire area that I just highlighted, you are in the risk for storm surge both tomorrow and as well as Wednesday. And I'll break down who is going to see that and how high that could be here in just a moment. But if there are any evacuation orders in your area and you might not see yourself in the cone of uncertainty, please take them seriously. The cone of uncertainty is indicating where the eye is going to possibly go. More likely than not, it will be in between this cone of uncertainty, but it obviously still ranges. With Ian, it was on the very southern side of the cone of uncertainty that we had. There was so much uncertainty with that system. Ended up making landfall near Cape Coral, which was way further south, but that was still on the southern side of the cone of uncertainty. So you want to be making sure you're prepared and as well as prepped for anything that comes your way if you're in that cone of uncertainty, because that will be where the greatest risk is. However, even down farther to the south, if this makes a landfall, let's say right here, storm surge will be very significant across the west coast, including Tampa Bay. And I'll be kind of breaking down again what that looks like here in a second. So you want to make sure you're taking this seriously, even if you're not in the cone of uncertainty. Again, the cone of uncertainty only does so much. It's not going to indicate absolutely everything for you. All right, let's go ahead and show you some of the forecast graphics and kind of give you an idea of what's happening. So again, this is the infrared imagery here across parts of the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Again, that's Idalia right there in the northern Caribbean Sea. Tons of cumulus clouds, obviously very strong convective towers building there. This is also Franklin. Just another look at this. I think this might be a better view of it. There you go. So this is Franklin. Again, this is kind of a crazy look at it, but look at that. That is, again, a strong Category 4 hurricane that's moving off to the north, going toward maybe just west of Bermuda by about a couple hundred miles, but still really impressive. This is a seriously defined eye. I would not be surprised, again, if this gets to a Category 5 as it's out to sea. All right, let's talk a little bit about the two tropical systems. So again, the Hurricane Franklin, it is a major hurricane. It will stay off to the north and west of Bermuda, most likely. As of right now, by Wednesday, it is still forecasted to stay as a major hurricane, and eventually it'll go out to sea as a weaker hurricane, Category 2, Category 1, as it goes off to the north and east. Shouldn't really impact a whole lot of land here. Overall, the impacts will be pretty minimal if it does get anywhere close to Canada there. All right, Idalia, this is the current forecast. I already showed you this forecast, but I just want to kind of give you a quick rundown of the watches and warnings. We're going to dive more into the watches and warnings back on the Radar Omega app here in just a second. But again, these are your hurricane warnings. Hurricane warnings also in effect from about the Appalachia area back through Tampa Bay. And then we also have tropical storm warnings in effect all the way back through parts of Southwest Florida and as well as back in the Florida Keys. We do currently have tropical storm watches in effect. Tropical storm watches are in effect all up and down the East Coast from South Carolina into eastern Florida, now down toward the Treasure Coast. Pretty large area. There will be some storm surge there, as well as some gusty winds, so there will be impacts there. This is another map for the watches in the morning, so we'll skip by that. All right, here's the Storm Surge. Storm Surge is going to be a big topic of discussion, and I cannot stress this enough. Storm Surge is the #1 killer when it comes to hurricanes because it is so strong, and this is literally water coming from off the coast inland multiple feet up. And we saw this with Ian last year, and this will be similar to Ian in terms of Storm Surge. Not the same and not the same areas, but it will be similar. So we'll see similar impacts in terms of Storm Surge. So again, make sure you're taking those proper precautions, and again, if you have any evacuation orders, I'd take those seriously. But here's a look right now at the Storm Surge forecast. This is the peak Storm Surge. This will be happening going into Tuesday night and as well as into Wednesday. And as of right now, we have a pretty high forecast. I think this is an updated. Wait, let me check real quick. Oh, wait, 1 second. I think there might be a different forecast. I could be wrong. I just need to double check real quick. This might be updated. I'm pretty sure it is. I thought there was another forecast for the Keys that was slightly higher, but I could be mistaken. So this is the current forecast. Never mind. All right, so this is the current forecast right now. I must have saw something else, but this is where our current forecast is as of right now for the entire West Coast and as well as the East Coast here of Florida, and as well as back through parts of the Carolinas. So as of right now, the highest storm surge will be along the Big Bend, basically. So from the Osceola River all the way back through the Chassa, again, I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's going to be basically near the Cedar Key area. The current forecasted peak storm surge is between 8 to 12 feet. This is not very far off, by the way, from what the forecast was for Ian that was back down near Cape Coral. Also, looking further to the south, near the Tampa Bay area. This is really a concerning area, in my opinion. I'm not trying to fear you or anything like that. I'm not trying to panic you, but it is really concerning because of how this is going to position itself, and I'll show you what that looks like on the computer models here in a second. But this hurricane is going to be right about here on Wednesday morning. This means we're going to have strong southerly and southwesterly winds, and with that, that's going to push water into the Tampa Bay area, and that'll start to push through, and again, that storm surge will start to increase, and that's why it's so concerning, because this bay right here is literally a funnel for that water just go right through and push through those areas. That's really concerning, especially from the storm surge perspective, and if anybody's within, 10 feet of sea level near the coast there, it's really concerning in terms of that factor. So you want to make sure, again, if you are anywhere in those evacuation zones, that you are taking that precaution, probably evacuating at least somewhere inland, because there will be some significant storm surge most likely there. The only way that wouldn't happen is if this takes a much further northerly track and it goes further up here toward like the Osceola River, or perhaps maybe just east of Appalachia, or east of or just southeast of Tallahassee. Like if it makes landfall over here, it wouldn't be nearly as concerning, but the closer that this gets, the worse the storm surge will be for Tampa Bay. Worst case scenario for Tampa Bay would be that it makes landfall right here just north of the Anclote River, because that would be within about 30 to 40 miles of Tampa Bay, and that would push tons of water into the bay. So that's obviously the big concern here with this sort of system. So I just want to throw that out there. Again, I'll show you more detail on that here in a second. Going back up closer to Panama City, there is a new forecast here for 1 to 3 feet of storm surge near Mexico Beach, back through Indian Pass as we go into Wednesday. So that will be an area that we're watching for some minor storm surge. There will also be some more storm surge down the Florida Keys. Also, we do have 2 to 4 feet of storm surge forecasted between Charlotte Harbor, and that will be primarily for Cape Coral as well. So if you're in those areas, make sure you're staying weather aware. And then back north of there from Englewood back through the middle of Longboat Key, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is currently expected there. And then once we go later into Wednesday, it doesn't end there. We still have storm surge on the East Coast, 2 to 4 feet currently forecasted from the South Sante River back through the mouth of the St. Mary's River area. And then back further to the south near Flagler and as well as the Volusia County line, we'll also be looking at the potential for 1 to 3 feet of storm surge there. So that's the current look at that. In terms of the tracks, this is the spaghetti models. Again, they've been very, very consistent over the last 24 hours in terms of the overall spaghetti models. Again, these are all the different computer models bunched into one, and that's what we're looking at here. They've been very consistent. They haven't really shifted a whole lot in the last few hours. They've been, again, pretty consistent, very really putting it in the Big Bend. That's basically where it is. But right now, east of Panama City and as well as north of Tampa, kind of near the Cedar Key area, that's the more likelihood of where we'll end up seeing this make landfall. So somewhere up there. Notice there's one outlier model. This is actually the GFS model, bringing it back toward Florida about 5 to 7 days from now. I don't expect that happening, but that will move off to the west, and it's probably not going to happen. It's going to go out to sea. It's just one outlier model, so I just want to throw that out there. Again, sometimes we see these outlier models, and again, if we only have one model doing that long term, it's probably not going to happen. So, but again, we'll still keep a close eye on that just in case, but the dynamics don't really match up for that. In terms of what this will look like in terms of intensity, most computer models are still really in the fighting range of a Category 1 to Category 2, but as we've already seen, the forecast is up to a Category 3, and obviously with the rapid intensification potential that the computer models are not necessarily picking up on, there is a chance that this gets closer to maybe even a Category 4 hurricane. So we'll have to watch that evolve very closely. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the dynamics here, and then we'll go through the future radar. I want to throw this out there because I know a lot of you are wondering what is steering this and what is going to change here over the next 24 hours. Like, why is it so hard to determine where the landfall is? So this is the mid-latitude range here that we're looking at, 500 millibars. This is the trough that we have back up in Canada. So this is actually going to steer this tropical system back out to sea. That's where we're going to see it go out to the east and out to sea. But notice this little area down here. And there's actually a little bit of ridging happening at the very bottom right of your screen. It's kind of blocked out here, but this is a little bit of ridging that we have down here that's going to be ongoing. And ignore the colors, by the way. That's just the temperature anomalies, but we're looking at that's a height more than anything. But there's a little bit of ridging out here, and what that's going to allow for this to do essentially is either, if it's strong enough, it will go further to the north. So this could actually go closer to potentially, you know, south of Tallahassee. But if it does not stay as strong, it might make landfall just north of Tampa, perhaps up in this area. So that's why there's still some uncertainty of where this makes landfall, and that's why you have to watch this very closely as this continues to move into parts of Florida. But again, notice this ridging here that we have back down here. This is what we're watching because that'll be steering this back out to the north and east. And again, this is your troughing, so this will allow for this to go out to the north and east. So I just want to kind of throw that out there for perspective in case you're interested on the details behind why we're so, like, you know, why there's such a big cone of uncertainty right now, because there is still some uncertainty there in terms of the exact area of location of where it'll make landfall. It's still pretty wide. It's like 100 miles wide still in terms of the land. So again, I just wanted to throw that out there. All right, let's go through the future radar, and this is the HRR model, which is usually pretty accurate in terms of short-term predictions and whatnot. So we're going to start with tonight. Again, there aren't really any tropical showers here. The only tropical showers and storms are back down in southern Florida. All the other activity that we've been seeing throughout the day is primarily from sea breeze and stuff like that, so that's, again, pretty typical. Once we go throughout the overnight hours into tomorrow morning, notice there will be some more tropical showers beginning to fire up, possibly closer to Panama City, but again, these are not going to be really any indicators in terms of, like, I don't know, higher wind speeds or anything like that. It's just outliers of tropical showers here. And then once we go closer to lunchtime tomorrow, notice where the system is. We'll start to see some outer bands starting to fire up here just west of Tampa Bay. So far, going into tomorrow morning, things are fine. So if you have to get something at the store, feel free to do so. I've heard locally in the area of Florida here that there's a lot of stores that don't have water balls anymore. So I just want to throw that out there. If you're trying to do last-second grocery shopping, there's a good chance that there might not be some of the supplies you might need. So again, sooner rather than later, don't wait until tomorrow night to go grocery shopping, because grocery stores might be closed depending on where you're at. But once we go into tomorrow afternoon around lunchtime, again, this is where tropical storm, which will be a hurricane Idalia, will be, and that's where it's going to be, again, far west of Cape Coral. We'll begin to start to see southerly winds here, so some minor storm surge will begin during the afternoon hours tomorrow along parts of the west coast, primarily near Cape Coral and back near the Florida Keys. Notice as we go through 6 o'clock tomorrow night, we'll start to watch for a tornado risk to start to evolve out of some of these outer bands. There'll be enough wind shear here for there to potentially be a couple of tornadoes during around 5 to 9 o'clock. That's when the better time frame will be for a tornado risk. It'll start to increase more as we go throughout 9 to about 1 in the morning, so that'll be a bit more of something to watch out for there. Notice right around 8, 9 o'clock, again, we still have some of those outer bands. I do think these outer bands will be a bit more organized, so I think we'll have stronger outer bands than what it's showing. It's showing very sporadic showers and maybe a couple storms. I think it'll be a little bit worse than that in terms of the coverage of storms, so the tornado risk would naturally be a bit higher. This is by 11 o'clock tomorrow night. Again, notice this is where Hurricane Idalia will be, and this will move again off to the north and east toward the Big Bend, but it's still not moving super fast. It's going to really speed up as we go into the overnight hours tomorrow night. These are your outer bands. Again, that will be where our tornado risk will lie. As of right now, again, there is a slight risk for tornadoes tomorrow for those along the west coast. I'll show you where that is in a second for specifics. Once we go into the overnight hours, again, notice some of those outer bands impacting areas like Gainesville, back near Orlando, near Cape Coral. Again, this will produce that threat for maybe an isolated tornado or two. And then eventually, as we go late into the overnight hours into Wednesday morning, notice where this is. The HRR models actually slowed this down quite a bit in comparison to what we had yesterday. Right now, it's expecting to make landfall closer to like 10 o'clock south of Tallahassee. But again, there's still a lot of uncertainty with that. And I mentioned before, again, that ridge that we have that's back down in parts of like the Bahamas, just east of the Bahamas, this will really steer this possibly further to the north. There's also a chance it goes further off to the north and east toward Gainesville. So there's still a pretty large cone of uncertainty here of where this exactly makes landfall, but the HR model has been indicating that it'll go actually further to the west, possibly toward Tallahassee, so we'll have to watch that kind of evolve very closely. But as we go into Wednesday morning, notice some of these outer bands still going here near Gainesville. We'll be watching for some tornado threat as well going into Wednesday morning. That'll impact areas just north of I-4. And eventually, as we go into the afternoon on Wednesday, most of the storm activity remaining will be some thunderstorms with maybe an isolated tornado risk still ongoing. And here's the wind speeds, by the way. I'm going to show you the wind speeds in terms of the wind barbs, and I'll also show you the wind gusts so you can get an idea of where the highest winds will be. But I wanted to show you this because of the storm surge potential. Notice where the winds are around 4 o'clock tomorrow. Winds will be coming out of the south, so some storm surge will be impacting parts of the west coast of Florida, so near and just south of Tampa Bay. That storm surge will begin to start to ramp up, as well as down near the Florida Keys. Once we go into around Tuesday night, so around midnight or so, notice where the winds are at this point. Still some pretty strong southerly winds. So the storm surge at this current time at 12 o'clock Wednesday, so again, very early Wednesday morning, we'll be watching for storm surge to start to ramp up here right along the immediate coastline with those strong southerly winds. That'll range anywhere from, again, southwest Florida down actually here, even near the Florida Keys, all the way back through even parts of the Florida Panhandle near the Appalachia area. Once we go into the overnight hours around 3 to 4 o'clock, notice those winds. They will start to change directions a little bit, and notice the south-southwesterly wind going into Tampa Bay, and that's concerning because, again, Tampa Bay is pretty much like a filter with these winds. It's going to filter right into Tampa Bay with these high winds, which will allow for that storm surge to be greater in the Tampa Bay area with the track that it's currently projected to go. And notice these very high wind speeds near the center. This will really promote strong storm surge wherever the system goes. So again, if this system ends up making landfall closer to, again, Appalachia, very high wind or high storm surge will be possible really in this immediate area. If it goes closer to Cedar Key, which has been more likely for a while now, that would make or at least promote more of a storm surge area in here, which would again include Tampa Bay as well. And once we go into the morning hours, again, this is around lunchtime, there will still be storm surge all the way through lunchtime, and it'll start to wind down a bit more as we go into the later afternoon hours. All right, let's talk more about the wind gusts. Again, this is the peak wind speeds in terms of what to expect with hurricane force winds. Again, I do think the HRR model does underestimate some of these values, especially further away from the eye. But notice right around about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we'll start to notice winds picking up near Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and Cape Coral. Overall, I mean, 25, 30 mile per hour winds, it's nothing crazy by then. Once we get closer around 8 o'clock, so sunset, tropical storm force winds will start to ramp up near Tampa Bay, Cape Coral, and Sarasota. I do think, again, the wind speeds will be a little bit higher than what they're showing here. Once we go closer to about midnight, notice, again, wind speeds start to pick up a bit more near Daytona Beach. Sarasota, definitely around tropical storm force winds by then. Highest wind speeds are in this really, like, yellow or dark yellow shaded area off the coast. This starts to intensify much further as it moves toward possibly Tallahassee or Gainesville, going into the Wednesday morning time frame. And again, I still think these winds will be probably plus 10 miles per hour across the board, across this entire region. Eventually going closer around lunchtime on Wednesday, the highest wind speeds right now by the HRR model are indicating that it would be closer to Tallahassee. But again, this could go further to the east over here toward Gainesville. So keep that in mind. Wind speeds could very well be higher, closer to parts of northern Florida near Gainesville, and possibly north or even near Tampa Bay. We could start to see some wind gusts, possibly near hurricane force winds. Notice Tallahassee, if this does make landfall near Tallahassee, wind speeds could exceed 80 miles per hour on Wednesday, and eventually going to the late afternoon hours. So this is around 2 p.m. This is the latest we can go. Wind speeds would probably be across the state, at least north of I-4, between 40 to 50 miles per hour by then. In terms of total precipitation, the highest rainfall totals are currently forecasted to be in this stretch here. So near Sarasota, Tampa, and as well as back through Gainesville and Jacksonville, rainfall totals between 3 to 8 inches are possible, especially back west of Gainesville and east of Tallahassee. And then here are the estimated rainfall totals by the HRR model, which is, again, more of a short-term computer model, still indicating very similar stuff here. Lesser rainfall totals for the East Coast, but overall, I still think this could be a bit higher. I do think the HRR model is underplaying this just a little bit, but that's what we're currently looking at, again, in terms of rainfall totals. All right, and again, I mentioned this before, but this is the peak storm surge here for Florida. Again, this is the biggest concern out of this system. Let me go back to this screen, but this is the biggest concern here out of this system in terms of what it's going to bring. A lot of people categorize hurricanes off of the wind speeds, which that's how it's categorized, but I want to make sure you're aware that storm surge is usually the worst part of a hurricane. It almost always is, and again, storm surge upwards of 8 to 12 feet is a big concern, and don't forget, Wednesday night, is the full blue supermoon. That means that the tides will even be 1 to 2 feet higher than normal across all of western Florida and as well as along the East Coast. So that could also promote higher storm surge as well. And that's another concern with this. Now, if I can compare and contrast this to what we saw with Ian, this is what Ian had back last year. I might have to zoom out a little bit here, but this is what Ian had last year. So just kind of put this in perspective. I think these are pretty close. But this is the storm surge that was forecasted for Ian. Notice they are very, very, very similar in terms of the forecast. 8 to 12 feet, it's obviously up here, but that's what we saw with Ian last year in terms of the forecast beforehand. I'm pretty sure the storm surge got upwards of 18 feet by what was recorded, but this is still kind of a pretty similar forecast here. Now, storm surge was forecasted to be a bit higher as well across the entire coast. It's a little bit lower with this system, but even then, this storm surge is really, again, nothing to mess with here. All up and down the west coast of Florida, as well as back near South Carolina, Georgia, and as well as even possibly northeast Florida. So I wanted to throw that out there. Another thing I want to throw out there, because again, I have a lot of different graphics here. This is currently what this looks like on live radar, since we don't have like an actual radar site. This is back over near Cuba, so this is a live radar feed of what currently Tropical Storm Idalia looks like. Again, we are starting to see a little bit more vertical motion here on the eastern side, so there is some more storm activity bubbling up there. It's starting to spin a lot more. There's a lot more of an organized spin here in the middle, so we are starting to see that as well. We got a lot more vertical motion we're starting to notice with this right now. One other graphic I want to show you. I'm going to have to pull this up on here. I am honestly not sure if this is going to fit the screen. It might not. Let's go and do this. We'll go full screen here. So this is the full screen. I just want to kind of show you this kind of for perspective, because I know a lot of you guys are wondering, what does the wind shear look like? What's the dry air look like? Dry air, there's really not a whole lot of it with this around the system, which dry air would help to really weaken a system out in terms of like a hurricane or tropical storm. There isn't much of it. The only dry air that we have right now is right here on the northwest side. We actually saw a little bit of dry air filter into this earlier today, but it wasn't really enough to weaken this out by any means. It really barely weakened it at all. Here's the wind shear, and notice really there's a key for this that I can show you, but I'm going to kind of just give you an idea what this means. The red that you see up here, that means it's unfavorable environment for a tropical storm or hurricane. That would basically mean the wind shear would probably rip it apart. And then when we start to see this, it's kind of more of a moderate stage, and then whenever we see the green color, that's going to represent more of a favorable environment in terms of wind shear. And right now, there's no wind shear really at all around this system. It's around 10 to 15 knots, so it's really not that crazy in my opinion. Usually with Ian, what we saw with Ian, the wind shear was like 5 to 10, I'm pretty sure. If not, it might have even been lower than that. Ian was in a much more favorable position. But with this wind shear that we have right now back up near Tampa Bay, this is likely not to be there by the time this starts to move up into the Gulf of Mexico. So just kind of keep that in mind. Again, a rapid intensification is definitely possible in between right here near Cuba, back possibly just west of Tampa Bay. So I just want to kind of throw that out there for the wind shear and as well as the dry air. That's both on there. And then this is what we're looking at in terms of the actual system on the infrared imagery. So that's what it looks like right now. Alrighty, all right, let's get to some questions. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon / evening so far. Obviously, this is going to be a very busy next few days in terms of the activity that we're going to see out of Idalia. So if you have questions, anything like that, feel free to leave those in the chat. And again, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe. And again, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Again, that's what we'll be using for the majority of this live stream. I do want to go over watches and warnings as well real quick, so I'll do that here in a second. This chat is going so fast. All right, give me 1 second. I did not realize we had this many viewers. All right. All right, let's go through the tropical storm watches and warnings because I wanted to go through this. I forgot to kind of go through it. I'm going to have to take off some of this stuff real quick. That was almost a 30-minute forecast. Holy cow. Today's weather forecast was 8 minutes. All right, here's what we're looking at in terms of tropical storm watches and warnings. For your viewing pleasure, I'm going to take off the satellite as well, just so we don't have that overlapping here. But this is what we're looking at in terms of tropical storm watches and warnings. So as of right now, there are hurricane warnings in effect right along the west coast here of Florida. Tropical or storm surge warnings are also in effect. So Appalachia, back through the Cedar Key area. This also includes Horseshoe Beach, back near the Spring Hill area, back near Clearwater, as well as St. Petersburg, Tampa, and Bradenton, as well as Sarasota. You're all under storm surge warnings and hurricane warnings, or hurricane watches as of right now. They will be upgraded to warnings here pretty soon if they've not already. There are hurricane warnings. Yeah, there are hurricane warnings. Right here, it's actually hurricane warnings. We have hurricane watches in effect, though, I think, on the very further south side of this. So Sarasota and Englewood, you're currently in a hurricane watch, not a warning as of yet, which, again, the difference between a watch and a warning, a watch in terms of like a hurricane watch or a tropical storm watch means that there are possibilities, at least in the next 48 hours, for hurricane force winds or hurricane type activity in your location. And then when we're talking about like a warning, that means it is very likely or expected that we will see in the next 36 hours those kind of impacts. So if you're in the hurricane warnings, that means in the next 36 hours you can expect hurricane impacts in your location, meaning tropical or hurricane force winds, and as well as the potential for flooding rains, storm surge, all that sort of stuff is all factored into that. Which, again, with this system, again, I kind of compare and contrast Ian and as well as this. I'm going to do it one more time here. I'm probably going to do it multiple times through this live stream because I know a lot of you guys remember Ian. It literally happened just last year. But Ian was a category 3 down here in parts of the Northern Caribbean Sea. Right now, Idalia, it's only a tropical storm. And I say only because it's a big difference between a category 3 and a tropical storm. But with Ian really intensified very quickly. He had two little stints of being rapidly intensification, in terms of rapid intensification, one of which happened near Cape Coral, and then the other one that happened back over in the North Caribbean Sea. But one of the bigger things with this one is that it had a lot more time to develop. Idalia is moving much quicker, and it's also not having nearly as much time to develop. So as this goes toward the Big Bend of Florida, it's going to make landfall in the next 36 hours, believe it or not. So once it makes landfall, it's not going to really be slowing down. It's going to really speed up here through Florida. It's going to go pretty quick. That means the flooding risk will be much lower, but the storm surge risk is still very, very concerning with this system. But flooding, I mean, you might remember last year, if you were like in Daytona Beach or Orlando, there was upwards of 20 to 25 inches of rainfall in some areas with Ian. We're not going to see that out of this. The highest rainfall totals that are currently estimated would be up to 10 inches of rain, but that's still an isolated threat. So overall, the comparison there, they're very different. Ian was much slower, more intense. This one will be similar in terms of its storm surge, and as well as the wind speeds will be somewhat similar. Not really the same, though. They're definitely going to be still very different from each other in that regard. But in terms of rainfall totals, in terms of flooding, they're two completely different systems. I mean, Ian dumped tons of rain. It was very slow. This will be moving through Florida over the span of like 12 hours. Ian took over a day to move through Florida. It was really a long-lasting system, which promoted a lot more rainfall. And there was tons of water vapor. That was one of the more, again, intense hurricanes that I've ever seen, in terms of rainfall especially. All right, a couple other things I want to note. Again, we have tropical storm watches in effect from Palm Bay, which is right now back near Cape Canaveral, all the way through Jackson, Brunswick, Hinesville, as well as Savannah, Beaufort, and Charleston. And then further down to the south and west, we do currently have ongoing other warnings. I'm trying to figure out what these are, but pretty sure those are hurricane warnings. Let me just double check here. I'll take off the overlay here real quick. Hurricane watches are in effect right now. So that's going to include anywhere north of Gainesville. Gainesville's included in actually in a hurricane warning and a watch, but you're included in the hurricane warning. Live Oak, same story there. You are included in the hurricane warning. Hurricane watches, though, in effect for parts of southern Georgia, and as well as a really small section here of northern parts of Florida. So Lake City, as well as the McClenny area, Jasper, and then back closer to Route 441 near Homerville, Waycross, and Valdosta. So I'm probably not saying the name right, but those areas all included right now in tropical storm watches. Actually, Valdosta is in hurricane warning right now. And then we also have tropical storm warnings in effect just to the southeast of Panama City near Port St. Joe. I believe this includes Mexico Beach. Mexico Beach is in between that 1 to 3 foot storm surge area. So just want to throw that out there for your convenience in terms of what we're going to be expecting out of that. And I mentioned this earlier, but this is right now Hurricane Franklin. This is a Category 4 hurricane moving to the north. This is producing wind speeds near 150 miles per hour. It's not going to impact the United States in terms of significant impacts. There will be some threats, but it's, again, it's not going to be like out of the ordinary. It's going to be like just some rip currents along the coastline, as well as higher waves across the East Coast. But this is insane. This is a Category 4, very strong Category 4 hurricane. It could become a Category 5 as well as we go later today. This is what it actually looks like on the buoy data with this storm right now. So you'll be able to see some of the wave heights. I'll go back to the first photo here. It'll loop through. But this is a buoy. This is on Radar Omega. This is the buoy here. Look at those wave heights. I mean, it's not crazy. This is on the southern side. This is really on the far southern side of this now. The wave heights are much smaller, but wave heights inside of that thing are probably between 15 to 20 feet at least. So pretty crazy little hurricane out there. It's a Category 4. Again, this is moving to the north. It'll take a boomerang out to the east, so it will not impact the United States in terms of rainfall or storm surge or anything like that, but there will be rip currents for sure. All right, let me put on the tropical data again here. And here's the wind field right now, by the way. The tropical storm force winds, there's a pretty big wind field now. If we take off the satellite imagery, you'll see that. Let's go to the live radar. So you'll see this on the western side here of Cuba. We are seeing tropical storm force winds there and near hurricane force winds on the very far western side of Cuba. So that's obviously a concern there as well. And let me take this off again, and then we'll go back to the satellite imagery, and then I'll start answering questions, because I know a lot of you probably have questions. Here we go. All right. Oh, yeah, the tornado risk. Thank you. I was going to mention this earlier, but again, there's so many weather graphics that I had. That was a 30-minute forecast, one of my longer ones for a live stream. The tornado risk for today, it's 0, pretty much. There's not really any tornado risk today. Tomorrow's a bit of a different story. We do have a 5% probability here along the immediate East Coast. It's going to look kind of messy. I have a lot of watches and warnings and also the track on here, so just kind of bear with me here. But right now, this is the current risk of tornadoes tomorrow. There's a slight risk of severe weather for those near Tampa Bay, back just west of Orlando, so near and just north of Interstate 4, basically. And then back near Gainesville, there is currently that 5% probability. This means there is a chance for a few tornadoes. A strong tornado is possible as well. That's not out of the question with the hurricane. It has happened before. It wouldn't be ruled out with this sort of system. Marginal threat for the rest of Florida back near Brunswick. This threat goes all the way from the late morning and early afternoon all the way back into the morning hours of Wednesday, and it will even continue into Wednesday. Tornado risk does exist, though, across really the entire state of Florida. And then once we go over to the day 3 outlook, let's go to that. Here's the current look at the day 3 outlook. So again, another tornado risk, a 5% probability anywhere from the North Myrtle Beach region back through Charleston, Savannah, Brunswick, Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, and Orlando. As of right now, there is another chance for a few tornadoes on Wednesday, and anywhere in this marginal risk, it extends all the way from North Carolina back all the way through Port St. Lucie and Cape Coral. That is where there's a marginal risk for tornadoes. So again, a couple tornadoes possible in that region. More likely than not, though, it'll probably be left to that slight risk. So there is a tornado risk out of this. I know probably can't deal with all these threats. There's just too many, but again, this is kind of what hurricanes do, and especially with this kind of hurricane that'll start to develop. Again, right now it's Tropical Storm Idalia, but it will become a hurricane here probably in the next hour. Next National Hurricane Center update, by the way, is in 10 minutes, so we're obviously going to be live for that, and we'll probably be live through the 11 p.m. update is my guess. So also, I want to mention this. I haven't showed you this at all yet. This is the satellite imagery here of Idalia. Currently in the Northern Caribbean Sea. We only have this until now because the sun's setting, so we're not going to see this much longer. We can see how the convective towers are bubbling up here in the Northern Caribbean Sea. Really high towers there as of about 4 or 5 o'clock. So we have some significant storm activity, really significant convection boiling, which again means some intensifications happening with the system. Also, there's a moderate risk of flash flooding. Pull that up. Here's your moderate risk of flash flooding. That's going to extend from east of Tallahassee back near Jacksonville through Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington. That's basically from North Carolina back through northern Florida. Slight risk outside of that. Again, moderate risk basically means that there's a likelihood of excessive rainfall. We don't have a high risk yet. I wouldn't be surprised with a small high risk here near wherever this makes landfall, but it does mean that there will be a good chance there of at least some flash flooding. So just want to throw that out there. There is, again, a moderate risk of flash flooding, which is kind of go with any sort of a hurricane. Most hurricanes do produce some level, at least, of flooding. This one, again, is much faster moving than what we had with Ian. Ian was very slow. It dumped 20 to 25 inches of rain. The most rainfall I'm expecting out of this would be around 10 inches. So that's what we're looking at in terms of rainfall. Is that another system forming off the coast of Louisiana? No. That is just some storm activity. A little bit of convection, but no, nothing there. All right, so for those in Tampa, I know we're going to have a lot of questions about Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is really, honestly, the most concerning area, in my opinion, for storm surge, for population-wise. Because the Big Bend, it's a lot more rural here. But with Tampa Bay, I mentioned this earlier, but I do want to reiterate it again, because this is very important. The Tampa Bay area is really an area that is in a, to be honest, a terrible position for any sort of hurricanes that make landfall just to the north of Tampa Bay. But the position of where this makes landfall is so critical, because if it makes landfall back down near Spring Hill or even just north of Tampa by like 25 to 30 miles, Tampa will be talking about really substantial storm surge that'll be life-threatening and catastrophic for many areas there. But if it makes landfall way further to the north up here, that's way better news. That means that you're not really going to see a whole lot of impacts in terms of storm surge. There will be some storm surge, but it's going to be much lesser there. But right in here in the Tampa Bay area, if this makes landfall within like 50 miles of Tampa, just north, again, this has to be north of Tampa. If it was south of Tampa, storm surge would be way lesser in terms of, storm surge. It's just the wind direction is the big kicker there. It would be going northwest to south, or sorry, northeast to southwest instead of southwest to northeast. That means a lot of water is basically being pulled from the southwest to the northeast in this sort of situation. If, though, again, this hurricane makes landfall near Spring Hill, we're going to have a huge pull of wind from southwest, and that will promote a ton of water to come right into Tampa, as well as near St. Petersburg and also near Clearwater. That would again funnel all into this bay, and it's going to take a while to retreat. So that's a big issue here. If that ended up happening, again, it's one scenario. The scenario as of right now, though, is a lot less likely than it was yesterday to happen, but it is still possible. So you want to make sure you're prepared for that. Again, if you have any evacuation orders, make sure you take them seriously. The current forecasted storm surge in Tampa Bay is 4 to 7 feet. So if you're in an evacuation zone that has 4 to 7 feet of storm surge, definitely make sure you are evacuating, because again, it's very dangerous, and even above that is possible still. Again, we have the blue supermoon that's happening Wednesday night. That means the tides will be 1 to 2 feet higher. And again, that promotes more of a storm surge, and it's awful. I can't say it enough. It really is an awful situation all around the board here for anybody that's in the west coast of Florida. Storm surge is awful to begin with, and with the supermoon happening on the 30th, it just makes things more bad, basically, for this area. It really is no other way to put it. So, with that funnel, again, if this system, again, makes landfall near Spring Hill, it would funnel more into the bay. If it makes landfall up here, the winds would be way more southerly, and that would promote really not nearly as much storm surge in Tampa Bay, which is still a possibility. The computer models have been shifting a lot in the last 24 hours by like 10 to 15 miles. It might not sound like a huge difference, but I mean, about 24 hours ago, a lot of the computer models were in unison that this would make landfall right near Cedar Key, which would increase the storm surge. But really recently, there's been a handful that have been tracking more west here towards areas just south of Tallahassee, which would also mean a later landfall. That would be more of a landfall closer to 10 a.m. So that's the big difference right now with the two different, models all the different models. And again, the storm surge forecast, which again, storm surge is the #1 killer when it comes to hurricanes. I know hurricanes are categorized by wind speeds, but storm surge is way worse if you're on the immediate coastline. Wind speeds are not really going to be nearly like as bad as what storm surge can be. So just keep that in mind. But obviously, make sure you take the proper precautions for both, because both are very concerning to begin with. Maximum wind gust, by the way, when it makes landfall is about 150 miles per hour. Notice right now, Category 3 hurricane forecast, 120 mile per hour winds is the maximum wind speed, and then wind gusts will be peaking at 150. That's well off the coast, still west of Tampa. But wherever this makes landfall in this cone of uncertainty, that does mean that we're going to see those wind speeds likely in that region, wherever the eye wall hits. Now, I mentioned this before, but if you're not in the cone of uncertainty, you want to make sure you're still prepared for this. If you're further down here to the south in Tampa and you're not in that cone of uncertainty, that does not mean you go throw a party and you're good to go. That's not what this means. It's really, it can be misleading, but that's not what this means. The cone of uncertainty is projecting where the eye of this storm will go. So Tampa will very well see impacts. Key West even, you'll see impacts. Cape Coral, you will see impacts. Storm surge is possible there, but it's not going to be nearly as significant as it will be closer to the eye. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. But Tampa Bay, you really need to be on alert for this. If the track really changes more to the east over the next 24 hours, it's much more concerning. But if this tracks further to the west, possibly toward Tallahassee, it's way less concerning in terms of storm surge. But again, there's still a lot of uncertainty there. This could very well go anywhere in here. All right, we have an update from the National Hurricane Center. Their latest update, the 8 p.m. update here tonight, has just come out. And Idalia is still not yet a hurricane as of 8 p.m. It is on the cusp. But it is likely to become a hurricane again sometime tonight, if not overnight. But by 2 a.m. tonight, the National Hurricane Center has forecasted this to get to 85 mile per hour sustained winds. So again, intensification will start to ramp up overnight tonight for those in the southeast Gulf of Mexico. I'm going to see if they've added any other notes to this. I'm not sure if they've made any changes, but we're going to check real quick. As of right now, I don't see any. But again, the latest update here from the National Hurricane Center, Idalia is almost a hurricane as it nears the western tip of Cuba. Life-threatening storm surge and dangerous winds becoming increasingly likely for portions of Florida. That's the wording that they use. That's not my wording. That's their wording. So I'm not sure if the track has changed at all. We will see probably in a few minutes. But I don't think it has changed too drastically at this point. This is another buoy, by the way, near Idalia. This is far to the south of it, but this is kind of an idea of the wave height there. It's really away from it, though, now. This is like 200 miles, I'm pretty sure, from the center, so it's pretty far away, but again, another buoy pictures there on Radar Omega. And again, in today's live stream, we are using Radar Omega. That's the app that we'll be using throughout this entire live stream. If you want to check it out, you can check it out at the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android, so you can get it on your favorite iOS and Android device. That satellite imagery, radar, everything that you need for a hurricane, it's all in this app. Make sure to check it out. Top link in the description below. All right, let me get some more questions. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, I'm in Florida personally, so I will be going through the storm with all of you. I mentioned it a couple of times already, but not in this live stream, but my last live stream. So I'm not in the direct path of the eye, so I'm not like, having to evacuate, but I will be experiencing at least some of this tomorrow and as well as Wednesday. So I need to stay hydrated. What's my favorite color? Blue. Yeah, again, Radar Omega is the best app. And also, if you want to get Radar Omega, you can actually watch Storm Chasers live on the app. You'll actually see, there's a bunch of these icons that you'll see on the map here. One near Macon, I think that's how you pronounce it. Also one in Southeast Alabama. I got Vince Waelti that's over parts of, I think that's near Gainesville, and also another Storm Chaser there. There's a lot of Storm Chasers that'll be live on Radar Omega here in Florida, so you can watch them live as this makes landfall. It's really going to be crazy. You can basically be inside the storm. I'm pretty sure Vince Waelti is going towards Cedar Key. I could be wrong, though. I'm not entirely sure. So, yeah, you can watch them in the app as well. Again, if you want to download it, top link in the description below on iOS and Android. What's the highest possible storm surge? Current highest forecasted storm surge is currently 8 to 12 feet. Let me pull up the map here. I have the other map on here. So, yeah, this is where but this is currently what we're looking at in terms of its intensity with storm surge. Highest storm surge currently forecasted is 8 to 12 feet. Again, this is subject to change, and the location of where the highest storm surge is also subject to change. But Tampa Bay, again, could be very well higher. It might be lower. It depends on where this tracks. Again, there's a lot of uncertainty here right now, and this very well could possibly go further up here to the north. It might go even possibly further to the east and also possibly further to the south. Further south this goes, the more concerning it is for Tampa Bay. The further north and west it goes, the less concerning it is. But the cone of uncertainty, again, is still fairly large. This is the cone of uncertainty, and I've already shown it multiple times, but this is the area here. So it's just east of Mexico Beach, close to the Appalachia area, and then also back near Tampa Bay. That's the cone of uncertainty right now. This is the current cone of uncertainty on the map, and I'll zoom in a little bit here. But this is your cone of uncertainty. So it's basically from about Spring Hill back through south of Tallahassee. Tallahassee's included in that cone of uncertainty. The HRR model, which is a very, or not very accurate, but it's usually accurate with severe weather. It can be accurate in some instances with tropical storms and hurricanes. The HRR model is picking that this will go up here. So that would be, obviously, again, better for if you're in Tampa in terms of storm surge, but it's much worse if you're back up near Tallahassee, because wind speeds could be exceeding 100 miles per hour if you're in Tallahassee, if it takes that track. The GFS model has been keeping this way further to the east. Let's go through some computer models here. This is the HRR model. And we'll do a little loop here. 18Z model run. And the timestamp, by the way, will be at the very top of your screen. It's kind of small, but that's the timestamp. And here's a little loop. So this is tonight. This is tomorrow morning, so 6 a.m. tomorrow. Again, it's still entering into the Gulf. This is by 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow. So notice, again, by 6 o'clock tomorrow, we'll begin to see some of these outer bands start to approach areas like Tampa. That will start to increase the tornado risk tomorrow afternoon and evening. This is by about midnight. Center of Idalia will be in between this cone of uncertainty. Again, it might be way over here. It very well could be way over here. And it could be anywhere in this cone of uncertainty. Please do not be mistaken by one computer model. It very well could be anywhere in this area, but this is one scenario. This is basically the furthest west scenario that I've seen from any computer model at this point. This is by 6 a.m. going into Wednesday morning. So again, Wednesday morning will be when this makes landfall. HRR model is indicating that this will be just to the southeast of Panama City, approaching the Big Bend just south of Tallahassee. Again, some of the outer bands near Tampa Bay, that'll promote more of a tornado risk. And then this eventually by 9 o'clock, again, notice it'll make landfall right around 10. And the exact location that the HR model's been picking for a landfall will be between Perry and Crawford, which I'm pretty sure I drove through this area one time. Back after, I believe, Hurricane Michael made landfall. This is well after that, but the damage there already near Panama City is substantial, unfortunately, from Michael. There's still a lot of trees down, and you can still see the wreckage there, so I just want to kind of throw that out there. I've seen the area. This is 12 o'clock going into Wednesday, so again, some of these outer bands will still be producing that tornado risk. There's going to be multiple areas with that risk through Wednesday afternoon and evening, and even during the morning hours, so definitely make sure you have a tornado action plan in place if you're across central or northern Florida. There's a low risk as well for throughout parts of southern Florida. This is the NAM model, which typically overdoes hurricanes, but it will at least give us an idea of what it's tracking for a landfall position. So we'll go through this model as well. Notice it moves off to the north, and it stays just to the left of this direct middle line. Again, this is in the cone of uncertainty still. The NAM model, though, has it making more of a landfall closer to northwest of Cedar Key. This would be closer to Perry. So pretty similar spot to what the HRR model is showing. This is the RAP model. This is a rapid refresh model. Again, you can see all this with the spaghetti models and stuff. They'll give you more of a direct look at it. But the RAP model also has been showing more of a westerly shift as well. Not nearly as organized on here, but it would basically be going toward, again, possibly near Tallahassee and the Perry area. And then here's the GFS model, which is a model that I don't usually Like for tropics, I don't think it's really that accurate most of the time. Personal opinion, I don't use it very often. The European model I use a lot more, but this also shows that same sort of track. Went way too fast. Let me go back a little bit. Here is hour 45, I believe it was. It would be making landfall again in a very similar area. So a lot of computer models, at least in the latest runs, have been indicating this would make more of a landfall back over near Tallahassee. And the reason why, by the way, is because we have this ridge. It's not very strong, but we have a ridge here. And if it's strong enough, it'll pull this further to the north and west. But if it's not strong enough and it retreats more, this would go further to the east and as well as further to the south of this cone of uncertainty. And we also have a big big troughing that's back up in parts of Canada, and that's going to basically steer this out to the east and eventually going back into the Atlantic Ocean. Let's see. This is another computer model. We'll do it for Idalia. This is the HWRF model, one of the computer models that I've seen the most on Twitter. It is not going to look like this, by the way. This thing brings it to like a Category 10 hurricane, which, again, it's not a thing. I'm just, again, it's more satire. But, I mean, this is what we're kind of looking at here anyways as we go into Wednesday morning. So the HWRF model also brings it into a very similar area right now, which, again, if you're in Tampa and if this goes off that direction, that would again mean that the storm surge would be way lesser than what it could be, because again, if this makes landfall on the very southern side of this cone of uncertainty, it could very well be catastrophic to parts of Tampa Bay. But right now, a lot of the computer models, at least recently, have been showing it would go up that direction. But this is just, I mean, even though a lot of computer models are showing this, it does not mean you should all of a sudden say, oh, this is not coming toward us, we don't have to evacuate. You should still consider that. And then again, another computer model bringing it up that direction. Storm surge, again, is still going to occur around Tampa Bay. It just wouldn't be as significant if it went up there further to the west. All right, so those are the main computer models. The European model, or the European model, European model, I'm also going to show you. It's not on here, but I'm going to go ahead and show you that. Actually, it might be. Let me check. This is the temperatures. I don't need temperatures. That's total precipitation. Actually, we might be able to see it. We'll see. Here's the European model. This is the most recent model run here. It'll at least show the eye on the winds. So, European model is still taking this, which again, the European model, in my opinion, is one of the most accurate computer models when it comes to forecasting hurricanes and such. It actually brings it to Cedar Key. So there's still computer models, including the European, which is very accurate and has been very consistent, by the way, is bringing that towards Cedar Key. So that's why this cone of uncertainty is still so large. But I would not be surprised if there was a bit more of a westerly shift here at 11 p.m. with their next hurricane update on Idalia. So we'll have to watch for that. All right, let me go back to satellite. And yeah, I'm not going to pull up the European model and the other thing because that's pretty much what we're looking at there. All right, let me get some more questions here. And a friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. You know, we'll keep you posted with the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia, eventually to be a hurricane later tonight or tomorrow morning. Keep you posted with 3 subscribers from 68,900. And also make sure to like the stream. That helps get this out to more people that are in the track of this hurricane. Give them some more preparation. And good thing to do, by the way, is make sure you have flashlights on hand, water bottles ready. Just make sure you take the proper precautions before this hurricane hits. I know a lot of you that live in Florida have probably been here for a while. You've probably gone through hurricanes like similar stuff at least. But if you're near the coastline or even inland, like Gainesville, for example, or Tallahassee, these areas up here could still see some very high winds from this. Depending on where this makes landfall, you could be seeing strong category like 1 or 2 type winds even inland. So these 3 areas really need to make sure you're prepared inland for the wind threat. There will probably be power outages, so you want to make sure that you are prepared. Again, not all those 3 of those areas will probably see widespread power outages, but one of the places there could very well see that. It depends on where this eye goes, though. If, again, it goes further west, Tallahassee would be way more impacted. If it goes toward Gainesville will be way more impacted, so that's what we're looking at, again, in terms of that threat. Thank you, Merlin, by the way, for the $2 super chat. How's Daytona? What's up with the outlier model? So Daytona Beach is probably not going to see a whole lot of rain out of this. I don't expect a whole lot of flooding there, but there will be some minor storm surge along the immediate coastline. This is the current storm surge forecast. So let's go over to that. This is the current storm surge forecast. So near the Flagler and Volusia County line, that's near Daytona Beach, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge going into Wednesday afternoon, most likely for that threat. But that would be really the main concern, would be that threat. There might be some tropical storm force winds, which if we go back to radar Omega, I can also show you the wind field here. So we're going to take all this stuff off. These are the wind probabilities. So the chance of you seeing tropical storm force winds, right now it's basically a 100% chance if you're in this area here. The chances go down the lighter the color gets. So from when it goes down like orange, for example, that means there's around, if not just higher than a 50% chance. So Daytona Beach, basically right now, you're around 50 to 60% chance of you seeing tropical storm force winds. And then that very dark green shaded area, that's the lowest chance. But really all of Florida right now at least has a 5% chance of seeing tropical storm force winds, which would be 39 miles per hour or greater. Now, that does not mean you're going to see power outages. What does mean you could see power outages would be something more like 60 mile per hour winds or greater, so or 55 miles per hour even or greater. This is 55 knots or greater. Notice this area is much smaller. So the green shaded area, again, much less likely. Daytona Beach right now, in like that 10% probability of seeing winds exceeding 55 miles per hour. And then back near like Cedar Key, Spring Hill, Tampa, the chances are much higher. Obviously, these probabilities will increase as more confidence grows. And then we also have the winds for hurricane force winds in terms of those probabilities. Right now, the probabilities are still pretty lean back right now because there's just uncertainty of, one, how intense will this get? Obviously, it's forecasted to become a Category 3 hurricane, but will it get there? Is it going to undergo rapid intensification? And where exactly will this make landfall? Those questions are still yet to really be answered because we haven't seen it happen yet. But again, we have this ridging that's back over the Bahamas, and that will kind of steer this more than likely further north. But there's still a chance that this ridge is weaker than expected. It very well could possibly go closer to Tampa. So that's the uncertainty there, and that's why there's still some uncertainty on the wind probabilities here across parts of Florida. All right, let's go back over to here. We'll put all this stuff back on. And I don't think the National Hurricane Center has updated the current track of this or anything like that in the latest update. Their next update is at 11 p.m. Eastern time, which we very well might still be live for that. So stay tuned for that. All right. How's it going, Ben? Welcome back. What is my favorite weather-related movie? Twister. What are the chances it hit Fort's... Wow, it's English. What are the chances this hits Fort Myers? Fort Myers, it's not really like a high chance if you're in like the Cape Coral area or Fort Myers or anything like that. There's not really that much of a chance that you'll have a direct landfall by any means. It's not going to make direct landfall there, but there will be storm surge. Again, once this gets up here or even possibly just to your west, the wind speed or the winds will be coming out of the south and southwest. That's going to promote that basically all the water moving north and northeast. And depending on how strong the winds are, the stronger they are, obviously more storm surge there will be. But there will be storm surge there, probably around 2 to 4 feet, possibly slightly higher for Cape Coral. That also, again, includes anywhere like Fort Myers as well. Are there any chasers to link with that we can watch? There's no chasers that are live right now. The Storm Chasers are probably not going to be live until tomorrow, is my guess. So... yeah, I kind of doubt we'll have any Storm Chasers, at least live tonight. They will be live probably tomorrow. I know Vince Waelti, I'm pretty sure, is going to be live tomorrow. Again, we work with him, but we will not be using his live coverage. Here's my schedule, by the way, for those that are wondering, in terms of live streams. I'm going to have a live stream tomorrow, most likely. It's likely, it's not 100% yet, but I'll have a live stream probably between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. So that'll be right around when this update comes in from the National Hurricane Center tomorrow. Again, there'll be an update tonight at 11 p.m. There'll be another update at 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 8 a.m., 11 a.m. So I'll probably be live there for that little, or that big update at 11 a.m. That's my guess, and I'll do a full forecast for a couple hours or so. Once we go into the later half of Tuesday, I don't know when I'll be going live. I'm not entirely sure, but I might go live after 10 p.m. Eastern time. But again, that's kind of up in the air. It depends on what we see in terms of how intense this is. In addition to that, if I'm able to, because I do have college classes still. They have not been canceled yet, but if they do get canceled, I'll end up going live probably just after 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Wednesday, I will not be live for Landfall, but I will probably be live later in the day to cover some of the other stuff that'll be going up toward the Carolinas. That's my plan right now. But again, we'll see. Faith, I do take donations. There is a donation link in the description below. There's basically no fees on it, so if you go to the donate link, if you want to donate, that is the best way to do it, or no fees. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And yeah, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, this is what Idalia looks like right now. It is still, again, intensifying. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be at 11 o'clock. I believe the hurricane hunters will be going into this here pretty soon. Let me check and see. I'll check and see if they're in there yet, or they're doing it soon. Right now, the hurricane hunters are in the storm, and we actually might have some big news here. So, yeah, this actually might be some pretty big news on Idalia. I gotta do a little bit of translation here because it's kind of one of those situations where I actually have to do some math. This is what we're looking at. So currently the hurricane hunters are in the storm. This is the map, and you might be wondering, what in the world am I actually looking at here? Well, we're looking at the wind barbs here from the hurricane hunters. And these little purple barbs that you're seeing here, that is indicating, let me get the key here, but they are currently measuring the wind speeds in here. The purple barbs are going to measure 64 knots. So that's about 70 miles per hour that they are currently actively measuring in this system. So it's basically, again, borderline of being a hurricane. But one other thing to note is that this is a scale of 70 mile per hour winds and 90 mile per hour winds. So there's no 80 mile per hour winds or like in between. So they actually could be 75 mile per hour winds. Again, they are doing that investigation. I'm going to see if I can find another way to see the wind as well. But that's just from the hurricane hunters that are currently in here in Tropical Storm Idalia. But they are currently doing a track through this. And they also did a drop sound as well, which is like basically like a weather balloon in a way. They also did that. I'm trying to see if we can find any other information on this. Again, the hurricane hunters are literally in this storm right now. So I'm just trying to see if we can find the exact wind speed on this, if it's changed at all. Looks like the highest peak wind speed that we've seen them measure is about 65-ish knots. And that was as of 20 minutes ago. So it still seems as if this is likely stalled right now at a tropical storm. It is exploding again with convection right now. As of 2 p.m., it exploded again with a lot more of convection with those convective towers that I've been mentioning. But over the next few hours, or even right now, like in the past few hours, we've been seeing a lot of convection still. It's very defined. It's a very healthy system right now. We have more of these convective towers blowing up again back just west of Santa Fe and near the western Cuba area. And if we go to the very end of this loop, so let's go to like the last 14 frames here. Notice this little convective tower that we're seeing. Again, this can indicate some intensification. We're seeing another big one right there. So that's obviously, again, a concern here as this continues to move to the north, is that we're going to continue to see, again, intensification. And since it's over very warm Atlantic Ocean waters, or over the Gulf of Mexico waters, again, the Gulf of Mexico is at record-breaking water temperatures. So it is very favorable for a hurricane to have a rapid intensification. And that means that it can go from like a Category 1 to a Category 3 within like 24 hours, very easily. And also another thing that we have to watch out for is the storm surge, obviously, but there's not a whole lot of wind shear here, so it's not going to really weaken a whole lot from wind shear. The wind shear right now is around 10 knots, so it's strong enough to keep it slightly weaker than it can be. Ian, at the time of when it made landfall, the wind shear was super weak. It was like 5 knots, if not less, I'm pretty sure, so it wasn't very intense. So, yeah. Well, I kind of throw that out there. But again, we are starting to see some more convection brewing here. We're starting to see some tropical showers as well. Looks like trying to bubble up around this that are on the northern side here near the Havana area, as well as north of Cuba. So that's starting to bubble up a little bit as well. Thank you, Chow, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate your generosity. Also, thank you, Faith, for the $20 donation. I appreciate your generosity a lot. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Is there a possibility that this storm can shift east last minute? It really can't shift east last minute, like as in within 2 hours of it making landfall. It doesn't really do that with the mid-level dynamics that we have. So let me go back to this graphic. This is a really good graphic that you probably will learn something from anyways. This is basically the mid-level latitudes that we're looking at. So we have big troughing that's happening in Canada. And again, you might be wondering, why do I care about this? Well, this is basically going to steer this in the long term. And this was originally why we thought this would make possibly more of a landfall back possibly near Tampa, which again would be way more catastrophic, and it is still possible. But notice down here at the very bottom right of your screen, there's a little ridging that's happening. That's back down here. back near the Bahamas. And if it's just strong enough, this should be able to steer it more to the north, which would probably keep this more closer northwest of Cedar Key, possibly in the Big Bend, which is the likely landfall area to begin with, but possibly just south of Tallahassee. So if this ridging is just strong enough, it will likely go further to the north and west. And that would, again, the way that I mean west is I'm not talking about like west like this. That's not what I'm talking about. I just mean in terms of its direction going north, and it would be more on the western side of that cone of uncertainty that's currently presented. But again, if that ridging is not nearly as strong, if it's like basically as forecasted right now, it's not very strong. But if it's not very strong, this very well could take that turn right just to the north of Tampa, possibly near Cedar Key, which again would be worse for Tampa Bay and the Tampa Bay area, which would again bring the storm surge up, and as well as the high winds and whatnot, and flooding rains wouldn't be really, again, too much of a concern. It's way more, the bigger threat right now, again, is storm surge for the west coast of Florida. But inland, again, the rainfall totals right now that are being forecasted, we're talking upwards in this area alone right here. So if it makes landfall, let's just say right about here, just west of Gainesville near Cedar Key, we could be talking about rainfall totals between 5 to 8 inches of rain, perhaps some isolated spots near 12 inches. So, but again, the comparison between Ian and this in terms of storm surge is so minimal. This is the storm surge map here. This was Ian. So again, Ian had 8 to 12 foot storm surge forecasted the night before or the day before, and then this is Idalia in terms of the storm surge. And notice, obviously, it's in a completely different spot, but the maximum storm surge is still well up there. And the big reason why it's actually up there, because it's a category 3, one of the bigger reasons is because we have a blue supermoon happening on Wednesday night, which is going to rise those tides at high tide about 1 to 2 feet higher than they usually are. So again, happening really at one of the worst times possible. The only way that this could be any worse is if it made landfall Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But even then, the difference is pretty minimal. But yeah, that's what we're looking at again in terms of storm surge on the east coast of Florida, back near the South Sante River and back through the mouth of the St. Mary's River. So basically from Georgia back through South Carolina. 2 to 4 feet of storm surge are expected on Wednesday. And by the way, there are a lot of schools being closed across the west coast here. So just want to throw that out there. Make sure you check your local school and make sure you check that out, because there are a lot of schools right now closing for both Tuesday and Wednesday along the immediate coastline. Flagler in the Volusia County line, that's near Daytona Beach, back up through the mouth of the St. Mary's River. It's 1 to 3 foot of storm surge. That could also increase. It just, again, depends on if this takes more of a southerly and easterly path, or if it goes further off to the north, that storm surge would be way lesser. Tampa Bay, 4 to 7 feet of storm surge is expected there. And again, that could very well increase. Again, it is basically a filter into the Tampa Bay area with this bay. So it's going to impact a lot more people if we end up seeing this track further down to the south and southeast. The worst case scenario, again, is if this makes landfall about 30 to 40 miles north of Tampa, which is very unlikely right now. But if it does happen, that would be worst case scenario. And storm surge would be way higher. It'd be probably upwards of 12 feet. But again, we really have a lower chance of it happening at this point. All right, let's go back to here. And again, if you're just tuning in, Idalia is still a tropical storm. Sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, or 70 miles per hour, excuse me. Wind gusts are 85 miles per hour. This is moving north at about 8 miles per hour. And it is going to continue to speed up over the next little while. Pressure is at 983 millibars. Last night, it was at about 992 millibars, so it has obviously deepened by about 9 millibars. So again, not rapid intensification, but that is definitely intensifying at least a little bit there. How's school going? I just started, so I mean, it's fine for right now. It's nothing too crazy. But craziest part about this is I might not have school, so that'd be nice. My hometown news source said it's a Category 1 hurricane. It is not a hurricane right now. It is actively a tropical storm still. Unless the hurricane hunters, which again, the hurricane hunters are currently investigating this. They just have investigated it. They're on their mission 9. They had mission 8 a little while ago. Yeah, it's close. I'll say that. It's very close to being a Category 1 hurricane. I would not be surprised, though, in their next update if they do say this is a Category 1 hurricane, because it is, like, on the cusp. We'll have to see the data, right, because the data is very important here. But the wind speeds that have currently been measured are in the ballpark right now, about 70 to 75 miles per hour. It's very close to 75 miles per hour right now. The hunters found 80. I don't know about that. I haven't seen anything that's confirmed it, so. Their latest update at 8 p.m. was that it was a tropical storm. I just looked on the website in terms of the wind speeds. Again, this is their latest run. So these purple bars that you're seeing down here, these are all wind barbs. So those purple bars are going to be indicating winds that are currently peaking around 70 to 75 miles per hour. It could be up to 80, but again, we don't have a completely verified 80 mile per hour wind at this point. National Hurricane Center has also not verified that, so. Yeah. Will Alabama feel this? Alabama will probably not see much out of this. You might have a little bit more of a rip current issue along the coastline, maybe an increase of waves. You're not looking at storm surge, though, and the rain is going to be very minimal. It would be primarily in the southeast side of the state, near like Dothan, for example, or southeast of Montgomery. But otherwise, I'm not really that concerned right now about Alabama. The states that I'm most concerned about are pretty much highlighted in the title, or the thumbnail. But Florida, that's the biggest concern. Or Georgia, as well as South Carolina are the other, like, second, they're concerning as well. And then back up near North Carolina, there's also reason to be concerned there, especially right on the immediate coastline, back down in parts of southeast North Carolina. So those are the areas that I'm, again, the most concerned about right now. And again, the National Hurricane Center does think this will become a Category 3 hurricane. I've been saying this since yesterday. My gut feeling is that this will become a Category 3. It could get to a Category 4, but again, that would really be contingent on rapid intensification. And, yeah, as of right now, again, there's not enough confidence there that it's going to rapidly intensify yet. But it's very well in the playing cards here because one of the biggest things that we're looking at with this system in particular is that right now it's at Category 3 force winds. But again, if it rapidly intensifies over the very warm and record-breaking water temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, this thing will just skyrocket, again, to a Category 3, possibly even a Category 4. But again, there's some uncertainty there. Category 3 is way more of a safe call in terms of a forecast. So, by the way, Franklin is a very powerful Category 4 hurricane. It's not going to impact the United States, but look at this eye. This is insane. This eye of the storm right now that's located southwest of Bermuda. This will impact Bermuda more as like a tropical storm, even though it'll still be a Category 4 hurricane as it passes. It'll be more of tropical storm effects, but this is what it looks like on satellite. This is kind of a cool look at it. That's the eye. That's really crazy. It's really gotten more organized too. This is now fizzling out because of the sun going down, but yeah, it's pretty crazy what this has done over here in the Atlantic Ocean. It could become a Category 5. Right now, the peak wind speeds that are being forecasted is 155 miles per hour. That would be a Category 4 still. 156 miles per hour would be a Category 5. So, that, again, pretty crazy stuff what's happening over there. Luckily, it's not going to directly impact the United States, but that thing's nasty, to say the least. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest on everything that you need to know about Hurricane Idalia once it becomes a hurricane. Again, it is right now a tropical storm, very high-end tropical storm. I'll put it that way because it is at 70 mile per hour wind speeds. Also, make sure you're subscribed, like the stream, helps get this out to more people that are in the track of this storm. And again, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. That is what we're currently using on today's live stream. You can check it out with the top link in the description below. You can get this weather app on your iOS or Android device. In my opinion, it is the best weather app that you can get on your iPhone or Android. Make sure to download it, top link in the description below. It has the radar, satellite imagery. You can check out all the different computer models. They have over, I believe, 10 computer models on here. Let me just double check. I'll have to count them out. But they have about 10 computer models. Looks like 8. So, again, these are really high-quality computer models, too, that they have on here. So, again, check it out. Top link in the description below. And I do appreciate Radar Omega sponsoring today's live stream. It does help us to be able to provide the stuff that we have and be able to upgrade stuff as well. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Radar Omega. I really do appreciate them. I heard if it rapidly intensifies, it shifts east faster. Is this correct? I'm not entirely sure if that's... I mean, it can shift further east, regardless of it rapidly intensifying, but I'm pretty sure it can just a little bit, but it usually doesn't, like, drastically. Like, again, we're not talking about this sort of easterly shift. It might shift, like, you know, like this maybe a little bit, Like, it could do something like that where it goes on the cusp here of the outer area of the cone of uncertainty, but it wouldn't be like a drastic turn to the east. There's really nothing there. Like, I already kind of showed you the upper or the mid-level latitudes and the dynamics, but the troughing's up here. This would kind of steer it already to begin with, kind of in this cone of uncertainty. And then we have this ridge down here, which would, in all essence, even if it did rapidly intensify, if it's strong enough, this would keep it further over here to the west. But if it rapidly intensifies, it might stay more toward the center. So, I'm pretty sure it does a little bit, but it's not usually that huge of a difference. Most cases, it's not a huge difference. I haven't seen like a drastic, like 100-mile shift, but like maybe within 50 miles, yeah. Looks like it's shifting east right now. Well, the center of this thing isn't really shifting a whole lot. The center is like, I mean, the convective towers are blowing up again right now. This is 7 o'clock. We got convective towers right here blowing up. Wow, that's insane. But this is right now where the eye is. I mean, it's kind of on the eastern side right now of the cone of uncertainty right now. But again, this could very well start going further to the north. We're gonna have to kind of see how it plays out. But yeah, this is a pretty intense. I mean, this is the like. Let's go to the last like 7 frames here. These convective towers are seriously blowing up right here. Right there. Look at that big explosion. We're going to see that explode more over the next several minutes on the infrared imagery. Which, again, the infrared imagery, for what if you're wondering, like, what are these colors? What do they even represent? When we see these white colors and as well as the black colors, that's representing very cold cloud tops. That usually indicates thunderstorm activity. And then the red colors also do the same thing. But the most intense of that would be these white colors, especially the area that it's exploding right there, just west of Cuba. So, yeah, I just want to throw that out there. Thank you. Hello there for the $4.99. What about Panama City? If it hits near Tallahassee, Panama City storm surge will be a bit more of a concern there, upwards of like 2 to 4 feet. If it makes that close of a landfall, like near Tallahassee, it could be slightly higher than that even then, but I think it'll stay probably around 2 to 4 feet. But again, that would be contingent on it making more of a landfall near Tallahassee. Rainfall shouldn't be too bad there. You know, we're not looking at a huge flooding threat, most likely, for that area. The flooding threat will really be wherever this eye makes landfall and going in that parallel direction. So, if it makes landfall, let's say in Cedar Key, for example, let's just say it makes landfall in Cedar Key, and then that would mean that the heaviest of the rainfall would be right in here. So that would be where the flooding rain potential would primarily be. Even possibly near Tampa, regardless of the scenario. But Panama City wouldn't have as much of an issue there. And then wind gusts, overall, probably going to be somewhere around 40 to 50 at the most. But I don't think it'll get much higher than that. I think Panama City will be okay. Stay alert, though. Things could change. If anything drastically changes over the next 24 hours, again, we'll keep you posted. But I don't think we're going to see a drastic shift there toward Panama City to the point where evacuations will be mandatory for, like, the entire town. Maybe right along the coastline, because there will be storm surge almost regardless of where this goes. There will at least be 1 to 3 feet of storm surge, but it would overall be lesser if it tracks further to the east. But further to the west, it could increase a little bit. Thank you, Thomas, for the $4.99. Can you explain the colors on the screen right now? Yes, I just did. Hopefully you caught them. If you didn't, let me know. But again, the colors that we're seeing here, the white that we're seeing, that means that there's colder cloud tops. That's what this is indicating. But this is going to be more thunderstorm activity that's blowing up right now. And then even the red out there, the red's still indicating some thunderstorms, just weaker. And then like the blue and stuff is just lower clouds overall. So those are usually not always, they're not always producing rainfall. They're, you know, the gray and like blue variety. Which models do I favor? I favor for tropics the European model and the HRR model. Those are my two to-go-to ones. The HAFS A and B model. Aren't those the experimental models that the National Weather Service are put out there? Or is that the R? No, that's the RRFS. Never mind. Those models I don't really play with at all. They are, in my opinion, just blatantly inaccurate in terms of hurricane action. It really overhypes it, in my opinion, like in terms of the entire look of them. Again, it like shows a serious it shows like 200-mile-per-hour wind sometimes. I mean, it's absurd. That and the NAM 3K model, they are very similar. They really overdo it. Like, if you look at the NAM 3K model, again, if you're watching, this is not what's going to happen. I'm just going to show you this real quick. This does depict nicely the outer bands, but it does not depict this hurricane whatsoever really well. This thing drops this thing to like, look at this, 919 millibars. A few days ago, this was showing like 890 millibars or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. So this model, and as well as the other one, I feel like they're too aggressive, way too aggressive. Because that's just not going to happen. we would need to see rapid intensification like 9 times for that to actually happen. But the this is a good computer model in my opinion. This one right here. This is the experimental model, so it's not fully like in use yet, but this is the RRFS model. This is the A version of it. But this one, in my opinion, it's actually not doing a bad job. I thought this would overhype it a bit more in terms of like the wind speeds and stuff, but this is kind of on par for what will probably end up happening. And again, this is showing more of a landfall just northwest of Cedar Key there near Perry. Wind speeds, these wind speeds are all honestly very accurate. So if you're wondering about wind speeds, this is what's going to happen if it makes landfall just northwest of Cedar Key near Perry, Florida. So this is 7 a.m. Again, notice wind speeds around 55, 60 miles per hour near Tampa Bay, Daytona Beach, about 45, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach, Miami, 35 to 40, Panama City, even up near 40. And this is landfall around 9 in the morning. So again, notice the wind speeds. They're, in my opinion, these are actually very spot on for what I was kind of thinking. The HR model, I feel like, was kind of underdoing them a bit. This is more in the ballpark what I was thinking. So, like, again, if this makes landfall closer to Tallahassee, for example, Tallahassee could be talking upwards of 80 mile per hour winds. Gainesville, same thing. If it makes landfall near you and it goes directly toward you, the wind speeds will probably be upwards of 80 to 90, and then they'll move off to the north and east. But notice this is an experimental NOAA product, not for decision making, but this is actually accurate, I would say, in terms of the wind gusts that I think will happen, because the HR model is showing lesser wind speeds overall. So this, in this case, I think is actually pretty reasonable. But again, the landfall, if it's further down to the south and east, obviously the winds would be way higher over near Tampa, and, you know, vice versa. If it made landfall over here near Tallahassee, Panama City would be higher. So, again, the cone of uncertainty is still very large. This is the cone of uncertainty. And again, this hurricane could make landfall anywhere between these two red lines. So that's near, or just south of Tallahassee, and also just north and west of Tampa. So it's a pretty large area of uncertainty. Worst case scenario at this point is if it makes landfall just north and west of Tampa, because storm surge will come right through the bay, and it will be really catastrophic to a lot of areas in Tampa that are within like 10 feet of sea level. And then further off to the north, it makes landfall over here. This is best case scenario for Tampa, but obviously worst case scenario for Tallahassee. And even this for Gainesville, this would be pretty bad for Gainesville as well, because we'd see high winds there. So, again, there's a lot of bad scenarios here. Let's hope over the next 24 hours that this thing doesn't intensify as much as forecasted. But right now, I mean, we're seeing really huge convective towers again bursting with this thing. They've really started to ramp up again over the last hour, just west of Cuba. So it's intensifying again right now, back over in parts of the northern Caribbean Sea. It's about to cross, though, into the Gulf of Mexico here pretty shortly. All right. Thank you, Oscar, for the $4.99. I have a flight to Destin this Thursday. I plan to stay until Monday. Should I cancel, or will Destin be okay? Destin, Florida. Isn't that the Panhandle? I just want to double check. Destin is the Panhandle. So, Destin, Florida, you should be okay. You should be fine. Worst case scenario, if this does take a more westerly path, there will be slightly higher storm surge near Panama City here. But that would be really, it would have to really take the furthest western line here, which computer model's been hinting at that a little bit more now. But, yeah, I mean, even then, storm surge would probably be between 2 to 4 feet there. Any buoy cams on Hurricane Franklin? There's one, but it's not in Hurricane Franklin. It's actually out of range of it. This is on the very southern side of it. You can actually see the sun coming out a little bit there. So, but yeah, on these are on Radar Omega. The next one that would be in range would be here. But this one is still a bit far out. This is the calm before the storm, literally. But this one's still a little bit out of the range. This is still, let's see, about 200 miles away. So this is expected on tomorrow afternoon. So, you know, if you have Radar Omega, you can see that tomorrow around 5 o'clock, probably near the eye, which would be honestly kind of cool if it gets the actual eye there. But we'll see if that happens or not. DeLand, Florida should be fine. Yeah, if you're in DeLand, Florida, it'll be primarily gusty winds, probably tropical storm force winds is my guess. And in addition to that, not really expecting flooding rain. Storm surge obviously wouldn't be a concern since you're inland. So Daytona Beach is the same thing, but Daytona Beach does have a chance for at least some minor storm surge. Again, this is the current forecasted storm surge, which, again, storm surge is the most important thing here. And not mean to go to that screen. This is the most important thing, though, when it comes to any tropical storms or hurricanes. Storm surge is usually the #1 killer when it comes to hurricanes. This can really be catastrophic for some areas, but along the East Coast, 1 to 3 feet would probably not be catastrophic. But if you're right along the coastline, that's definitely more concerning. Inland, it's not nearly as bad, but if this does take more of an easterly path, this would definitely be more concerning. This will probably get upgraded to like 2 to 4 feet, possibly higher than that. So that's a storm surge. Kalamazoo, Michigan, and why am I here? I don't know. This is a pretty historic event, I'll tell you that. It is pretty historic. This will be historic. Depending on how this plays out. It'll be historic either in a really bad way or possibly in a good way if it just fizzles out. But yeah, it's very unlikely. There's not a whole lot of wind shear, and there's not really any dry air stopping this thing right now. Like, there's enough wind shear to the point where this could technically weaken out, but I don't want to do a quick loop of this. This will be kind of a little cool loop that I can do. On Radar Omega. This is a 250 frame loop of the infrared imagery. So you can just kind of see how this evolves over the past. I'm about to figure out how much time this is. This is since yesterday morning. So look how this thing's evolved since yesterday morning. This is yesterday around lunchtime, very disorganized. And then this was last night, huge convection burst. Overnight, still some convection bursts. Disorganized this morning. Healthier this afternoon again, big convection burst here in the middle, and we're starting to see that again right now. And this is the same thing for Franklin, by the way. You can see this at Franklin in the 250 frame loop here. Franklin's kind of crazy. This was yesterday. Again, yesterday morning. It's a pretty cool loop here. Go up a little bit. And you can start to see the eye forming. Start to see the eye really forming by this point. And it really becomes much more organized here in the last, like, 6 hours. But super defined eye wall and everything. It's really catastrophic storm if there's land here, but luckily there's not. But a couple cool loops right there. Yeah, on Radar Omega, you can go back really far. 250 frames for satellite imagery, so it's kind of cool. Yeah, that was yesterday's stuff, and as well as today. So it's kind of about a 48, almost a 48-hour loop. If it hit Tampa head on, given the conditions, would that shock you? It would shock me. I don't think this is going to make a direct landfall in Tampa. If anything, it would probably make more of a landfall north of Tampa, which would be, again, worst case scenario for Tampa. Because that would filter all the water into Tampa for an extended amount of time with those strong southwesterly winds. And that would not be good. Again, strong southwesterly winds for Tampa Bay is pretty much worst case scenario, because that would, again, pull all the storm surge. Again, if this was to make landfall, let's just say just north of Tampa by about 50 miles, that would pull all the storm surge right into this bay that is Tampa Bay, and that would pull it through into areas like Tampa, possibly near Riverview, St. Petersburg. It would impact a lot of those areas, and that would be, again, worst case scenario. Let me take off the satellite, but this is what we're looking at. So again, this is your bay. This would be that storm surge. Again, that's pending on if it makes landfall like 50 miles to your north, but this would have a longer lasting southwesterly and westerly wind. And this would all come into the bay, causing some substantial storm surge. But again, that's contingent on a much more southerly track here. On the cone of uncertainty, or more easterly track. Whatever way you want to put it. Southerly, easterly, same thing. But basically on the very far right side here of this cone of uncertainty. It's a heavily populated area, and the bay itself makes things just like 10 times worse. Because what we had last year with Ian was that Ian was surging water right through this like bay or river into Fort Myers. You remember Ian? Very similar situation where all this water was just coming right through the Sanibel Island area. It came right through there as well. And that was, again, another one of those worst case scenarios. It would have been even worse probably if it went into here, closer to Port Charlotte. It would have probably been way worse because it's, I'm pretty sure Fort Myers is I believe Fort Myers has more population than Port Charlotte. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it would have been pretty bad there as well if it went into that bay. Because again, there's really, I mean, this bay just goes in. If there was no bay here and it was just land, it would get stopped here probably. It would be stopped well beforehand, but since there's this massive bay, unfortunately, we have a situation where if it does make a landfall 50 miles north as a Cat 3, then it would surge tons of water in there, and again, that would create some substantial storm surge. But yeah, again, right now, Idalia is seriously bursting convection. It's really gone, again, it's intensifying again in terms of convection. By the way, you don't have to pay to be in the live chat. You just have to subscribe. I had somebody message me and say that you have to pay. You don't have to pay. You just have to subscribe to the channel. Just to make sure, like, again, the chat is really fast, so we don't want a bunch of trolls in here either. How long will I be live for? I might be live until the 11 p.m. update. My plan right now is that I'll probably be live until that 11 p.m. update, which is in about just a little over 2 hours. This looks bad. It is probably going to be bad. Ocala will probably be somewhere in the ballpark of 45 to 60 mile per hour winds, but again, it depends on where this makes landfall. Austin, I personally would. Yeah, Radar Omega has everything that you need. It's an all-in-one weather app. It's pretty much the best one out there. But Ocala probably, again, will be 45 to 60 mile per hour winds. If it takes more of an easterly track here, it would be higher. It would be upwards of 90 if it made that sort of appearance, but it's a much lower chance of going that direction right now. As you'll be good. Yeah, if you're flying in next week, Orlando, you're not gonna have any problems. Unless it's like there's a storm there at that point, but yeah, you won't have any problems from this. Davis, I'm 99% sure you can. I've not tried it personally, but like, if not, contact them, because I'm pretty sure you can. Can you explain the expanding and worsening convection does? So yeah, convection bursts that we see with hurricanes and such, or even tropical storms, this usually will indicate some sort of intensification, at least in terms of thunderstorm activity, which is one big part of hurricanes and tropical storms. So when we have these big bursts, that can intensify the storm entirely in terms of wind speeds, and it can start to become more healthier that way. We've seen a lot of that in the last 24 hours, and it's way more centered around this tropical storm now. So once it's more centered, like yesterday, for example, yesterday morning, there was convection like all over the place around it. Now it's more centered in the dead center here of this current tropical storm. So that convection overall would just, you know, spike the chances in all essence of it intensifying further. And then once it goes into the Gulf, we could see some rapid intensification because of how warm the ocean waters are, and as well as there not being a whole lot of wind shear. There's no Saharan dust. The dry air is super minimal. So, yeah. Yes, I do have the Cuba radar. Let me pull it up.
While I
keep clicking the wrong buttons. This is the latest on the Cuba radar. This goes until now. So yeah, this does look like it's organizing. It's right here that we're looking at. That's the eye. Make sure this is on the screen. Yeah, this is probably the best view you're gonna get. Yeah, I'll just keep it like this. So this is basically the best view you're gonna get. But we do have some vertical motion here on the eastern side, some vertical convection that's trying to build. But right here's your eye, and it's organizing more. It looks like it's actually trying to almost circulate and maybe close off now, which would really be the development of a hurricane. I mean, that's almost indicative there of an ongoing Category 1 hurricane when we have that little loop around, when we start to get like a little loop. It's not, I mean, we see hurricanes even sometimes without that loop, but on reflectivity, you can kind of see it there. It's starting to loop a little bit. I wish I could slow this down. This is over like 8 hours, but it's a pretty good view of it. That's on the west side of Cuba. But yeah, this is the live radar. This is as of 8:30, so it's within the last 10 minutes. Timestamps at the top. Let me, that's your timestamp. I don't have really good dimensions for this, but I'll put it on for like 2 more scans, and then we'll go back. But again, this is Franklin. I showed this earlier, but this is what Franklin looks like. This is pretty wild. I'll tell you that. It's a pretty wild eye. Crazy stuff. Franklin is unbelievable what it's become. Because I personally did not think Franklin would have that defined of an eye. Even though it's going to become a Category 4. But it's over open ocean waters, so it's more favorable. If you're along the North Carolina coastline, or even in South Carolina, overall storm surge is the main concern, but it depends on where this goes. There's 3 scenarios, and I mentioned these yesterday in yesterday's live stream, but I'm going to reiterate them because I know a lot of you are in the South Carolina and North Carolina areas. But right now, if you're in like any of those areas, or even in Georgia, there's 3 scenarios, right? There's more than 3 technically, but we're gonna go with the 3 main scenarios. The first one, this will be called number 1. So our first scenario, it goes out to sea. And if it went out to sea like this, so again, if it kind of stayed away from the South Carolina and North Carolina coastline, there would be some storm surge, maybe 2 to 4 feet, but it would not be super substantial to the like inland areas, like even within like a mile or 2. So it wouldn't be that bad in terms of that factor. There would also be some flooding rains, but that would primarily stay right along the coastline. Scenario 2 would be what the main model, or right now what the National Hurricane Center is showing in the dead middle here. Scenario 2 would still not really be much of a tornado risk. Overall, there might be like a low-end tornado risk back down near like East Georgia or like Northeast Florida. But this would be scenario 2. And the bigger concern with this would be really flooding rains across this entire area, higher wind speeds, so possibly some hurricane force winds if this is strong enough. But if it flirts right along the coast, it'll probably be a moderate to strong tropical storm. And in addition to this, there will be a tornado risk, but again, it would probably stay well down to the south, so it wouldn't be really up here in the coastline. Storm surge would also be possible. Scenario 3 would be way up here, and this would promote less wind, heavier rainfall, so flooding rains inland, and it would also promote more of a tornado risk, especially across this area here. So those are the 3 scenarios, again, all of which are pretty bad in their own ways. The first one is going to be the least concerning for the most part for inland areas. The second one's concerning for inland and the coastal regions. The third one would be still concerning for the coastal regions, but a little bit less concerning than 2. And inland would be more concerning for the flooding threat. So those are the 3 different scenarios that you basically have here with this. Actually, it's kind of off the screen. I poorly did that. I did not realize the numbers were off the screen. But this is number 1. Just doing sketches here, so the line might be a little bit off, but it's close enough. This is scenario 2 here, I just mentioned, and then this again would be scenario 3. Basically on the very outer crevice here of the cone of uncertainty. Now, which one's the more likely one to happen? Number 2 would be the more likely one, but if this does take more of a westerly track, like some computer models have been indicating, that would promote, again, more of a threat toward Tallahassee, and it would be much more of just a rain threat in comparison to high winds inland, for those like near Columbia or Fayetteville in North Carolina, and less of a storm surge threat on the immediate coastline back up near North Carolina and South Carolina. So that's what we'll be looking at in terms of that threat. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And again, if you're tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. We're 5 subscribers from 69,400. We'll keep you posted with the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia, and as it becomes a hurricane, obviously you'll be keeping a very close eye on that. I plan on having at least 1 more live stream tomorrow, and possibly 2. We might also have a live stream on Wednesday, so stay tuned. How long do I plan on staying live for? I plan on staying live probably until at least 11 o'clock tonight for the 11 p.m. update, because the 11 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center is the larger of the 2. So the 8 p.m. update that we had about an hour ago, it's not nearly as substantial. It's usually just some minor changes or minor updates more than anything. The 11 p.m. update, though, will be a change possibly in the cone of uncertainty. We'll have updates on the track, whether they are thinking this will still become a Category 3 or will it even become a Category 4. Again, I don't think we'll have that forecast as a Category 4 at this point. It's too early to tell still. It depends on the rapid intensification, and right now it's actually been slightly slower to strengthen into a hurricane than expected. It was expected to become a Category 1 hurricane earlier today, actually. So around 2 p.m. It did not. It's still a strong still a tropical storm, strong one at 70 miles per hour. But it is likely that it'll at least become a Category 2, possibly even a Category 3, as it goes into the Gulf of Mexico with a very favorable environment. But the bigger thing right now with Hurricane Franklin is if you know any fish in the area, make sure you give them a call or text, because that'll be more of a concern there. Bermuda right now is under tropical storm watches, so they're not really in the direct path of hurricane impacts right now. So good news there. Right along the East Coast, we're looking at some storm surge and higher waves, but that's about it. Thank you, Cindy, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cindy. Let me check this out real quick. How many? Let me get a little poll, or let's do a little poll in the chat here. Who here lives in Florida? Say yes. If you don't live in Florida, say no. I'm just kind of curious. Swim deep fishies, yeah. I'm aware a lot of people are scared about this. Again, there is reason to be scared. I understand. I try to keep things like the least dramatic I can, but I really do say this with the utmost like non-fury way. If you're on the immediate coastline, anywhere in these storm surge warnings, you should evacuate. Obviously, watch the cone of uncertainty a little bit as we go into tomorrow, and as well as the forecast. But yeah, I mean, anywhere along the immediate coastline in the storm surge warnings, I would personally evacuate. If you're a little bit inland, monitor this very closely. I mean, tomorrow's the last day you can technically evacuate, because if you're evacuating Wednesday morning, this thing's already making landfall. It's going to be too late. So, watch the forecast closely. Doing it last second can be risky. If you're in, like, Tampa Bay on the immediate coastline, I almost, like, 100% would recommend you evacuate. But, like, Cedar Key, for example, if you're right on the coastline, again, you should evacuate. And south of Tallahassee. And there will be mandatory evacuation orders in place for a lot of these areas over the next 24 hours. There'll be a lot announced. The entire state of Florida is under a state of emergency, too. So, just kind of throwing that out there. But, yeah. But, obviously, don't... I mean, if you're, like, down near Cape Coral right now, and you're in the immediate coastline, you might want to evacuate, but you should probably wait if you're a little bit inland. There's no reason to really quickly evacuate here, unless you're going from Cape Coral all the way up into Georgia or something like that to evacuate. So, thank you, Aimer, I think it is, for the $5 super chat. Someone keeps asking about Hudson, Florida. I need to figure out where Hudson, Florida is first. One moment, please. Hudson, Florida is just north of Tampa. So yeah, Hudson, Florida. Let me take out the satellite again. So that's going to be right up in here. I can actually use the search tool on Radar Omega just to search this up. I kind of forgot about that. There's Hudson, Florida. So it's right here. We'll zoom out a little bit. That's Hudson, Florida right there. And that's just southwest of Spring Hill. So if you're in the Hudson area, you're obviously going to have a threat for storm surge. The current forecast, I can go back to it. I'm pretty sure 6 to 9 feet here. Let me just double check so I don't mistakenly say it's higher than it is. It might be 5 to 8 feet. Yeah, it's about 6 to 9 feet. So the storm surge forecast is 6 to 9 feet. So again, if you're on the immediate coastline or even a little bit inland there, evacuating is probably a better idea if you're in that area. But one thing to keep in mind is that you'll be also watching for some tropical storm, perhaps even hurricane force winds, depending on where this goes. The further south and east this goes, which it's still a lower likelihood right now, it depends on the rapid intensification and all that, but if it goes a little bit further to the east, that would probably be worse news for you. That would mean higher storm surge. It would also mean higher wind speeds. So watch the forecast very closely. And again, if you're on the immediate coastline, I would recommend evacuating in that area as well, because there will be high storm surge for sure there. Regardless of where this tracks, I mean, even if it tracks over here, you would still be talking at least about 3 to 6 feet storm surge. But if it tracks further to the east, closer to Tampa, that would be way worse for Tampa and as well as for you. So watch it very closely. Storm surge is definitely the main concern. And again, storm surge is the main concern with hurricanes to begin with. It can very well it really causes the most damage to coastal regions. And additionally, it really can do a lot of harm to people that are in their homes still that are going to try to ride through this, because storm surge goes feet up. It really gets horrible. If you watched Ian, the videos of Ian as the storm surge went up, it's really the worst part of this entire thing. We also have the supermoon, which is going to make the tides 1 to 2 feet higher, so it just makes it, again, that much worse. And that's why you need to really take storm surge seriously. And again, I'm not trying to panic you, but storm surge really is the worst part of hurricanes. And if the storm surge is going to live up to the numbers that are 8 to 12 feet in terms of the forecast back north, back near like the Cedar Key area, that's pretty similar to what Ian did. So, yeah, definitely make sure, again, you're prepared for storm surge. And the best thing to do for storm surge is evacuating. But, again, if you're like in Orlando, for example, or the Villages, or Ocala, you don't have to be concerned about storm surge. This is like immediate coastline areas. There are maps online, too. If you look up like a storm surge map for Tampa Bay, for example, it'll show you what the different areas are for storm surge. I'll try to see if I can find it. But there are zones that'll actually show you. That's for the county that Tampa Bay is in. It'll actually there's a count, or there's a map that'll show the different, like, storm surge and, like, up to 9 feet, up to 6 feet, like, the different areas that could see that storm surge potential in your location. I think I just found it. Yeah, I just found it. So this is the map. Again, it might look a little bit confusing at first, but this is all it's showing. Bottom left of your screen is going to be your key. All right, so look at the bottom left of your screen. Greater than 9 feet above ground for storm surge, the bottom right, greater than 6 feet, greater than 3 feet. So look at the red areas there for Tampa Bay. Again, this is if. It's kind of just zooming in here, but you can kind of just see, again, this is all the different areas here that we're looking at on the storm surge map. So it also, I think it goes all across Florida. Yeah, it goes all across Florida, so you can see this all here. But in terms of a Category 3 hurricane, this is what it's showing. So basically, go to this. I'll link the website in the chat, actually, so you can actually get a better look at it. I'm not going to go through every single town and city because it's just way too many places. But you'll kind of notice, like, near St. Petersburg, for example, it's like a Category 5. I'm just going to kind of look at this. But if this is a Category 5, you can see it's way more inland. But just different kind of stuff. And they have categories at the top here of your screen. You can see what I'm highlighting up there. So you kind of play around with this, look at it, see if you're in the location of where storm surge and if it could impact you. It is experimental, so just keep that in mind. It's not going to be 100% accurate, so don't try to risk it if you're, like, on the cusp of one of those lines. But the link is in the chat for you. I'll post it a couple times. So if you want to look at that for specific locations, go for it. That's the experimental map, though. It's a good little tool to use for storm surge. In my opinion, that's, like, the best way to do it. All right, I missed a couple super chats here. Thank you, Lee, for the 199. What about Tifton, Georgia? Let me look that up as well. Tifton, Georgia would primarily be heavy rain, so flooding rains upwards of 4 to 10 inches of rain. But again, that range is very large right now because if it goes further to your east, you would see a lot less impacts. And if it goes further to your west, it would be way more impacts. So there's a little bit of uncertainty there. But if it goes like this direction, for example, you would be seeing greater impacts in terms of heavy rainfall. It's maybe some tropical storm force winds. If it goes like this direction, closer to Tampa, then that would be way less impacts there for Tifton, Georgia. And also, thank you for George for the $4.99. How's Fort Myers and Cape Coral looking like? So Fort Myers and Cape Coral, you're not going to see the same thing as Ian, but there will be storm surge there. And again, the main reason why we're going to see storm surge is because of these strong southerly winds that'll start to develop more tomorrow in the Cape Coral area, so tomorrow afternoon and evening. And so in Cape Coral, storm surge between 2 to 4 feet is possible. Could get up to 5 feet. It's possible, but again, it's a little bit lower the higher it goes. If this system, for whatever reason, does track way further over here to the east, on the very far eastern part of this cone of uncertainty, that would mean that your storm surge could go up to 6 feet. So that's kind of the range that we're looking at here with those strong southerly winds. But that's the main concern. You'll see maybe some tropical storm force winds. There's like a 40-50% chance of that. But you're not going to see like major impacts. But there will be some storm surge in the area. Really, regardless of where this goes. If it goes over here, your storm surge will be like 1 to 2 feet. But it's still obviously concerning if you're on the immediate coastline. Yeah, it is possible for hurricanes to merge. These will not merge, though. As Ben said in chat. I'm pretty sure it's happened before. I don't know with what storms, but I mean, these are too far apart. This one's going to go past this one by the time they intersect on the cones. For different speeds. The timing differences. Thank you, She, for the $5 super chat. How about Jessup, Georgia? 30 minutes south of Brunswick. So if you're in that area, storm surge is a concern if you're on the immediate coastline. In addition to that, you'll be looking at really not a whole lot of flooding rains. There will be high winds depending on where this goes as well. Let me go back over to here. Let's go to this screen. Let's go to here. Let me find where this model was. I'm going to go over to the other model. I like this one for the wind gusts. It does show it, I feel like, more accurately. We'll do Georgia and South Carolina. So here are the forecasted wind gusts, which is pretty similar to the wind speeds that you'll see. Notice down here, the highest wind speeds, if this even goes inland, would be around 70 miles per hour. So power outages would be possible there. This is going through Wednesday night, so around 10 p.m. Again, wind speeds around 60 to 70. And then it's kind of off the coast. But again, this could very well change. But wind speeds would probably be the bigger concern there, and storm surge if you're on the immediate coastline. again, here are the current storm surge forecast. So 8 to 12 feet currently expected there near the Osceola River, and then back closer to the Cedar Key area. And then, again, back over on the East Coast, which is the question you're asking, 2 to 4 feet currently forecasted. That is subject to change. It could go higher. Again, we do have a super full moon that night, so tides could definitely be higher. Fang, can you link that to me? If you have Twitter or Discord. All those links, by the way, are in the description. If you can link that to me, that'd be great. I'm guessing they do. I just haven't seen it. Maybe let me look at our website, actually. Might be on there. Oh, they do. Oh, here we go. No, I found it. Never mind. I don't need it. It's actually a good map for this. Yeah, so I'll link also the storm surge map that the National Hurricane Center has put out for this specifically. A couple links in the chat there. That's the same link. I just posted it twice, so you can try to click it. But that is a more specific map for this event. So I'll go ahead and show it really quick. It's kind of hard to show every location, so again, just kind of do it with that link that I posted in the chat. But you'll notice, again, this is a storm surge forecast. So right on the immediate coastline, even in Tampa Bay right now, you are in the threat here for storm surge. Even in parts of, like, Tampa over here. I'm trying to zoom in. I don't know if I can zoom in any further. It doesn't let me zoom in further, but again, you can see, like, near the airport. I'm pretty sure that's an airport. Storm surge possible there. And then right now where the hurricane is set to make landfall, which is subject to change back near the Yankeetown area. Pretty substantial storm surge expected there for a lot of the town. Horseshoe Beach. And then further to the north, I might have I'm pretty sure I passed Cedar Key somewhere in here. Spring Hill. Otter Creek over here. But storm surge could even go up these rivers, by the way. It is possible. Because there will be strong southwesterly winds. I passed it somewhere. But again, you can look at it on your own time. I posted the link in the chat. It's also on the National Hurricane Center's website for this specific storm. So, it's about to be a hurricane, but it's storm right now. Thank you, Dennis, for the $5 super chat. I'm just south of Yulee in Florida. Hopefully it doesn't get too spooky. Let me look up Yulee, Florida. This is Yulee. Whoa. Oh, wow, that's actually really far up north. This is north of Jacksonville. So, yeah, I mean, if you're on the immediate coastline, again, storm surge possible. If this does go, again, really close to you in terms of the eye, winds will be upwards of 70, possibly even up to 80 at most. So, the wind speeds will be the worst part of it, probably, for you, in terms of, you know, the overall threats. Thank you, brother, for the $2 super chat. Ohio? Ohio will be fine. This is not going toward Ohio, trust me. I missed something. Oh, sorry. Toast Noodle, thank you for the $5 super chat. What do you think about Cape San Blas, Florida? I'm gonna look that up as well. You're on the immediate coastline. That's one. But two, the storm, again, you have to watch this very closely if you're right there in the Cape San Blas area. Let me go ahead and pull up the storm surge map again. That's what we're looking at in terms of storm surge. Right now, on that little area, it's 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. So, if you're on the immediate coastline, you definitely want to be watching this very closely, because there will be a potential, if you're, like, yeah, on the immediate coastline, the water will probably at least go up, you know, inland. But if you're a bit more inland, it shouldn't be nearly as bad, but that's, like, right on the beach. Let me look at the storm surge map again. Check that for you. That's definitely a concerning area, but the further west Idalia goes, the more concerning it is. If you're back over, like, let's say this hurricane goes, like, towards Cedar Key, for example, the storm surge will probably be on the lower side of the 1 to 3 feet. But if the track shifts further west, that would be way more concerning, because storm surge could very well increase upwards of 2 to 4 feet, maybe even a bit higher. Right now, on the experimental thing, it does show if you're, like, on the beach there, the storm surge will get up there. But it could go inland, depending on if this, again, does shift a bit further to the west. Sorry, if I do miss a question, I do apologize. There's a lot of questions. And by the way, again, if you're just tuning in, the next National Hurricane Center update is at 11 p.m. tonight. So, again, we'll be live for that. All right, thank you, Rock, for the $5 super chat. How's it looking for West Jacksonville? Again, damaging winds is the main concern for you as well. So if you're back over near Jacksonville, damaging winds, main concern. But again, it's going to be kind of contingent on where this exactly goes, because if it goes further to your west, you probably will just see tropical storm force winds. It could be hurricane force winds, though, again, if this takes more of an easterly track toward you. Thank you, Leo, for the $5 super chat. Lone Des County, Georgia, has a hurricane warning. How strong will the winds be? If you're in the hurricane warning right now, that means hurricane conditions are expected in the next 36 hours, which means hurricane force winds are likely there. So that's pretty much what that means. You're likely going to see hurricane force winds. My guess in that area would probably be around 80 to 90 miles per hour. Will it hit Nova Scotia? Probably not. This will be actually going east. If anything does hit Nova Scotia, I mean, this one technically could. It just depends on the long-term track. Because right now, the cone of uncertainty is massive after it passes by North Carolina. So it technically could, but it's a long-term projection. Even then, I'm pretty sure the ridging down south of there will keep this more going east and back out to sea. I don't know where that river is. Let me look this up real quick. That river shouldn't be too bad overall, because the winds, once this low pressure system is, let's say the low pressure system's over top of you, the winds will kind of cycle around you. If it goes a bit further off to your east, this will kind of spin some of that water back, but the storm surge shouldn't be that bad in that river if it were to go kind of over top of you or even to your east or west. So overall, storm surge in that little river there shouldn't be that bad. The Alta Maha River, but even then, I'm pretty sure the storm surge forecast, it's around, I mean, up to a foot probably in that area. So if you're within a foot, it's a bit different. Thank you, JD, for the $5 super chat. Apalachicola. Oh, is it Apalachicola? Isn't there a place called Appalachia in Florida? Or am I tripping? I don't know. I feel like there's a place called Appalachia. Maybe it's Apalachicola. Thank you, Potato, for the $5 super chat. I'm on Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I don't need this again. You will not see the same impacts as Ian. But if you're right on the beach, storm surge is definitely a concern. Again, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge is likely there. If it goes further, again, on the southern or the easterly side of this cone of uncertainty where the eye is, it could be maybe up to 6 feet. So definitely make sure you're prepared for storm surge. Have an evacuation plan in place. Again, if you want to evacuate and you're not on the immediate coastline, you can evacuate tomorrow, but again, it's a little bit more risky. Because, again, things will start to get a bit more dicey tomorrow. There's going to be a lot more people on the roadway. There's going to be a lot of traffic, so it's going to take way longer to evacuate if you're trying to evacuate tomorrow, in comparison to, like, tonight. Which, obviously, I know a lot of you probably don't want to be driving at 10 o'clock at night, but if you're on the immediate beach, again, if you go to the National Hurricane Center website, that's what I recommend you doing. If you are on the immediate coastline, or within, like, a mile of the beach, go to the National Hurricane Center website, and I'll do a little quick tutorial for you. So look up nhc.noaa.gov, and then click on Idalia, and then go to the storm surge map here, and click continue, and this will show you the potential storm surge flooding map. And you can look at different locations, like Cape Coral, for example. It'll show you how high this water could get. So the potential storm surge flooding, greater than 1 feet. There's a key down here. Greater than 3 feet, greater than 6 feet, greater than 9 feet. There's some blue marks in here that's going to represent greater than 1 feet of flooding on the immediate coastline. But again, if you go back up like near Tampa, for example, this goes way more inland. So it does affect more people in like the St. Petersburg area. And if you go back near Clearwater Beach, it affects a lot more people. And the further north you go to where the eye is forecasted to make landfall, like Crystal River, more than 9 feet above ground for storm surge there. So the best way to do it, again, is going to the National Hurricane Center website and looking at your location, because that is going to give you the best estimate overall of the storm surge for your area. It's a great map. I highly recommend using it in case you are thinking about evacuating. If you get a mandatory evacuation order for your specific location, you should go with that as well. But that's one way to look at it. Again, it's a forecast. It's not guaranteed to be that. It could be higher than what the forecast is right now. It's subject to change because, again, the cone of uncertainty is quite large right now. If this tracks further to the east, you can expect Cape Coral's storm surge map there to increase. Vice versa, if you're back over near the Apalachicola area, same story. If, the storm surge map shows you not in anything yet, it could very well increase. So just monitor that very closely. Thank you, Adric, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. The map's really cool. I work in the channel side on the coast of the Bay of Tampa. Boss wants us to come to work, but the map is showing red. Should I be kayaking to the office? I mean, if you are in the red area, you do not have to be concerned technically tomorrow Let me look at this Tampa Bay tides real quick. So the Tampa Bay tides tomorrow, the high tide's at 1:29 p.m. and then the next high tide will be at 4:07 a.m. So I don't foresee the storm surge being that significant until probably, I mean, give or take some time, but probably until at least after 5 o'clock is my guess, because the winds will not be that strong by then. Let's go to the wind map here. Just kind of verify this info. Is this a little bit more of a specific thing? If you're planning on evacuating or anything like that, you don't want to cut it this close. I'm just kind of giving you an idea of when those that storm surge will begin to ramp up. So this is right around 8 p.m. Winds are still coming out of the south, so this will be the beginning of the storm surge along the coast. And it'll really ramp up overnight. Look at these southwesterly winds overnight. Again, that's promoting that wind going south to north into Tampa Bay, which would, again, the high tide overnight is at 4:07 a.m. So this is around 4 a.m. right here. The winds are coming out of the south. There will be a pretty big peak of storm surge by then. And then this is like 10 a.m., for example. Winds are still coming out of the south. Low tide is at 10 a.m. for Tampa Bay. But regardless of that happening, there will still be storm surge there. It'll just be a little bit lower. And this by 2 p.m., which would be, again, high tide. There will be more storm surge probably around 2 p.m. as well. But it will be a little bit lesser than what it will be probably at 4 a.m. So, but if you're going into work, I honestly would recommend that you probably don't. Especially cutting it that close. If you're planning on evacuating, at least. If you're more inland and you're not near the coast, it shouldn't be as concerning. But I don't know when you're going in work from and to. If you're going into work from, let's say, I don't know, 2 p.m. until 6 p.m., it's still cutting it close. If it's a morning shift, it shouldn't be as bad. Again, the storm surge really will not ramp up until later in the day. And even then, it probably won't ramp up in Tampa Bay until sometime just after sunset or around sunset. But please don't cut it close. Again, storm surge is very dangerous. I personally wouldn't go into work if I were you, but that's just me. It's pretty risky to do so. Thank you, Peggy, for the $5 super chat. What about Brayton, Florida? Or Bradenton, Florida, sorry. Find where this is. I'm pretty sure this is in the Tampa Bay area. I just want to double. Yeah, that's southern Tampa Bay. Same thing. Again, storm surge is very well possible there. Or it's likely actually there. Near Bradenton. Again, with these strong southerly winds, a lot of the water will surge up this direction, but some of it could disperse down these rivers. So, again, I highly recommend if you're wondering about storm surge, go to the National Hurricane Center's website, go to their storm surge map, and look at your location. Because, again, it will give you an idea of if you're going to see storm surge out of this. Because storm surge, again, is the biggest concern. There will be some tropical storm force winds, perhaps hurricane force if this goes far enough to the south. But if you're like Bradenton, for example, you're pretty much in the same category. Right, you're going to be looking at storm surge, but it depends again on where you exactly are. Because if you're further inland, you're not going to be nearly as concerned about that. But if you're like right on the coast, storm surge is definitely possible. I'm checking right now to see. Yeah, down that like passageway here in Bradenton, again, water will disperse with storm surge, so going down here through Bradenton is likely. It won't probably be as significant as the actual Tampa Bay, but down this river here, that's the Manatee River. That'll be moving down the river. So some areas will be impacted on the immediate coast there with storm surge. So, yeah. Thank you, JD, again for the $5 super chat. Almost got it perfect. Latch, as in the latch. Appalachia. Oh, there we go. All right. Good one. I always thought it was Appalachia. I don't know why. I heard somebody say Appalachia. So, I kind of thought it was that. Braden and Manatee River flood a lot. Yeah, in this situation, again, one of the things that might mislead you a little bit as well is that, again, if the winds, which they are going to probably be this way, but if they come out of the southwest or even just the south, we're going to have water go into the bay. So let's just say it's south. This would be one of the better case scenarios because it wouldn't push nearly as much into Tampa Bay. But let's just say these winds come out of the south. And again, it depends on the positioning of this eye. If it's further on the eastern side of this cone of uncertainty, the greater chance it comes out of this direction. But if it's more on the west side, the winds would be coming more south. So let's just say it goes south to north. We're going to zoom in, or yeah, we'll zoom in a little bit here. So let's just say it's coming out of the south. You're going to have winds that are coming out of this direction. Water will start to go in the bay, and it'll just disperse a bit. It's going to disperse a lot. It'll start to be lower and lower the further in it goes because it's coming directly out of the south. But there will be some water that disperses into the Manatee River and some of these other little riverways as well. And that's why it's concerning. Again, the Tampa Bay is literally a big funnel, basically, into a bunch of places. But let's say these winds come out of the south and west. You're going to have much larger disperses of water down these riverways. And this will go way further in, right? Because these are strong southwesterly winds. This will come way further in the Tampa Bay. That's worst case scenario, that this water would just surge inland like this. But again, it's a possibility. It's really just going to be dependent on where this eye goes. Not a whole lot of computer models have been putting this over here, but those computer models are also not showing a rapid intensification. So, but if it makes landfall near Spring Hill or just north of there, it's a better chance that that sort of situation would end up happening. I work at Tampa Airport. They will close tonight at midnight, and they will stay closed until Thursday. Makes total sense. Yeah, and I really think for any places right along the coast there in Tampa, they should be closed. Even I don't recommend going to work if you're right along the coastline. Don't cut it close. Storm surge is too risky. It can very well come out of nowhere. I mean, back when Hurricane Nicole made landfall, I was doing a storm chase that day. Hurricane Nicole was only a Category 1 hurricane. It made landfall, I believe, near Fort Pierce, Vero Beach area. And I was storm chasing it, and it was around 5, 6 o'clock. All of a sudden, storm surge started coming off the coast. Like I was on the beach at the time, which again I kind of know what I'm doing, but the water was coming in. All of a sudden, it really came in rapidly. It started going over the beach at that point. So, yeah, I just want to throw that out there. Again, storm surge is very dangerous, and it can come out of nowhere. And high tide especially, it's much worse then. James, I do have merchandise like t-shirts, hats, and all that. If you want to check it out, there's a link in the description. And there's a ton of links in the description below, so, like, tons. Like my social media pages, merch, donation link, all that sort of stuff. Thank you, RJ, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else seeing this going northeast, or am I tripping? Right now, the convection itself is kind of sitting. It's kind of going a little bit northeast, but that's just the convection. The eye is not necessarily going northeast. It's going directly north right now, but we have a huge blow-up of convection in the last hour, which we saw something like this last night, which again usually indicates some intensification. I check the radar on Cuba. Yes, I will. It's a good idea. Thank you. This is the current Cuba radar. Yeah, that eye is trying. I have to go over to this screen. The eye is trying to form here. It had a little bit more success about an hour ago. This thing is really trying, though, right now to develop into a clear eye. It's trying. It's hugging Cuba right now. This actually, by the way, could make landfall in Cuba. I'm gonna throw that out there. This could actually make a landfall just on the very far western tip here of Cuba in the next, like, hour. This technically could make landfall to land. That's the latest on the radar. And that's the Cuba radar site. Yeah, you'll probably hear in the morning if you need to evacuate, but those obviously mandatory evacuations might already be being made to some areas depending on where you are. Those could very well change, though, again, depending on where the track of this thing goes. And that's why, again, these it's not like a huge cone of uncertainty like we had with Ian. Ian was like this wide. It was huge. It was a huge area of uncertainty that we had. And this isn't as large. It's much more condensed, but even then, it's still pretty large cone of uncertainty right now. So, how's it going? Edward from Myrtle Beach. Has anyone made any plans to evacuate? Is anybody, like, on the immediate coastline? I'm just kind of curious in the chat. Are you, like, on the immediate coastline? So I know some people are, like, I've heard at least a few people say in chat they're on the immediate coastline, so. Yeah, this thing has exploded. I mean, like, I'm just going to zoom into this. I'm going to take off this thing. It's actually kind of crazy. Look at this. But, again, looking on Radar Omega, this is a huge explosion in convection. This is 3 o'clock. We'll go to the 8 o'clock here. This is a crazy explosion, though, in terms of convection. The last, like, hour. This is definitely intensification here. This is right at 8 o'clock. Huge convective towers. This thing blew up quickly. And this thing is really trying to intensify. It really is. Huge, huge difference. Thank you, GG, for the $5 super chat. I know South Tampa was all in the red. Does this mean a high in it's high in elevation, or is it in a danger zone? That's a danger zone. if you're in that red. The red means that greater than 9 feet above water storm surges is possible there with the current forecast. A friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, it's free to do. Click that red button, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest. Again, we will be live multiple days on this. We already were yesterday. We're obviously live right now. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Keep posted with the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia, and as well as Hurricane Franklin, in case anything does end up happening with that near Bermuda. And we'll also be watching for the fishes over there. Also, make sure to hit the like button down below. And also, today's live stream, again, is brought to you by Radar Omega. That is what we're using today on today's live stream. It is on your iOS or Android device. You can download it for $8.99. It's a fantastic app, and it is totally worth the money. Check it out. Top link in the description below. Radar Omega. That's what we've been using throughout this entire live stream. It has satellite data. It also has computer models, 8 of them. A lot of great computer models with high... the HR model, for example, as well as the GFS model, the European model are all on this. And there's also the live radar feed and all that. Everything that you literally need for hurricane season is on this. Make sure to check it out. Again, top link of the description below. Again, 100% worth it. And a lot of people have it in the chat. It's again, 100% worth it. Check it out. Top link in the description below for Radar Omega on iOS and Android. Do trampolines float? Well, we will have flying trampolines, for sure. Flying trampoline meter. 1 second to pull it up. But our flying trampoline meter right now for Florida, and this is for both tomorrow and as well as going into Wednesday, it is currently at an extreme level. It will probably be upgraded, though, to Gone Forever. That's the current forecast. Extreme level for flying trampolines in Florida, and this is primarily wherever this makes landfall, so near the Big Bend, back near like Tallahassee, maybe Jacksonville. Extreme risk for flying trampolines. We very well will probably get upgraded. I'll probably upgrade this to a Gone Forever, though, tomorrow. And this could very well end up what's happening. We could see trampolines on top of power poles. So, yeah, make sure that you are hatching down those trampolines. Thank you, JD, for the $5 super chat. News story about gas in Tampa got mixed with diesel. Citgo has a affected station stopping gas sales. Okay, well, there you have it. I don't know how accurate that news is. It probably has happened. I don't know, but that's something else. Again, I've heard in Florida too. I mean, I've heard stores are running out of bottled water, for example. So that includes even areas that are not inside the cone. Also, by the way, another cool feature on Radar Omega, there's a ton of storm chasers out here. There's 2 right now on the app. They have cyclone port data going like Vince Waelti, so it shows the temperature, humidity, dew point, all that sort of stuff. And there's also a couple others on here, but there's going to be a ton of storm chasers live on Radar Omega as this makes landfall on Wednesday. So another cool feature. And also, if you're inland or along the coastline and you are staying... make sure you have flashlights on hand, batteries nearby. You're probably going to lose power if you're in the cone of uncertainty. Like within reason, like in this area, you are likely to lose power in this region. So out of the wind speeds. So at least it's at least a possibility, but it's more likely than not, especially if you're on the coastline. Even inland, wherever this eye goes, you're going to see power outages. Let's say the eye makes landfall right here. This would probably be the range of a likelihood of power outages would be right in here. So it's a pretty large area for power outages. So make sure you have flashlights on hand, whether those power outages last like 1 hour or 2 hours, or they last, you know, a long time, possibly weeks is possible, especially along the coastline. But if you're like Jacksonville, it shouldn't hopefully be that long. But yeah, if you're back over in like the West Coast near the Big Bend, it's definitely possible. What's the trampoline meter? It's something I made back in March of 2023. And don't ask why. No, but actually I made the trampoline meter for a good reason. It's not a meme. I mean, it can be treated as a meme if you really want, but it actually is kind of true. This trampoline meter has some reasons to be made. So back in March of 2023, so earlier this year, we had a severe weather event in North Texas. These are 6 of the 250 trampoline photos I got sent on that very day. I've never been sent so many photos on trampolines in my life. So I made a trampoline meter because there were so many flying trampolines from damaging winds around 70 to 80 miles per hour. This was actually from Illinois, so this is the one outlier, but this was in Texas, this was in Texas, all these other ones were in Texas. The trampoline meter, though, it's a scale that shows you the potential for flying trampolines, literally. Texas, the flying, or the state bird is a flying trampoline now, so that's at least what I think. But yeah, I mean, it's actually, it has some purpose for being prepared. A lot of people don't hatch down their trampolines or properly have them mantled to the ground, or they don't flip them over, so it just goes flying down the road, or potentially flying onto a power pole like you just saw. So hot tub cover meter. Yeah, we're gonna get really specific with some of these. I was thinking about making a hail meter, a flying fences meter I was also thinking of, so there's some other ideas that I have. According to meteorologist James Spann, the trampoline is the official state bird of Alabama. I actually heard of that recently. I didn't know he said that, but he actually does say that in Alabama. I was not 100% aware of that until, like, recently. That was before, though. That was after I made the trampoline meter. The trampoline meter, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's ever made one. I don't think anybody else has, so I guess there's a first for everything. I've invented something. I should trademark it. Imagine if I trademarked the trampoline meter. That'd be crazy. When will this become a hurricane? This could become a hurricane in the next hour and a half. It's very possible. It was actually supposed to become a hurricane earlier today, but it's really on the cusp right now. With the intensification that we've seen in the last couple hours, there's definitely a chance that this does become a Category 1 hurricane within the next couple hours. But if not, it will happen overnight tonight. Rapid intensification is possible tomorrow, back just west of Florida, and that will likely jump this from a Category 1 to a Category 3 very quickly. Could get to a Category 4, but again, the chances of a Category 4 right now is, to my opinion, it's below about 15%. Category 3, in my opinion, is about 75%. So, pretty sure yesterday I said 60% for a Category 3. I said like less than 10 for a Category 4, so. Hot tub cover meter, is that actually trademarked? That's wild. School for Orlando. I honestly think school will probably happen there. There's a lot of areas that are canceling school, but this really depends on where you are. If you're on the West Coast, it's going to be a lot more school cancellations, most likely. You check the swells using the buoys in the Gulf? Yes, I do. I mean, there's all these buoys have different features here. I don't know if it'll show you. Some of them show you the wave height, some don't. You see, like, average wave period, 6.2 seconds. It's a little bit more frequent than usual. Yeah, there's all sorts of different buoys on here that you can look at. Some of them show you, though, like, the different things in terms of wave height. Not sure which ones. Some of them do, some of them don't. This one does, for example. Wave height. This is off the east coast of Florida. 3.6 feet, by the way, for wave heights. That's a bit higher than usual. There's also one near Franklin that is 12.5 feet of wave heights, but that's out of the way of Franklin. Franklin, again, is a strong Category 4, could become a Category 5. This is where the buoy is in correlation to where the eye of the hurricane is. So it's really in, like, tropical storm force winds right now. So, interesting stuff. Really two interesting storms, though. I mean, again, we have Category 4 Franklin that's ripping up in the western Atlantic. At least it's not going toward the United States, and Bermuda will just be spared by getting directly hit by this. There'll be a tropical storm force type winds for Bermuda, but it's crazy stuff. I have a shift on Clearwater Beach tomorrow, 11 to 7. Should I stay home? I'm actually surprised that these places are still having you come into work. If you're right on the beach, like Clearwater, for example, like anywhere in the Tampa Bay area, I'm honestly surprised. Like, it's not like like, it's risky, but it's not like extremely risky to go to work at that time. It's just, there might be storm surge by then, especially if you're on the beach. So I personally would say don't go to work. I'm kind of surprised, though, that some of these places have work if you're on the coastline. That's just crazy. What's the Waffle House Index? I don't have a clue. I do not do the Waffle House Index. I'm not really into that stuff. I've never been to a Waffle House in my life, I'm pretty sure, so. But what do you think the cutoff time to evacuate if you're in the Ocala area? Ocala, you got until probably about 8 to 10 o'clock tomorrow night, but I personally would not wait that long if you're trying to evacuate, but Ocala should be okay. It's going to be mainly high winds, so if you're around a lot of trees, for example, it's you might want to evacuate, but I don't think it's super mandatory if you're in Ocala. The only reason if it would be mandatory is if this was going to make a landfall just down to your south and west, you would be talking about up to 100-mile-per-hour winds over Ocala. But that's, again, contingent on this going on the very eastern side of this cone. You could very well go over here to the west near Tallahassee and have almost no impact to you. So, I believe I missed a super chat from earlier. Let me just get to that real quick. Thank you, Andrew, for the $5 super chat. The real question is, I need to know if I should evacuate. Where's Jim Cantori? Jim Cantori is actually, I'm pretty sure, making plans to go to Florida. If not, he might already be going to Florida. So, thank you, Stan, for the $5 super chat. Can you cross-calculate guesstimate time of landfall and high tide? How much precipitation will it be? Challenged. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, high tide, depending on where you are, like Tampa, it's 4 a.m. So, it's going to be a few hours before landfall. Cedar Key is what I'm kind of curious on for high tide. So we're going to look up Cedar Key, Florida. So if this makes a direct landfall in Cedar Key's high tide on Wednesday is 1:49 p.m. And as well as 2:38 a.m. So it's actually not a horrible time, but again, we have the supermoon, so these will be higher tides than usual. Back over near like the Appalachia or Appalachia Coal. I'm just going to keep saying that. That's the area. Their high tide is at 5:43 a.m. So a little bit worse there. And then 3:21 p.m. on Wednesday. So, precipitation-wise, the heaviest precipitation will fall near Tallahassee, so it's going to probably be a little bit to the north and west of the Cedar Key area. So, that's a full-pack question. But estimated time of landfall, depending on where it makes landfall. If it makes landfall up here near Tallahassee around 10 a.m., makes landfall over here, you can expect probably around 7 a.m. Maybe 6 a.m. That's the ETA right now on this. He's already here? Oh, is he actually in Florida now? This morning, he posted something that he said he was going to be going. He was making plans. So, I haven't really been keeping updated with it. Is that heading to Cedar Key? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Think this will go east by tomorrow? It's possible. If it undergoes rapid intensification, for sure. I mean, it has a better chance of going east. Jim Cantori is, my personal opinion, the OG of hurricane chasing. He's a crazy guy. He was right in the middle of these things. Last year, he was in the middle of Ian. That was crazy. Got hit by debris at one point during that, too. That was crazy. Yeah, so the tornado risk, I know a lot of you are wondering as well about the tornado risk. Yes, there's a lot of severe weather as well coming with this in terms of tornadoes. Today, there's no tornado risk, but tomorrow is when we do have an increased tornado probability, and that's going to be across parts of western Florida. So Cedar Key, Tampa, just west of Orlando, that's where the highest tornado risk is tomorrow. A few tornadoes are possible. A strong tornado may also occur. So that's the main concern right now as we go into tomorrow for the tornado risk. Will be across areas south of Interstate 10 near Gainesville, Ocala, the Villages, west of Orlando, Tampa, Spring Hill, Cedar Key. And then a couple of tornadoes, maybe a few tornadoes in this green shaded area that goes from Brunswick back through Jacksonville, Miami, Cape Coral. And you might be wondering about timing. It's really any time during the afternoon and evening. Overnight hours is also possible. Once we go into Wednesday, we also have another tornado risk. I know it never ends. There's another slight risk of tornadoes again. That's going to exist all the way from Southport back through Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, Jacksonville. Another 5% tornado probability for Brunswick as well, and Savannah. And then the green shaded area goes all the way up through North Carolina. Again, I'll outline it for you because the red is kind of overlapping here, but this is your 5% probability for tornadoes, or 2% probability in that green shaded area, 5% probability in that yellow shaded area, which again, a few tornadoes possible in the yellow shaded area on Wednesday, and the green shaded area is a couple of tornadoes are possible. Again, this will be on Wacky Weather Wednesday. Tomorrow is Tossing Trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. So, yeah. See how the Tossing Trampolines go. But guys, this thing is starting to intensify quickly. Look at this thing. Let's go to the, let me take up the tropical stuff again. Look at Idalia right now. This thing is exploding with the convective towers, which again is really large thunderstorms here. Thunderstorm activity. This is 7 p.m. This is 8 p.m. Look at that convective tower right in the middle of your screen that started developing about 2 hours ago almost now. Look at this thing. Really blown up right now. Really blown up. This is intensifying for sure. I do think this is a hurricane at this point. We'll know at 11 p.m. because I don't usually do them early, but it looks to be a hurricane at this point. In terms of what it looks like on the satellite imagery. This thing's gotten huge though. Crazy huge. Oh, JD, you're good. Yeah, I know. People do use the waffle index. No, I do appreciate the pronunciations if I mispronounce something, but again, it happens quite often. It's bound to happen, but since these live streams are happening and it's not like an ongoing tornado warning's happening right now, it's totally fine. I don't usually correct things if it's during a tornado warning because I usually am not looking at chat during a tornado warning. So let me real quickly go back to the not the storm surge map, but the radar. Do this. Here's the live radar feed on this right now. As of 9:20 p.m. Again, this is like a 6-hour loop, but that's the eye. It's starting to form, guys. I think this will be probably a Category 1 hurricane by 11 p.m. That's my personal opinion. We'll see. But yeah, this is starting to organize more. Just south of Cuba. This thing has blown up though in the last few hours. Actually, let's stay zoomed in here for a second. This is a zoomed in look here at this storm. Pretty crazy stuff. Hurricane hunters found pressure levels near 979 millibars. What is that right now? Is it at 982? Well, it's not like a huge decrease, but it's definitely notable. 983 right now. So a 4 millibar drop is probably going to increase the wind speeds by 5 miles per hour. This is a really cool stream. Thank you. Let me go over to the National Hurricane Center again. Check. Let's zoom back out. Yeah, they just had an aircraft go through Tropical Storm Idalia. The lowest pressure, I'm trying to see here. 979 is a decrease, obviously. Not see it on here. Might be not looking right. I mean, I see the wind speeds. The wind speeds they measure were around 70 to 75. Which, again, it's a bit of a range, because I don't know the exact wind number. Yeah, I'm not seeing that on here. 979 millibars. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that, to be honest. They measured near 980 a few hours ago on the last Hurricane Hunter mission that they did. Most recent one, I don't see it on the graph, but it might not be updated on my end. I don't know. Thank you, Aimer, for the $5 super chat. Any possibility of this coming south like Naples? I don't think this will track down toward you near Naples, but I mean, again, if you're back down near like Cape Coral or the Naples area, you're still looking at storm surge. So 1 to 3 feet, maybe 2 to 4 feet. Some tropical storm force winds are also possible, but you're not going to see a direct landfall that far down to the south. That ridge that's building over here, it's a very weak ridge, but if it's able to be strong enough over here, this will steer it more to your north anyways and more to your west. If this doesn't really intensify, I mean, we're still looking at more of a track that would make landfall near Tampa, or just north. It would be north of Tampa still, but it would be nearby. Again, it would be worst case scenario. Yeah, I mean, Ian, in comparison to this, again, Ian, when it made appearance in the Caribbean Sea, it was a Category 3 here. This was already developing in the Caribbean for quite a while. And so back over in parts of like the Eastern Caribbean, that's where it started. It went into the Northern Caribbean as a Category 3. It had way more time to develop in comparison to Idalia. And then once it crossed over Cuba and went into the Gulf of Mexico, it strengthened into a Category 4. And at this same time, we're going to see Idalia. It's probably going to be around a Category 2. So just notice there's pretty big differences there in terms of intensity. But one thing to note is that Idalia is going through very primed ocean waters, not a whole lot of shear, and there's not a whole lot of dry air either. So this becoming a Category 3 is not out of play, possibly a low-end Category 4, so near 130 miles per hour or so, but it probably will not get to a Category 5. And it will not get to a strong Category 4, in my opinion, unless something drastically changes over the next 24 hours, but I just don't think that happens. How much hotter is the Gulf this year? I know it's around 86 to 87 degrees. I think when Ian made landfall, it was like in the low to mid 80s. Let me check. I'm trying to look it up and see if I can find a map here. It was 82 plus degrees, so it was in the low to mid 80s at the bare minimum. So it was 30 degrees Celsius in the eastern and southeastern Gulf of Mexico. So still very warm, not record-breaking in comparison to this year. But the difference with this year is that the water temperatures are way warmer up here, actually. I'm pretty sure. They're not like way warmer, but they're the warmest there. Let me see if I can find a current map. Actually, I think I could do it on here. Let me check. Actually, I can see it on the buoys here. So right now it's like 87 degrees here in the north parts of the Gulf. Look at this pretty sunset, by the way. Actually a really cool sunset. Back up there, it's like 87 degrees, for example. And then back over in the southeast Gulf, it's 82 degrees. That's the air temperature. It is sea surface temperature is 87 degrees. So again, it's about 87 degrees in the Gulf. It's similar to last year, but not the same. Last year, I believe, was about a degree colder, maybe a couple of degrees colder, back just north of Havana. Then it entered a warmer pocket of water that was over here. So, but it's a little bit warmer, I'm pretty sure, in the northeast Gulf. I'm trying to find a better map. Give me 1 second to find one. Comparing and contrasting the two, warmer water was available where Ian made landfall near Cape Coral. It's a bit warmer in the northeast Gulf. Let's see if I can find a map here. Here's a map. It's not really going to be great because it's not overly specific. So, actually, this one's a little bit better. So this is a map here. So this is the water temperatures in Celsius. It's not a major difference, but it's about 31 degrees Celsius up here in the northeast Gulf. Over here, it's about 30. Down here, it's like 29, 30. So it's pretty much the difference there. But yeah, something to look at, I guess. But in comparison, again, it's a little bit warmer in the northeast Gulf, not nearly as warm in the southeast Gulf for water temperatures. I do consider a 6 feet of storm surge life-threatening. If you're really on the immediate coastline, that's when it's really life-threatening. If you're like 5 miles inland and you're not near a river source or anything like that, it's usually not life-threatening. It just depends on the circumstance. And again, this is why I highly recommend that you go to the National Hurricane Center website, go to the storm surge map that they have, and when you go under there, it'll show you different places in terms of the storm surge forecast, and you'll see if your area is in a potential for a storm surge. It'll give you an estimate. And that's really the best way to do it. I can't do every single location in Florida. Otherwise, we'd be here for 20 hours. So, if you have a specific location, I'll answer it. But, I mean, it's just best to do on the National Hurricane Center website because they have all the different cities and all that sort of stuff in there. By the way, we're only 23 subscribers away from 69,800, so make sure to subscribe down below. Yeah, if you're just tuning in for the first time as well, make sure to like the stream, subscribe. Again, we'll be doing tropical storm updates throughout the next few days. I do plan on being live again tomorrow from about 11 to approximately 1. So, maybe up to 2. We'll see. I do have classes tomorrow afternoon, most likely, so probably will not be able to go live beyond that. But I might be live again tomorrow evening as well. We'll have another update tomorrow in the late morning, early afternoon. Make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we go live. And, again, keep you updated with the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia as it continues to move toward Florida. Should Tallahassee worry? If you're in Tallahassee, you definitely want to be on the alert here. So if you're back up near Tallahassee, this is an area that, again, we found a lot of computer models over the last 24 hours shifting back toward Tallahassee. So if it went directly toward Tallahassee, 90 to 100 mile per hour winds would be possible there. But, again, there's a large cone of uncertainty. It could go somewhere else, but you want to be on alert for high winds. That's the bigger concern if you're in Tallahassee, and as well as the flooding rains. Flooding rains is almost a guarantee either way. So, if you're in Tallahassee, you're going to be watching for the threat of at least some flooding rain potential between about 4 to 10 inches against a wide range, but that's what we're looking at right now. Summit, I don't think so. No, I think this will stay north of where Ian made landfall. Ian made landfall near Cape Coral. And again, this is not going to take that drastic of a shift to the east. So, I don't think it'll go that far to the east. Even if rapid intensification occurred. If rapid intensification occurred, it would probably stay more on the right side here, probably closer to Tampa, but it would make landfall directly in Tampa. Look at Franklin, by the way. I've mentioned this a few times, so look at Franklin. Crazy eye. Yeah, this could become a Category 5 hurricane. A very defined eye, huge eye wall. Wild stuff. Thoughts on Daytona Beach? Do you think there'll be chance for that area to get dangerous. Daytona Beach I don't think will be too bad. Maybe an inch or two of rainfall, so not really a whole lot of flooding concerns. Storm surge is possible if you're on the immediate coast, 1 to 2 feet. If it goes further down to the south and east on the furthest southeasterly track here, that would mean that you would probably see at least some storm surge, maybe a little bit higher, maybe 2 to 4 feet. Winds, tropical storm force winds are likely either way. Hurricane force winds are a pretty low chance. It would really have to really dive down to the south and east for this to actually happen for that sort of scenario. And again, that would be on the very eastern side here of this cone of uncertainty. And by the way, in an hour and 10 minutes, the next National Hurricane Center update, the bigger one of the two, will be out. So stay tuned. We'll keep you posted with the latest on that. That is out in 1 hour and 10 minutes, so make sure you're subscribed. Yeah, it'd be pretty bad if it went toward Tallahassee, but honestly, it would be way worse if it went just north of Tampa right here. Because Tampa would be getting serious storm surge. I mean, again, the bay there, the Tampa Bay, is a huge filter for storm surge. A huge filter right here. It all filters into the Tampa Bay area. And it's really concerning if it went right in there. I'll be live at least until 11 o'clock. At least. I want to be live for the 11 p.m. update, because that's a pretty big one. But, again, I'll be live again tomorrow. I do have to get at least some rest, so I'll probably go live until about 11:30, and then, I'll have to get at least a little bit of rest, because I am probably going to be live again tomorrow around 11 to 2. And I also have to pick up my car tomorrow, because it's in the shop, which is just fantastic. So, I have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow morning. People are saying that the storm is currently more east than the models say it is to this point. Could you verify? I don't think it's really that far to the east from where it is right now. I mean, earlier this morning, sure, but let's go and take off the satellite real quick. I can try to verify this a little bit. So, the current eye is right about here. That's right about where the eye is. We can match this up with the live radar feed, which is pretty much on that little tip here, western Cuba. So, correlating the two, it's pretty close to where it is. I mean, it might be slightly to the east, but it's not really drastic. And even then, it'll probably shift a little bit more, west and east over the next few hours. It could zigzag a little bit. So, I don't think there's anything too crazy with that, in my opinion. I think it's, sure, maybe a little bit east, but it's not drastic. Jurassic Park. No, it's not drastic, though. It's really a pretty small change there. Obviously, we'd have to watch, though. If it goes a bit more to the north and east, that's when it would be more concerning. But right now, it's going directly to north for the most part. Will it affect Fort Lauderdale? Fort Lauderdale's not going to really see much of this. It'd be like maybe tropical storm force winds, if anything, for your area. Michael, I can prove it to you in a couple ways, but I'll prove it to you in probably one of the easier ways. Let me figure out wherever this graphic is. So here's your mid-latitude winds, all right? And this is pretty important because it is going to direct this system a bit. This is tomorrow morning. We'll go to tomorrow afternoon. We're looking at two different features for the direction of where this hurricane will go tomorrow. One of which is this deep troughing that we have back up in Canada. This will allow for this to go off this direction, or not that direction, but it'll go more this direction. After this troughing moves more to the south and east, that'll be a long-term thing. But over the short term, this is allowing this to turn more to the east as it goes toward Florida. But what would prevent this from going directly east toward like Cape Coral, for example, is this ridging that is down here. It's very weak ridging. It's not really much of anything, but it will be strong enough for this just to stay off to the west. So here's your ridging. This will keep it going a little bit more to the north. If it's strong enough, this would actually bring it probably closer to Tallahassee. If it's a little bit weaker, even if it's on the very weak side of things, it would probably go just north of Tampa. So that's kind of the range, and that's why that cone of uncertainty is still so large. So that's the reason why, and again, high pressure systems are clockwise, and then counterclockwise for low pressure systems like a hurricane. And so with this, again, we'd have that deep troughing here, and this would all kind of steer it back out this direction, regardless of the track. So long term, the track is pretty unison of going directly out east into the ocean, but you can also see it kind of in motion here. So the European model still thinks this will make landfall near Cedar Key, and then that troughing will start to bring this directly to the east. And again, we're not really concerned about the temperatures here. This is plotting temperature anomalies along with the height of 500 millibars, the mid latitude. We're not really concerned about the temperatures here. The colors are just there for temperatures. But we're more concerned about, again, the troughing here, these deep, all these contours that you can see here, increasing wind speeds and all that, and that's going to drag that back out to sea. Now, there are computer models like the GFS model, for example, that have gone crazy and have actually shown this going back toward Florida. I don't know if it's done this in the most recent run. Well, let's check it out real quick. This is a really weird one. Yeah, see this? It's really weird. One of the spaghetti models, this is the only model in GFS I don't find to be very good in terms of hurricane forecasting, but it's kind of interesting. Look at how it makes landfall tomorrow, or on Wednesday. Thursday, it goes through the Carolinas still. By Friday, it's out to sea. Look at this thing just sit and all of a sudden just start backtracking to Florida. It doesn't really intensify much. It's just a tropical storm at that point, probably, but still weird. So it's a really weird little feature there. So, yeah, it is quite the GFS model. We'll call it that. It's an interesting model, but yeah. But again, it's an outlier model. It's not something that we're that concerned about right now. And even if that did happen, it's probably not going to be that significant. But it's a wacky model. I think the European model is a great model, especially for mid to long-term forecasts with hurricanes. Not like long-term as in like 10 days out. I'm talking like within like 5 days of reason. Short-term HRR is usually pretty good. And the HRR model, I'm pretty sure, has the latest run coming out now. It's almost done, actually. Let's look at the HRR model. This is the latest run on the HRR, so we'll kind of look and see if it's changed its direction at all. This is usually, I mean, it's not like 100% accurate, but it can be accurate in some cases. Let's look real quick. This is the latest HRR model run, so this is tomorrow afternoon. Again, notice the outer bands. These outer bands will produce that increased tornado risk across parts of Florida. This is by 10 o'clock tomorrow. Again, some outer bands going through Tampa and Northport and Cape Coral. Tornado risk will exist with those. Even in the overnight hours, we'll still have some of these outer bands producing a tornado risk near western Florida. And then this by 2 a.m. And this is going by 5 a.m. The HRR model, it doesn't go past this time. It goes to about 6 a.m. But the HRR model still has this on the very left side of this cone. But some things it's not really indicating here is really one of the bigger things is the rapid intensification. Because if it does occur, it would probably be a bit more to the east of this. Possibly closer to like Cedar Key. But this is entirely possible too. Again, the cone of uncertainty is this large for a reason. Landfall with this eye could be anywhere between the Apalachicola area back through the Spring Hill region. And Cedar Key, again, is the favored spot for this to make landfall, but the track has shifted a little bit more to the west over the last few hours in terms of the National Hurricane Center forecast. But again, at 11 o'clock Eastern time, so in about an hour from now, the National Hurricane Center will have their latest outlook. If there's any changes to the cone of uncertainty, if there's any changes to the intensity guide, storm surge updates, all that sort of stuff will be out at 11. It's a big update, so again, make sure you stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll have all the details for you right at 11 when that comes out. It might even be a few minutes early, so it could be around 10:50. So we'll have that right then. A Category 4 hurricane is possible, but again, it depends on rapid intensification. It's a low chance right now. I would say Category 3 is way more realistic if it were to rapidly intensify. Even if it doesn't rapidly intensify, it's still probably at least going to get to a low end, or yeah, low end Category 3. But yeah, 11 p.m. will be a pretty big update. I do think this is a hurricane now. Just by how it looks, one, and the wind speeds do seem to be close at least, if not there. It's at 70 miles per hour, but you'll notice here over the last hour, look at this big convection blow up here near Cuba. Pretty big blow up here of convection. That can indicate some intensification, but I do think this will probably be at least near, probably still around 70 miles per hour, if not at 75, which would be a Category 1. There will be a potential for some storm surge in the Key West. You are under tropical storm watches. The storm surge, though, for the Key West area is like 1 to 2 feet, maybe 1 to 3 feet, I believe. I'm going to look at a map here real quick and see if you're really in a risk. There's small spots in the Key West that could see some storm surge flooding up to 1 feet or greater. So, again, go to the National Hurricane Center website and look at their map for the storm surge. It's the best way to look at it. It'll give you all the details on your area. Rapid intensification happens with very warm ocean waters. A lot of the time, limited shear. That's usually how that process occurs. And once those ingredients are in place, it can very well happen. Was a convection blowup. A convection blowup, it's not really an actual meteorological term, I don't believe, but basically what I'm saying is that there's a big explosion here in thunderstorm activity in the last couple hours, which can indicate intensification. We saw that last night. We went from a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm to a 65, or it was a 45 to a 60 last night at the 11 p.m. update, and there's a huge convection quote-unquote blow-up, so that's what that means. Thank you, Tori, for becoming a minimum velocity member for the past 6 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, if you're in Charleston, it's a little bit too early to tell about storm surge and such because there's some uncertainty of where this goes. Further north it goes, you'll be looking at more of, you'll still have some storm surge and possibly a tornado risk. Further south it goes, more of a storm surge risk, some heavy rainfall, possibly flooding. And then if it goes right in the middle, it's pretty much worst case scenario. You'd have storm surge, you'd also have some flooding potential just off to the north, and maybe an isolated tornado or two as well. So again, there's 3 scenarios there. We'll see what happens for those areas, but right now it's a little bit too early to tell exactly what will happen. But there's 3 scenarios, so those are the 3 scenarios that'll happen. Or could happen, excuse me. Not will happen, but could happen. Yeah, again, there's a supermoon on August 30th. That's Wednesday night. Supermoon does mean that the tides will be a bit higher than usual. 1 to 2 feet higher. That does increase the storm surge overall. I want to throw that out there. Sucker, that's fine, by the way. You can get off whenever. Alright, Vince Waelti has an update, by the way. He is storm chasing in Florida. I'm going to try to see what I can read off this thing. He has a very long paragraph, but he'll probably be live tomorrow at some point, but I'm not sure when. Yeah, I don't know when, but he'll be live at some point tomorrow. And he's going to be storm chasing on Florida. You can watch him on the Radar Omega app, and you can also watch him on YouTube. There's going to be a lot of storm chasers out there tomorrow and Wednesday to be able to capture this as it makes landfall. So again, they'll be live on YouTube and whatnot, and on Radar Omega. Got 3 storm chasers at the bare minimum right now. They'll be live on Radar Omega tomorrow. There will probably be more than that, though. I'm assuming there will be a little bit more than that. But again, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. Check this app out. Again, it has satellite imagery, radar, tons of other features. You can customize this to whatever you would like to. Again, you can do different color tables and all that sort of stuff. Again, it's the best weather app on the market. It's on iOS and Android. You can check it out. Top link in the description below. What time do you advise people not to be on Florida interstates? I mean, honestly, like, if you're evacuating from, like, a beach or whatever, you should probably leave tonight, if not no later than tomorrow morning, because the interstates will be very busy. So, yeah, just be prepared. That's all I gotta say. Because you should probably leave now. I mean, going like tomorrow night would be risky because there's gonna be a lot of traffic out there. And even tomorrow morning. Best time to really leave would be overnight because there's usually not nearly as much traffic. And I-4 to begin with is already a struggle. So if you're going up I-4 to somewhere, then it's gonna take you a while probably. Yeah, Category 3 is the more likely of the options here for a Category when it makes landfall, but it's still possible it's only a Category 2, and there's still a possibility it gets to a Category 4. It just depends on the rapid intensification process and if that actually happens in the Gulf of Mexico. The water temperatures are warm enough. There's not a whole lot of wind shear for this to really weaken out from that. We're still seeing some intensification right now. Again, this is the big convective tower explosion here near Cuba, but yeah, there's definitely still a chance. Sure. But Category 4 is in question. It's a low chance, I would say. Still. Category 3 is more likely than not. Out of the 3 options. I'd say right now, Category 3 on landfall is about I'll give it like a 50% chance. Category 2 is about a 40% chance still, maybe a 30% chance, and then a Category 4 would be like a 10 to 20% chance. So it's still on the lower side of things. Will I be live tomorrow night? I don't know yet. Just give me 1 second. Let me kind of tell you my schedule here. ASMR with water. But my schedule right now, so I'm going to be live at some point, probably late tomorrow morning into the afternoon. So a few hours. It'll probably be about 2 hours long or so for tomorrow late morning, early afternoon update. And then once we go into the nighttime, I will try to be live. If I go live, it would be after 10 o'clock Eastern time. It's going to be more contingent more than anything on if I have classes, because again, my classes have not been canceled yet. But if they are canceled, then I would end up going ahead and probably being live just after 10, sometime around then. If they're not canceled, I might still be live, but it'd probably be a short stream. And then going into Wednesday, I will not be live for Landfall, but I will probably be live sometime later in the day. It would probably be after 5 o'clock, and it would just be an update on what's going to be happening for those in the Carolina coast. It's probably what's going to be the live streams for the next couple of days here, but we'll see what happens. Again, it's all subject to change right now, so we'll see. That's my schedule right now. Stay subscribed, click the bell icon, and clicking the bell icon is the best way to get notified when I go live. So, see you later, Davis. By the way, we're only 75 subscribers from 70,000 subscribers. I didn't even realize that. If you have not already, make sure to subscribe. We are 75 away from 70,000. That's pretty crazy. What was Vince's long update? It's a lot of words. I mean, I can't really get anything out of this. This is like 4 paragraphs long. It's for members only, so I'm not really going to share a whole lot of details here, but it's nothing really that important. It's more of like the forecast and what to expect and that sort of stuff. It's just a lot of paragraphs. But I'm guessing it's going to be live at some point tomorrow. I don't know when. I prepped for Hurricane Idalia. I am prepped. Ready to go. Where do I think the cone will shift at 11 p.m.? I don't think this is going to shift, really, to be honest. I think it's going to probably stay right on track for where it's going. But if it shifts, I wouldn't be shocked by a small westerly shift. But even then, I don't know if this is going to shift a whole lot. I don't know. It's one of those scenarios where I actually don't have a whole lot of confidence on if this cone... I mean, this cone will probably shift a little bit, maybe shrink. But I don't know really where it's going to go here. Because right now, I mean, this is where it's at. I mean, maybe at 11 p.m. it does something like this. Where it's like, this is the outer line, and maybe they keep this line right around here. I really don't know, though. I'm actually kind of at one of those spots where there's a chance still it goes east. It's just a lot of the computer models have shifted west again over the last 24 hours. And so it's a hard one to really judge here. I'll go to Tropical Tidbits, and I'll show you the spaghetti models here. Actually, I can pull it up on here. Let's do this. Let's do this and go to here. This is the spaghetti models as of the 00Z model run. So this is the latest. Most computer models are keeping this near the Perry area. So that's in the Big Bend still. That's east of the Apalachicola area. The HRR model is one of those outliers. It's bringing it more toward Tallahassee. And then this is actually kind of getting concerning. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot more computer models in this latest run that are showing that little back curve. I'll explain that in a second. But you can see here that like there's a model here. I believe that might be the European model. That is going right into probably Cedar Key. Again, that would be one of the worst case scenarios if it took that path. But a lot of the computer models right now are in unison here, closer to like Perry, Florida. But this is an interesting little development. We talked about this a little earlier, but look at the computer models right now. A lot of them are starting to show a little bit more of a backhand turn. There's like 4 computer models here that are showing that, which would be interesting. The GFS model is this one right here. Again, this wouldn't probably be a hurricane if it did take a backtrack like this, but it could be like a low-end tropical storm or something like that. So this would be interesting if it did happen. But again, the majority are still showing that it's going to go east. These are, I would still say these are outliers, but we'll see what happens over the next 24 hours. There's still a lot of time between now and 7 days from now when this could make maybe another landfall in Florida, but it's way too far out. But that's interesting. It's a little bit of an interesting development here. And the intensity guide... the latest intensity guide on all the computer models are showing it peaking at a category 2, maybe a low-end category 3, so again, we'll see. We will see. But so far, this storm has struggled a little bit in the last 12 to 24 hours to actually get to hurricane status. It was on track to be a hurricane like this morning. It just didn't get there. That'd be crazy, though, if this came back all around. This is why this cone of uncertainty is so large. I mean, it really could go further to the north. It depends on if this, the trough that's back up in Canada, up here, that steers it this way, stays with it long enough, because this might outrace it. If that happens, this could really well turn back. It is possible, because they will be differing speeds. So we'll see. That'll be an interesting little development for sure. That'd be pretty crazy if that happened. I don't think the computer models are counting the factors that can make this a strong category. Yeah, they're not. And that's the one thing. I mean, some of these computer models are not counting for the factor of like rapid intensification and such. So And even then, I mean, it's kind of like a lot of the computer models right now, like the most recent guidance there that I just showed you, with a lot of them capping at a category 2 or low in category 3. They're more factoring in that this is still a tropical storm and not a hurricane yet. So they're taking current data and basically plugging it into a bunch of math equations and trying to determine what this will actually become. But some of them don't really take in the full process here of rapid intensification. So that's kind of a big thing that very well could happen. And if it does happen, it very well could change a bit of track and course going a bit further to the east, possibly toward the Cedar Key area on landfall. The European model, I feel like, has done a pretty good job, though, with identifying that. This is the HRR model. This is the full run. So I'm just going to get this to where it's going to make landfall. Again, some of these outer bands will produce tornadoes during the late evening and overnight hours. I did not mean to do that. Let's just restart this. So this is going tomorrow morning. Again, some outer bands near Cape Coral and Northport could produce an isolated tornado risk. Tornado risk really does increase tomorrow afternoon for those in central and western Florida. And eventually by the afternoon hours, we have a lot more of these outer bands. And look at this by the evening, by 11 o'clock. More outer bands, tornado risk increasing still. And this is by 3 in the morning, 6 in the morning. This is upon landfall. The HRR model is still showing near Tallahassee for a landfall, which would mean higher winds for Tallahassee if it makes landfall up there. But again, don't rule out that it makes landfall back over here near Spring Hill. If it does, again, that would be worst case scenario for Tampa Bay. And then eventually going closer to 10 a.m., this is inland, and still producing a tornado risk probably up through Savannah, Charleston throughout the day as well. So that's the future radar on the HRR. That's like the latest run that's just coming through. So map, I don't think so. Even if there was, it'd be a very isolated threat. Do models consider ocean temperature? Yeah, they do. They consider a lot of things. It's a bunch of math equations. Most of them do, at least. I mean, I don't know. Maybe a couple don't, but most of them do. But overall, I mean, I think most of them do. I don't know about each individual model, but they factor in a ton of stuff, like, you know, the water temperature, the shear. Shear is a big thing too. Like right now, the shear is not anything crazy. Let me go over to the shear real quick. Go to, well, actually, we'll stay on this screen. I have a map here that I can pull up. This is a different map, but this is the wind shear here right now. So there's some strong wind shear, very unfavorable environment back near Tampa Bay, but that probably will not last very long. It's probably going to weaken out back to like low wind shear. These green bars that you're seeing, that is favorable wind shear, so it's only about 5 to 10 knots near the eye of this. So that's strong enough to probably keep it from really rapidly intensifying for now, but it probably will, you know, possibly tomorrow it would. But again, strong wind shear right now up there. The dry air component with this, it's not very significant. There's really not much dry air. The only dry air is on the northwest side of this, and even then, there's not a whole lot of it. So right now, there's not a whole lot of that. Let's see if we can show you anything else. Divergence, convergence. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Ship observations, buoy observations, 35 miles per hour on that southern buoy. So, yeah, it's just different stuff there, but yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at there. I mean, again, it kind of at least gives you an idea about the wind shear and what that's doing, and as well as the dry air, again, the dry air component. Surprised it's still at 70 miles per hour. I am too. I actually thought this would intensify further. It's gone through a lot of these cycles, though, again, of these convective towers just blowing up. I mean, it's done it multiple times, so I will see. Again, it hasn't, I mean, right now, this looks to be the most intense this convection has been since the start of this. So this might be our new blow-up of convection that could be very, well, more intense than what we just saw in the past 24 hours. We'll see. Again, they have hurricane hunters going through this. They already have had them go through. So we'll see what the new data is right at 11 o'clock. But yeah, apparently they're still hurricane hunting in the storm. So they're still there. They're flying around still. They're going to probably do another fly around here in a little bit. Tornadoes in Tallahassee? Tallahassee will probably not see tornadoes. You are, regardless of where this makes landfall, even if it made landfall over you, you'd be looking at more of that damaging wind threat out of the hurricane force winds. But if it went to your east, the tornado risk is usually 0, if not very close to 0 on the western side of hurricanes and tropical storms. So, yeah, I don't really expect really anything there in terms of a tornado risk for Tallahassee. I think it'll be a category 4. I don't really think this will get to a category 4, but again, it's possible. It's a very low chance right now. It's like 10 to 20% chance of it getting to a category 4. in my opinion. But even if it got there, it would probably be on the lower side of things. It really depends on the rapid intensification, if that ends up happening. All right, real quickly, we're about 3 hours in and I've yet to use the bathroom. I'll be right back in about 60 seconds. Stay tuned. Next National Hurricane Center update again is in 40 minutes, so stay tuned. Again, we're going to update you with that. The cone might shift, the intensity might change on this, and we might have a hurricane at that point, so we'll see. Stay tuned. We will be right back in 60 seconds. While I take a quick break, I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right, let me check something real quick. Easy ad. Actually, I made that a while back. I haven't changed that in a while on the taking a break thing. I have to change it. While I was gone, we've officially hit 70,000 subscribers. That is wild. I think just last month we hit 60,000. I really do appreciate all of you. I really do. That is a wild milestone. Last year, we were at, like, at the same exact time, I'm pretty sure we're at, like, 20,000, so it's a crazy number to hit. I really do appreciate all you guys. A wild milestone. 70,000 subscribers. That's crazy. We've gained 6,400 in the past 28 days. I don't even think that includes today. So we've probably gained about 8,000. Wild. I appreciate all of you. I really do. A lot of you guys trust me for your weather information and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of hype weather forecasts on YouTube and different extremities, right? So I try to keep away from that. Honest YouTube channel and provide you with the most accurate info. So I really do appreciate you guys. Should a rookie Storm Chaser chase this? If you're storm chasing this, please do not storm chase on the coast near Cedar Key or even anywhere really in this area. Like, please, even near Tampa Bay. Just don't storm chase. Honestly, if you've never storm chased in your life and you've never done it, on it like a hurricane, for example, please don't. It's not worth it. A horrible idea. Really risky. It's extremely risky. Like, if you go to Cedar Key, I mean, it's that Cedar Key, let's just zoom in real quick. Cedar Key is legitimately this. It is a tiny island that is only a few feet above sea level. Even the most minor storm surge will flood this thing. So please don't go to Cedar Key. It really anywhere here. I really don't recommend you storm chasing. It's a horrible idea, like especially for Cedar Key. There's one road getting in and out, and if this road gets flooded over or collapses, you're in a bad position. I'll say that. I don't know what the highest mountain or like the highest peak of this island is, but I mean, you're trapped if this bridge falls or whatever, or this road gets collapsed. I'm not even sure how high this road is, but this is like the worst case scenario if you're on Cedar Island. If you're on Cedar Island, evacuate, please. It's really the worst place to be. Let me check the... Let me check real quick the National Hurricane Center website. I'm not sure what the highest peak is on Cedar Key, but this is like literally, again, like it really is the worst place to be for this sort of storm. Yeah, Cedar Key is, I can't find the exact location. I have to zoom out a little bit here. This is going to be south of Horseshoe Beach. And the map on here is not the best. It's a little bit hard to find cities and towns. Pretty sure this the National Hurricane Center does think this will just be flooded over, though. I mean, that's pretty much what they're showing. I found it, yeah. Cedar Key. Yeah, you're going to be 9 feet above water, pretty much. Almost about anywhere you are on that island. This is their map. So this is Cedar Key. Again, right in the dead center of your screen here. All this red that you're seeing indicates that water will be about 9 feet above ground or higher. And there's a little bit of yellow and stuff, but yeah, I mean, you have to be like in a really good spot in Cedar Key to be able to get through this. Like there's really not many areas. There's only a couple areas there that are really that high above sea level. Now look at the satellite here on Radar Omega, and you can see again, just bridges and bridges. There's only one way to get in and out. This is like Sanibel Island all over again with Ian. Sanibel Island, I'm pretty sure Reed Timmer got stuck on that island. There's only one way in and out. And this is the same scenario. So if you're going to Cedar Key, just don't. You know, just stay away from Cedar Key. It's really the worst case scenario. And we can look down here too, like different areas. It's not just Cedar Key. My map's lagging a little bit. But wherever this port is, so like one road in and out again. Another risky spot near Yankee Town. Yeah, there's just too many areas along here that if you're a rookie storm chaser, stay inland. That's all I gotta say. And make sure you've trained yourself or somebody's trained you, because this is another area. This one has a few exits, but even then, like if you're down here, like let's just say on 11th Avenue in Horseshoe Beach, you only got one way to get in and out. There's one road. There's technically two, but even then you would have to, like, you know, again, I would just evacuate. If you're anywhere along the immediate coastline, you have evacuation orders, just get out of there. It's really not safe at all for those areas. But yeah, Cedar Key will just be overcome. That's my 5-minute rant on Cedar Key. No, I'm being serious though. I mean, the rookie storm chaser thing, like, don't storm chase if you're going right to the coast. Like, I was thinking about storm chasing on Wednesday for this, actually. I was thinking about storm chasing, but if I storm chased, I would have not gone to Cedar Key. There's just no way. I would have stayed probably at least like decent away from shore. You know, it's just way too risky. Unless you are a trained extreme sort of storm chaser and you've been doing this for years or decades, that's the only way that you probably would want to do that. Or might want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that even if I've been doing it for 10 years. It'd be crazy. Again, this is Idalia over the last 6 hours. This is a bit of a slow loop, but you'll notice again it's been intensifying. This is 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. It's really exploded over the last couple hours here. Looks like it's becoming more healthy and organized again too. So we're gonna see. The hurricane hunters right now are in the storm, and actively I'm checking every few minutes here to see what they are exactly doing right now, because they are currently in the outskirts of the storm. I'm not sure if they're gonna fly back in. We'll see, because they are still in the storm, technically. We've been kind of flying around it a little bit. So we'll keep posted if anything changes there. Free timber type of stuff? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just not worth it to go into the in Cedar Key by any means. It's just not. Used to fish there in the 70s. I'm guessing it's a pretty good fishing spot. It looks to be pretty much prime spot instead of key. It's like kind of a mini peninsula almost. Not bad. Further reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. Make sure you're subscribing to the channel as well. And again, this stream today is brought to you by Radar Omega. We are using that app currently on the stream. You can download it on your iOS or Android device with the top link in the description below. And honestly, again, this is the best weather app on the market. It has everything that you need, including the satellite data, as well as infrared imagery. That's an example of satellite data. It has current satellite imagery during the daytime. Again, we are currently in night, so you can't see the satellite, but this is the latest scans of the satellite. This is before sunset. This is, again, Hurricane Franklin. Hurricane Franklin looks insane on the satellite imagery. Big eye there, but see the satellite imagery, the watches and warnings, has all the computer models that you need to see an accurate forecast as well. And it also has live radar feed. Everything that you need, though, is all in one on this weather app. You can check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You should really get this for your phone, by the way. It's a really great app. $8.99 on the iOS and Android store, but again, it's 100% worth it. I have the Alpha subscription as well. It's amazing. They have Cyclone ports as well, Storm Chasers. You can watch Storm Chasers as well when this makes landfall on the app, so really great. About Miami-Dade? Miami-Dade will not be really looking at many impacts. Some tropical storm force winds are possible, but you're not going to be looking at anything too out of the ordinary with that one. They're not really going to make a whole lot of storm surge, and there probably won't be much rain there either. Yeah, this is Franklin. Franklin's pretty close to a Category 5. We'll have an update on Franklin, by the way, in 30 minutes. So we're having an update on Franklin and Idalia in 30 minutes. And again, both of which could have some upgrades at 11 o'clock. So stay tuned. National Hurricane Center update is out in 30 minutes. Thank you, Junkie, for the $5 super chat. Can you speak about Lake City, Florida? Or super nervous and have bad anxiety? I totally understand. I know a lot of people do. Yeah, I'm trying to tone it down as much as I can, but there's a lot of reasons to be scared if you're on the immediate coastline. If you're in Lake City, though, the main concern for you will be the wind. So depending on where this makes landfall, going up here to like the north, but if this makes landfall, for example, and it tracks right toward Lake City, the highest wind speeds you'll probably see is around 100 to 110 miles per hour, which again is concerning. It'll knock over trees, power outages are likely as well, but there's still a pretty large cone of uncertainty here. And again, if this goes further to the east, you'll still be probably talking about similar instances of that type of wind, so probably somewhere around at least 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. And then if it went way over here to the west, it would probably be a bit lesser than that. But the bigger concern will be wind. So if you're prepared for the wind threat, like, you know, if you're near trees, for example, and you're, you know, lowest floor possible or whatever, you want to make sure you have a plan, though, when this makes landfall and there's high winds, like being indoors, lowest floor possible, especially away from trees and all that, interior room. Have flashlights on hand. Power's probably going to go out in that area is my guess, if it makes landfall anywhere in here with the wind speeds that are expected. So yeah, definitely be prepared for that, but the wind is really the bigger kicker. If we're talking about storm surge, that's not going to affect you because it's nowhere near you in terms of storm surge. That's, you know, that's like 50, 100 miles away. And then the flooding threat will probably be off to your north and west. But there might still be some heavy rain there. I mean, we could be still talking at least about 3 to 6 inches of rain. So you have to also watch out for the flooding threat. Best thing to do would be to, if you don't have a, like, let's just say you are on a one-story home, and you're like, or even a mobile home. Mobile homes, by the way, if you're in a mobile home, you should definitely evacuate if you're able to. But if you're in like a one-story home and you're around a lot of trees and they fall, that's like really bad. So that would also be bad, but if you're like in a 2-story home, it's a little bit more safe. So, yes, the mobile homes, if you're in that area, you definitely should evacuate. But you can probably wait until tomorrow to evacuate again. It's like 10 o'clock right now, but you're kind of far north enough to the point where you probably will not experience a ton of traffic getting out of there if you were to evacuate. But if you're in a mobile home, that's probably not the best thing to be in. I don't think Idalia will make a direct easterly move like this or like this. It is possible that this starts to gradually move to the east, but I don't think we're going to see a huge shift like like Ian did. Let me pull up a graphic here. There's a loop that I can probably find on here somewhere. There's a full-blown loop. The one thing about this is that Cape Coral was pretty much always in that cone of uncertainty. Like, literally always, like, almost the entire time it was in the cone of uncertainty. Only to the very end where it changed a little bit. But Cape Coral in particular, like, it was a direct landfall there. There's still a chance that the eye could maybe wander a little bit over here to the east, possibly just north of Tampa. But I still think the threat of that's low. I don't think this makes a direct east turn, though, toward Cape Coral. The dynamics are not there for that to happen. The troughing up to the north, it's not really that far down to the south. It's, again, the mid-level latitudes when we're talking about that. We have troughing up here. That should still steer this way regardless, but with this ridge over here, that would be what would be keeping it from going that far to the east. It would go more north. So that will be something interesting to watch and how that evolves. If it stays weak, this will probably take more of a right-hand turn toward just north of Tampa, toward Cedar Key. But I don't think, again, this makes a direct landfall in Tampa or Cape Coral. It's a very low chance it would make direct landfall in Tampa to begin with. But again, even if it doesn't make direct landfall in Tampa, it's worst case scenario still, because all that storm surge will be ramping up into the bay if it were to make landfall up here. So it's really bad scenario if that happens. But again, Ian had a lot more time. It underwent rapid intensification a couple times, and it had way more time and it was way slower, which is the reason why it turned so much last second. It was kind of like Harvey, for example. Harvey was very slow, but that was a little bit different. That was, I mean, both Harvey and Ian both dumped tons of rain, but they're a little bit different. Ian was going 5 miles per hour or less. It wasn't going very fast. Maybe up to 10, but this will be going at least 15. It'll probably at least be going 10 or 15 as it goes toward Big Bend. Yeah, Harvey was going basically like 2 miles per hour the entire time. It was awful. The Hurricane Hunters, I believe, are about to go back into the eye. So, of this Idalia. They are going south. They're on the eastern side, so I'll mark it on the map here. That's where they're at right now. Right about here. Well, they're on the very western side of this, but they're going south, which makes me think they might be looping back in to see if this is intensified at all. Yeah, it's moving 8 miles per hour off to the north. It will probably start to speed up a little bit. I'm guessing it's probably closer to like 9. Not much higher, but it's probably closer to 9 to 10. It is starting to expand a bit more too. Again, I do think this is intensified a little bit. It's probably up to a Category 1 hurricane, but time will only tell at this point. We'll see what the National Hurricane Center says at 11. And their update is in about a half an hour. It could be as early, though, as 20 minutes from now. It just kind of depends on when they release it. They usually release it early. So we'll see when they have that Idalia update, but it should be around 10:50 to 11 o'clock Eastern time. And also, again, this is a live radar feed on this right now. Let me go to this. This is the live radar feed on Idalia. That's going to be a little bit disproportioned, but that's the live radar feed. The eye is pretty much, I'm pretty sure it's made landfall now on western Cuba right there. So I'm pretty sure it's made landfall in Cuba, which is similar to what Ian did, but Ian made landfall back over here. I think it was in here, but Ian made landfall further back over here to the east. A little bit different, but this one's basically clipping Cuba just a little bit. But yeah, the computer models have been going crazy. Yeah, this is a bit more of a new development, but multiple computer models now showing this would take a turn back toward Florida. There's at least 3 that are trying to indicate that. And again, it's too far out to really tell. Most computer models are still in agreement this will go out to the Atlantic. It'll be something to watch out for, though. It could curve back next week into Florida, but if it does, it'll probably be way weaker than it is now. Even like right now, like as a strong category or strong tropical storm, it'd probably be way weaker than that by then. It's just over Cuba right now. This is the live radar. But this is where it is right now, the eye. It's pretty much right here. It is a little bit further east, though. It's on the eastern side of where this the cone of uncertainty is right now. So the computer models aren't really accounting for that. But see kind of how that evolves. And I will not be surprised if this did take a bit more of a right, not like a right-hand turn, but going more up to the right side here of this cone of uncertainty. We'll see. Yeah, again, if you're in Tampa Bay, you definitely need to stay alert. You're on the immediate coastline in the storm surge vicinity, you definitely want to evacuate. If you're a little bit outside of that, though, you definitely want to be watching this closely, because this definitely has a chance to potentially take a little bit of a right-hand turn. But at the same time, it would not, again, do a drastic right-hand turn like that. It would be more like gradual. It could do something like that still, but yeah, I still think it's a lower chance right now. But a lot of things do ride on what happens over the next, like, 12 hours in the Southeast Gulf. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty quick-moving storm. So as it moves off to the north-northeast, going toward Tampa and Tallahassee, Jacksonville, all those areas, we're going to have to see if it does undergo rapid intensification. A pretty important characteristic to this thing. Thank you, Zach, for the 199. I'm in St. Pete. Should I be worried? St. Petersburg? St. Petersburg, you should definitely be aware. Storm surge right along the coast is likely, so if you're in that storm surge prone area, again, you can go to the National Hurricane Center website, nhc.noaa.gov, and go to their storm surge map and check that out. And if you're right in that area, again, right on the coastline, you definitely want to make sure you're probably evacuating or at least going more inland. But yeah, I would definitely be concerned if you're in St. Petersburg, because again, the storm surge will probably be between 4 to 7 feet there. How wide is the storm right now? We can do a measurement here. It's about maybe 130 miles in radius, possibly a bit larger than that. It's not huge. Franklin is, this is Franklin. Franklin's about a category, it's almost a category 5. Franklin is about 230 miles maybe, in terms of a radius. So again, double that number and that's your diameter. Let's see. And find. You might have that number online. I'm going to see. Radius. I can't find it. Yeah, I don't see it on here. But it's probably somewhere around, the diameter is probably around 250 to 300 meters. Or, sorry, that's very small if it's only in meters. 250 to 300 miles. That'd be the radius. This could become a category 4, but again, it's unlikely. But again, the next 12 hours are really critical. If there's rapid intensification, it's very possible that this does become a low-end category 4, but it's more likely than not this would be a category 3 in most instances at this point. You Asker Band for the $10 super chat. What impacts to east coast of Florida are expected? Brevard and Volusia County. They'll have some impacts on the outer bands. Yeah, so there will be a tornado risk. I've mentioned this previously, but the tornado risk is a little bit more increased out of this. Wouldn't rule out a strong tornado. That would be primarily Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, possibly through lunchtime near Daytona and Palm Coast. The other concerning feature to this would be storm surge. That will primarily be from the Flagler and Volusia County line, which I'm pretty sure is this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the line. But that from there and off to the north, that's where there's a current forecast of 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. That could be higher though, depending on how far east this goes. If it goes more on this line, it would probably be higher in here. If it goes more over here, it'd be way lower. So it'd probably be near 0 for storm surge. So, but yeah, that would be in terms of storm surge. Flooding rains are unlikely right now, but if it comes close enough, there could be a few inches of rain. Right now, 1 to 2 inches is more realistic. But it could be upwards of 3 to 6 if, again, the eye goes more over here. It's still a little bit less likely, but we'll see what happens. But main concern, hurricane force winds could occur if it goes that far to the east. Otherwise, tropical storm force winds. A little bit of storm surge along the coast. And again, tornado risk will exist. Zach, I don't know what you mean. More east opposite side of the coast. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, powerful Category 4 hurricane. Franklin is. Yes. That is currently a powerful Category 4 hurricane. Oh, actually, they just released a, they're releasing these advisories really early, so we might get an advisory update on Idalia really shortly, so stay tuned. So we might have an update here momentarily on Idalia. Franklin is still at 150 mile per hour sustained winds, 926 millibars for Franklin. That is a very strong Category 4 hurricane. So again, stay tuned. Idalia update might be out really shortly. It might actually be out before 11 o'clock. We'll see. The hurricane hunters are still, it looks like they're about to fly through again, so there's a chance that we don't get an update until 11 still, but we'll see. 11:37 update is really early for a advisory. Again, the normal advisory is at 11, so this being at 11:37 or 10:37 is a bit early. And that's what we've been waiting for this entire time, is this advisory update. Is that a record? I don't know about record, but 926 millibars is probably up. It's really up there. Franklin has really barely been talked about. It's like the least talked about Category 4 hurricane I think I've ever heard of. Because, I mean, it's not really impacting much land, but I haven't heard really anything about Franklin. It's all been about Idalia, which is, I mean, it should all be about Idalia, especially if you're in Florida, but it's just an interesting storm because it's a Category 4 hurricane. It's very strong, too. 926 millibars is really low. So, but Idalia is obviously the #1 focus, especially since it's impacting the United States. It's just, again, kind of interesting. meteorological wise. Not clear in Panama City yet. There will be some storm surge nearby to your south. It could shift a little bit west depending on where this eye goes. If it goes like directly north from here, like goes toward Tallahassee, there's a better chance there of some storm surge. But if it goes further east, you probably won't have any concerns. Storm surge would be the main concern though for the Panama City area if this gets that close. But it's still a low chance overall, I would say. All right, I'm still waiting for the Idalia update. It, again, should be out in the next 20 minutes. It could be well sooner than that. The Hurricane Hunters, right now, this is a live map view of it. Hurricane Hunters are right here. They've been going B south here for a while. They are possibly going to loop back in. And that might give us an idea on the intensity. I'm not entirely sure, though. But they are still out there flying. We will see. Yeah, category. I mean, any category 3, 4, or 5 hurricane can be insane. If you ever experience one, it can be crazy. Back when Hurricane Nicole made landfall, I experienced it firsthand because I was storm chasing that day for Hurricane Nicole when it became a category 1. It wasn't super crazy. It was a crazy experience for me because I was right on the coast. Winds were whipping into my face. I had a jacket on. Sand was flying everywhere. Oh, it was crazy. But I was right on the beach that day, doing some videos, and they're up on my channel, by the way. If you go under the YouTube Shorts tab, you can actually see when I was storm chasing that over in the East Coast, right basically where it made landfall. And it was a cool experience for me to chase a Category 1 hurricane, even though it's not like Ian with a Category 5, but it's crazy how different it is from like a normal thunderstorm. It really is. It's really a crazy thing on firsthand. Category 1 hurricane making landfalls. It's crazy. I can only imagine what a Category 5 is going through that if you're a storm chaser or something like that. It's probably pretty crazy in that regard too, is my guess. But again, nothing compares to something like this, that's for sure. Thank you, Zach, for the 199. I'm in East St. Pete, closer to Old Tampa Bay. East St. Pete. I mean, if you're in Tampa Bay, that Tampa Bay area, anywhere in that bay, you're still in the same situation where storm surge is the main concern. Well, Franklin becoming Category 5, it's going to be awfully close. This thing is currently forecasted to get, or was forecasted to get to 155 miles per hour. It no longer is. So it doesn't actually look like it will become a Category 5, but it is awfully close. It's crazy. This thing is intense. The eye is so defined and everything. It's pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it seems like it's a little bit less likely now. Daytona Beach will probably, again, be lower impacts overall, but again, depends on how far north or east this goes, or really as far west or east. So further west it goes, so if it stays on this westerly track, it'll be very minor impacts. If it goes this direction, we're talking about possible hurricane force winds and as well as higher storm surge, maybe up to 2 to 4 feet, and possibly a few inches of rain. So there's a chance, again, it's more intense. It just depends on the positioning. We'll have to wait and see. And a friendly reminder, again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'll keep you posted again ahead of everything that's happening here with Tropical Storm Idalia. It is possibly going to become a hurricane here in the next 20 minutes. We'll wait and see from the official National Hurricane Center advisory, which, again, that comes out in approximately 20 minutes, possibly sooner. The Franklin advisory came out 5 minutes ago, very early, so we'll see if that comes out early. Bill, my broadcast plans for Wednesday, I'm not going to be live for Landfall. It's just, one, it's too early for me, and two, there's a chance I have classes, and if I do have classes, there's no way I'll be live for that. I'll try to do a late night live stream Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning, but it's, again, contingent on what happens with college classes if they get canceled. And then Wednesday, though, in terms of just Wednesday, like the daytime, I might go live later in the day for impacts on South Carolina and North Carolina, but we'll see what happens. I've been doing a ton of live streams here over the last 24 hours. I've been working extra time here. I'm up to almost a 4-hour live. I'll be up to a 4-hour live stream by the time this one's done, so been active. Busy time of the year sometimes. It can either be very busy or it can be very, very quiet, depending on the tropics are. The tropics are very active right now. There's no flooding in Florida yet. There's just some sea breeze convection from today. But none of this activity right now is tropical. The only tropical activity will be probably coming in tomorrow morning. Looks like a Disney day. That they're a blast. I could go to Disney World on Wednesday too if they don't close. I go to Disney World. I wouldn't say like often, but I do go a little bit here and there. So I could go, but probably won't. It'd be kind of a cool experience though. Go there during a hurricane. They close though for hurricanes usually. I don't think they'll close for this, but we'll see. A live storm chase from Walt Disney World, just going on different rides. That'd be wild. Key West will be mainly, again, storm surge with some tropical storm force winds possibly, but the storm surge will be about 1 to 2 feet. It's not gonna be super high. Naples is between 2 to 4 feet, so it's a bit higher there for storm surge. Storm surge, again, is the main concern out of all this activity. Again, could there be higher storm surge? Sure, but the track would have to be further east, and right now it's... Yeah, if it goes right down the middle here, it'll be about 2 to 4 feet for Naples. It could go up to 3 to 6 feet if it goes more on this easterly track. And then Key West, same thing there, 1 to 2 feet or 1 to 2 feet or 1 to 3 feet would be probably the difference there, depending on how far east or west this goes. Classmates and teachers know I have this YouTube channel. Not really. I mean, maybe 4 or 5 of my professors actually know I have a YouTube channel. Maybe 2 or 3 of my friends at college know. I don't really tell anybody, so. I don't like being known as somebody that's kind of like, I wouldn't say I'm popular, but like, in terms of like how many subscribers I have, I don't like bragging about that stuff by any means. So, I try not to tell other people. I don't want the word getting out there. It's just kind of weird. It would be kind of weird if everybody just started looking at me as this person with 70,000 subscribers, which even 70,000 isn't a huge number. If I was at 1 million, that'd be completely different. I mean, everybody would be looking at you, but it's still, I don't want to be recognized as somebody that has subscribers and stuff like that. My major, meteorology. Taking some weird meteorology classes this semester. Learned some stuff. Got some like physics-based meteorology, some more dynamic meteorology. I'm doing some synoptic. I can't speak. Next semester. I don't know what else I'm doing. I have one other meteorology class. Can't think of it. Oh yeah, it's like map analysis and stuff. So like mid-altitude weather, which is something I've been talking about here, like the mid-latitude weather that we're seeing, this troughing that's going to steer this up to the north, that ridge in the mid-levels that'll also try to steer this back further to the north and then start to take a crank to the east or whatever. Again, those are sketches. Those are not exact tracks of what I'm talking about, but that's what I'm talking about, like some of the mid-level weather, that how it affects tropical storms and hurricanes. So the weather has so many variables. That's why it's technically quote unquote hard to predict. It is it's hard to predict in terms of the overall track and stuff, because there's a lot of variables. So I gotcha, official. Yeah, they might be charging. I have no clue about Disney. I have zero clue. I haven't really been following it, but it's possible. I don't think they'll close though. There'll probably be some closed rides because of all the rain that'll be falling, but yeah, there's a lot of factors, a lot of variables in meteorology. It's like saying you have this equation. I mean, like, weather is very math-based when it comes to computer models. Like, these computer models that you look at on a daily basis, or if you look at them at all, like on Radar Omega here, I go to, like, the HRR model. There's probably about 1,000 equations or something like that, at least, that go into, like, this one little shower over here. Right here. There's probably tons of equations. Like thousands, probably, that go into just that one little shower that you see on the map there. Like, it's really math-intensive when it comes to computer models. And all these other different aspects. It's very, very math-intensive and stuff. So there's a ton of stuff with that to solve for different things in terms of the overall look at what it looks like. Now, satellite imagery is more about, like, what's happening live, so it's from an actual satellite. There's not nearly as much math involved in that, but for, like, future models and stuff, there is. Landfall will be around 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow, Wednesday morning, and that will be landfalling in the Big Bend somewhere, most likely. Current expected landfall. It could still make landfall as far south as maybe Spring Hill, possibly just north of Tampa, but we'll see. Considering evacuating? No. I'll be fine. The only place, like, if I were to evacuate, I would have to be, like, literally along this coastline, like Cedar Key, Spring Hill, Tampa, perhaps, like, you know, in, like, on the coast of Tampa. That's what I'm talking about. Like, those areas. That would be where I would actually consider evacuating, but I'll be fine. Again, the next National Hurricane Center advisory does come out in the next 10 minutes. They are currently, by the way, the National Hurricane Center, or the National Hurricane Hunters, or the Hurricane Hunters, I said 5 different terms. Hurricane Hunters, though, are flying back into Tropical Storm Idalia. So we're about to find out if this is intensified. I think that we might have a delayed update or advisory because of that, because the Hurricane Hunters are still a little bit behind on getting back in there. They're going to be in there, though, in a few minutes. Probably about 5-10 minutes, we'll have an update on that. So, what the wind speeds are. Orange County should be okay. It'll be mainly high winds. So, yeah, that could be tropical storm force winds. Sounds like a lot like DiffyQ. DiffyQ is what I'm taking. And my teacher is very slow. I've only been there for a day, but they're pretty slow. And I'm not sure if I'll be able to actually learn anything in that class. We're going to find out. I've hit or miss professors, but a lot of them have been good. This one might not be the best, though. DiffyQ is apparently harder than Calc 3, which... Calc 3, I thought... I mean, I've gotten an A or B in every Calc class, but... see what happens with this next one. There will be a chance for tornadoes tomorrow afternoon and evening through Wednesday afternoon. That is primarily across... I'll just outline it, but this is primarily the area that we're watching for a tornado risk. So if you're anywhere in here, that's the most concerning area. The more concerning areas, though, will be in here on Tuesday night, and then into Wednesday, into here. Those are the areas that we're looking for a greater tornado risk on both Tuesday and Wednesday. DiffyQ is harder than Calc 3, can't wait. I've heard people say it's easier, and I've heard people say it's harder. So, guess we're gonna find out. Will this storm turn south? It's not gonna turn south. The only way it would turn south would be well after the fact it's back out in the Atlantic Ocean and it turns back this way. But even then, it's a bit of a lower chance right now. There's a lot of outlier models showing that. Consider them outliers until we actually have a more clear depiction of what's going to happen there long term. $10 I got to grind some work. Totally understand that. Can AI help with meteorology? I have no clue. It probably could in some aspects, but AI does a lot of different things. I wonder what ChatGPT would say about this. In terms of impacts, I don't think it can. Never mind. I don't think it only goes out to 2021. I was about to say, yes, ChatGPT where it thinks this will make landfall. See if it actually says. It would be kind of interesting, but I don't think it will tell you that information because it only goes back to like 2021. Grayson, it's possible that it shifts towards Tampa, but again, it's still on the lower side of things. I wouldn't be. I would still be concerned if you're in Tampa. Direct landfall or no direct landfall, it doesn't really matter. You're still going to probably see some significant storm surge either way. Even if it goes here or here, they're pretty much the same thing. Because you have that big filter in the Tampa Bay area. This big bay. That if there's strong southwesterly winds, either way, you're going to see a huge filter into this bay. All that water is going to push through into these rivers and all that sort of stuff. It's going to be a mess if that happens. So the closer it is up here near Spring Hill, that's worst case scenario if it makes landfall here. It's still pretty bad if it makes landfall there. It's going to be just as bad here as it makes landfall here. The wind will be higher, but the storm surge is really the big kicker with this. Again, storm surge is the #1 killer with hurricanes. And so if storm surge, either way, if it makes landfall anywhere in here, that'd be worst case scenario. But again, it's a much lower chance right now. It's a higher chance it makes landfall near Cedar Key. The Idalia right now is moving north at 8 miles per hour. That's awesome. Make it work for an airline in Canada. That's nice. All right, let me real quickly go to tropical. We'll put this. All right, actually, we're already on that. Let me go back to satellite. Never mind. All right, let me see if there's a new National Hurricane Center update yet. There's still not one. I'm pretty sure they're waiting for the hurricane hunters to go back through the center of this storm. So we're gonna get we're basically getting an exact wind speed here pretty soon. Because I'm guessing after this big blow up of convection, they're probably thinking this is intensified more. And I honestly think it has. It's probably a category 1 in my opinion, but again, that's my opinion. I don't know for sure because we don't have any data. But again, next National Hurricane Center update, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It could be delayed again because the hurricane hunters are again about to be back into the center of this, so we're just waiting on those wind speeds. We have an update from 11 minutes ago, and they're kind of on the they're entering in right now. So we'll have info over the next few minutes on that. Would I fly through a hurricane? I technically probably could after college, but I'm probably not going to. Just don't feel like going through a ton of turbulence. It's the 4th hurricane already? Is this is this not the 3rd? Was there another one that I'm forgetting about? Dawn, Franklin, Idalia, which is not yet a hurricane, but it will be. What's the other one? ASMR water filling. Because we already have one major hurricane, that's Franklin. Oh, Hillary. That's Pacific Ocean, though. That's not, Atlantic. I thought we were talking about Atlantic. So yeah, if you're talking about Atlantic, there's been 3, I'm pretty sure now. Or 2, technically. 3, probably soon. Idalia. Yeah, but Hillary, I mean, there's been multiple hurricanes, I'm pretty sure, back over in the Pacific. I think there's been at least 2, if I'm not mistaken. So there's actually been technically 5. You count both, but yeah. Friendly reminder, again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop for the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia. Next National Hurricane Center update, again, is within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And we should have that update here momentarily. No problem, Travis. I try to inform and I try to educate. That's pretty much what I've been doing. I do love doing the detailed weather forecasts. Like today's weather forecast on the YouTube channel, and I do this on live streams too, but I try to be really detailed, you know? What I try to do, so. Like to have detailed forecasts. My goal. Educating people, all that sort of stuff. Davis Meteorology. When I was younger, I used to watch the Weather Channel, and I'd pretend to present the weather on the TV. That's how I got into it initially. I watched it when I was like 3 years old. Like a young sort of thing that I did. And that's how I got into meteorology. Here's the latest update on the National Hurricane Center. The Hurricane Hunters. Here's where they're located right now on the map. So kind of on the southern side here. They're right now measuring winds somewhere around 50 to 60 miles per hour. Again, this is a path from earlier, so they're probably going to go up through this, is my guess. And we'll basically see what happens here. They're still investigating this. All other years I watched on TV. This year is on YouTube. Amazing Storms. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is basically turned into more of a niche now for weather. Weather wasn't always a really common thing on YouTube until a few years ago. Really kind of blown up in popularity, which is honestly good because, I mean, there's a lot of hype forecasts and stuff. There's a lot of people that still do these forecasts that are super inaccurate and way overboard and have absolutely, no scientific approach. But there are some really useful ones, and You know, it's a pretty big thing, in my opinion, for YouTube to start blowing up with the weather space. It does make people more weather aware. All right, we do have the next National Hurricane Center update. It is a pretty big one overall. These are the kind of the details that we have. Idalia is not yet a hurricane, but could be at any time. And so the National Hurricane Center, or the Hurricane Hunters, sorry, are currently flying into the storm. They are currently trying to measure the wind speeds. This could change at any time. So, I mean, we're basically getting new details as we speak in terms of the wind speeds. We don't know what they are yet. We're going to probably have them pretty soon. Within the next, I would say probably in the next half an hour. So I'm at least going to stay alive until they go through the hurricane, because it very well could be a Category 1 at this point. I'm waiting for the new details, because there will be new storm surge maps and such. And we'll give you the latest update if anything has changed in terms of storm surge and the intensity and the cone. Because all those things are about to change to some degree. Might not be a major change, but at least be some sort of change here. So those details will be in here momentarily. Stay tuned. I'm going to have multiple different overlays for these cones and everything, so we have a direct line of view of the changes that they have. So we're going to have compare and contrast from the last update to this update. We'll see what the updates are, because the cone of uncertainty very well could change and all that. The track should be uploaded in the next 5 minutes. Cone of uncertainty, the intensity, all that should be up in the next 5 minutes. Should be, really, at any time. I'm just kind of waiting to see when that pops up. So their discussion still has this going to a Category 3 hurricane at 120 mile per hour winds. That's still the maximum wind speed. It is still, in the next 12 hours, expected to become a stronger Category 1 hurricane with 85 mile per hour winds. And then 24 hours from now, so tomorrow night, expected to be up to 105 mile per hour winds. And then, unless this hasn't changed, this might not change, because 36 hours from now would be when it's making landfall at 120 miles per hour. So I'm not sure. Let's just wait a second, because this might be a little bit backed up. We'll wait and see, because this might be a little bit backed up. Is this 60, right? Yeah, it's 60, 60, 50, 50. Yeah, so I don't think this is updated yet. All right, we'll just wait a second. I don't know if that date. I don't think that data is updated, so let's just wait a second. Again, these can sometimes be a little bit delayed. The cone has not yet changed. Again, we are still on the 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. update. The storm surge forecast has possibly changed. Let's go and compare and contrast. So we do have a new storm surge forecast. Let's go and pull that up. This is the most recent storm surge. Actually, let me pull this back over. 1 second. I have to pull up the other one. We're going to compare and contrast here. So here's the latest storm surge update. So I have to zoom out a little bit. There we go. They have not changed at all. So storm surge forecasts has stayed the same. They've not changed the storm surge whatsoever. And it's really because I think there's just not enough like certainty that this is a Category 1 yet. And there hasn't been a huge change in the track. But again, the Hurricane Hunters are right now going through this. Still waiting for a cone update and the intensity update. Stay patient. I'm trying to tell you the information as fast as possible. We don't have the cone yet. We don't have the other stuff. But as of now, it looks like the storm surge is the same exact thing. The forecast, let me just double check. Yeah, it's the same exact thing for storm surge. So with that being said, it probably will be very similar for the hurricane cone of uncertainty, but again, we'll find out here in a minute. Still waiting for that information. While you're at it, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click that red button down below, subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest live streams. We'll see. The 11 p.m. update is out, but we don't have the cone, the new cone if there's any changes, and we don't have the intensity yet. We're still waiting on that. We do have the new storm surge forecast, which is the same exact thing as before. The wind speeds, I don't think have changed in this outlook, but I'm not entirely sure, because we don't have the cone yet. It also has not changed on Radar Omega. So, and again, today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app for radar, satellite, and all that sort of stuff, get Radar Omega on your iOS or Android device. Oh my god. Top link in the description below to download Radar Omega, right ahead of Hurricane Idalia, which again is not a hurricane yet, but it will be most likely in the next 12 hours. All right, I'm gonna see if there's any update yet. Nope, still the same, still waiting. Yeah, again, I highly recommend Radar Omega. There's computer models and everything. It's a fantastic app. Highly recommend it. $8.99 on iOS and Android. You can get it on your favorite mobile device. It's also on computer. Again, highly recommended. Tropical Tidbits is where you could see that graphic of the Hurricane Hunters. It updates every like 15 minutes. There should be a new update on that in like 5 minutes. Cone is out. Alright, the cone is out. Let's see what the changes are. It should update on here as well, so we're gonna see that. The cone has not changed, I don't think, drastically, but we are again gonna compare and contrast. So the cone is officially out. I'm still in the tropics. I didn't even realize that, but here's the new cone here. Has changed a little bit from before. I gotta find the other one. All right, here's the difference. So here's the compare and contrast. Again, I'm gonna go kind of back and forth a little bit. Tropical storm warnings are now in effect for those along the east coast of Florida back through Georgia. That's a big upgrade if you're along anywhere from the basically Cape Canaveral back through the Treasure Coast all the way back up through southeast Georgia. Those are officially upgraded to tropical storm warnings. Otherwise, there are no new warnings or watches that I can see here. The big change, though, is that they think this will be a major hurricane, Category 3, once it makes landfall in the Big Bend. The cone of uncertainty has shrunk a little bit. But I want to see what it looks like on this end, because we'll get a much more detailed view of the cone of uncertainty once this updates. This should update very, very shortly. So, but I can't zoom in any further, but it does look like Spring Hill doesn't look to be in the track anymore, unless this is, I don't think this is updated. This is not updated yet. But, yeah. I don't think Spring Hill is included anymore. It's a very small shrinkage, but it's noticeable. And it also includes less of areas just south of Tallahassee, so it's like less, like maybe by this much. It's definitely a difference though. Again, we're trying to see what it looks like on here. But the cone of uncertainty has shrunk a little bit. Again, tropical storm warnings have now officially been issued here across the east coast of Florida, and that would include anywhere from Palm Bay back through, I believe, Brunswick, possibly into Hinesville, just south of Savannah. Tropical storm warnings have been issued there. And you should get a notification anyways if you're in those areas, if they have actually been issued. And I'm waiting for this cone update on here. It should here shortly. The cone has shrunk a little bit. Yeah, the National Hurricane Center also shows this big curvature here of it curving back. Just kind of interesting. Shows that, you know, maybe possibility of this curving back toward Florida. Again, it is a possibility, but I wouldn't be too worked up about that right now. It's too early to tell. Still waiting on this cone shrinkage. Or cone shift. It's a very small cone shift. Again, let's go back to this again. It looks like it may have shifted the slightest bit east. It's just too hard to tell here because we don't have a clear view. It has shifted east from the panhandle a little bit, so it's slightly further east. I'm just waiting for it to update on this side on Radar Omega because we can see these specific towns and cities where the eye could go. So, but again, you should be ready for tropical storm hurricane impacts even if you're outside of the cone because that will be possible. Especially for Tampa Bay, Cape Coral could even see some storm surge. Storm surge forecast is still the same as yesterday. This has, I believe, updated. Yeah, it has updated. So here's the condensed version of it. No longer includes the Carabel area near Route 98. St. Mark's is on the cusp of it, but Tallahassee at this current time is not forecasted for a direct landfall. Still a low chance, so be mindful. But even if it's right here, for example, you're still looking at least possible hurricane impacts. The line has not really moved a whole lot. It's pretty much in the same spot. It's near Horseshoe Beach now, just northwest of Cedar Key. And again, significant storm surge still likely here across the coast, upwards of 4 to 7 feet near Tampa Bay, upwards of 8 to 12 feet near Cedar Key. And then this has also been condensed slightly. So the cone of uncertainty does not currently include Spring Hill. It includes Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach, and it doesn't even include the Horn o Asa Springs area. So that's the cone. It has condensed a little bit. It also includes Perry. So basically the landfall that is likely to occur would be either Perry, Horseshoe Beach, Cedar Key. Still a low chance near Spring Hill, and possibly back over near Carabel or Apalachicola, but it's a lower chance there, as well as Tallahassee. There's still a low chance of a landfall possibly near Spring Hill, which again, the closer that it is down on the eastern side of this cone of uncertainty, the higher probability there is of substantial storm surge going to Tampa Bay, with possibly being higher than 4 to 7 feet. So, but storm surge is still very likely in Tampa Bay between 4 to 7 feet. That's the likelihood at this point. But that is the update on this. It is still forecasted to make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. Sustained winds. I'm in the wrong screen. Hopefully you guys saw that. It's a little bit zoomed in. But we'll have to go back to this anyways. But this is what we're looking at. So major hurricane, Category 3, sustained winds of 120 miles per hour right here. So that's 120 mile per hour winds by the time it is making landfall near Cedar Key and perhaps closer to the Perry area, as well as Horseshoe Beach. That's the cone, though. That's the big update. It is a pretty big update overall. I mean, it's still a bit of a shrinkage of the cone uncertainty. And the National Hurricane Center, again, is going through this right now. They are kind of drifting away, though, it looks like. So not going directly into the storm. But again, this could become a hurricane at any time. It is expected to be a hurricane literally at any time. It has intensified a little bit more in convection. Another convection tower blowing up here across parts of the northern Caribbean Sea and the southern parts of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, this will be in the Gulf of Mexico in about 6 to 12 hours. But right now, it's in the northern Caribbean Sea. And it'll continue to intensify as a Category 1 hurricane. The line has to be updated, though. This has definitely gone a little bit further to the east in terms of its eye. So this line has not updated yet, but the overall track here has. Let me see if I can update it. It hasn't updated yet, but that line is going to be a little bit further to the east. So that'll be more like this. So that'll be the new line here. So it's a little bit different overall. So again, we'll have to watch that very closely. Thank you, Shram. I appreciate it. Just got the tropical storm warning. Yeah, it has been issued now. So here's the tropical storm warning from Brunswick back through Jacksonville, Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, Palm Bay. All now included in a tropical storm warning. That does mean tropical storm impacts are likely in the next 36 hours. So those have been issued. That's the big update in terms of the warnings as well and the watches. That's obviously a bit of a change there in terms of that. But now it's expected to make landfall officially as, that's the forecast at least, as a Category 3 with sustained winds around 120 miles per hour. That means wind gusts, by the way, near the eye will be about 150 right along the coast here wherever it makes landfall. But there are storm surge warnings in effect for a lot of the West Coast. And again, if you're right along the beach, go to the National Hurricane Center website and check if you're in that position to potentially be flooded over from the storm surge, because again, storm surge is the #1 killer when it comes to hurricanes. Winds actually aren't. Usually the storm surge. And again, storm surge will be as high as 12 feet. It could go a bit higher, we'll see. But that's right now what the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Again, this will change again at 5 a.m., possibly even 2 a.m. That's their next update. I will be live again tomorrow between about 10, sometime around probably about 11 to 2 p.m. is my next live stream. So 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'll be live around lunchtime. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest. I'll be live here for a few more minutes, so if you have questions, leave those in the chat. And again, if you're new here, subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest. And if you want to support the page, again, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. It's that link in the description. It's that member link. And also, again, this stream is brought to you by today, Radar Omega. And again, best weather app on the market. Check it out. Top link in the description. You can get on your iOS and Android device. Has a satellite data, everything. Again, this is what I'm using right now. Is Radar Omega. Has buoy data, has cyclone ports, and they're also going to be deploying a bunch of different sensors as well. So those will be visible as well as, I'm pretty sure, live cams. They're at least going to have data that they're going to be deploying. So if you're like an alpha subscriber, you'll be able to see all that stuff. They'll be exclusive to those people. Tornado potential is still going to be on the, it's like the medium side, I would say, even though I usually classify it as like very low for the 2%, low for the 5%, medium for the 10%. I'm saying it's a medium risk overall, even though it's only a 5%. There will probably at least be a few tornadoes tomorrow, especially during the afternoon and evening. and then also a few tornadoes going into Wednesday. A strong tornado is not out of the question. So you also want to make sure you have your tornado action plan in place just in case there is a tornado warning in your location, which is definitely possible. We had a lot of those with Ian a couple days before it made landfall. So it's definitely possible that happens as well with this. Thanks, Jeremy, for you subscribing. By the way, I do appreciate everybody subscribing today. There's been a lot of subscribers. I can't read off all the names. There's at least 1,500, I'm pretty sure. It's a lot. So I do appreciate you subscribing if you did today. And if you did something as simple as liking the stream or becoming a member or donating or anything like that, I really do appreciate you. It helps the page a lot. It helps to be able to run this as often as we do. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, we've gained about 2,000 subscribers today. That's crazy. I think we did the same thing yesterday. Wild. Georgia and South Carolina. I'll try. I'm starting to lose my voice. So I want to try to preserve it for tomorrow. But overall, Georgia and South Carolina, we're primarily looking at, again, right now, tropical storm force winds are likely there along the coastline. If it goes right along the coast, storm surge will be possible, as well as high winds along the coastline. In addition to that, we'll be looking at a flooding potential right along the coastline, so near Columbia and just south of there, if it makes that little appearance here. If it goes further to the north, then expect more of a tornado risk on the east side, as well as heavier rainfall further to the north here. And then, if it goes further down here to the south and east, it would more than likely produce heavy rainfall down here along the coastline with some storm surge. High winds would probably stay offshore, though. But as of right now, this is the latest update, so we have the full update here from the National Hurricane Center. The line, this is the line right now. And this does not mean the eye will make landfall right over Horseshoe Beach, but that's the most likely spot. But in the cone of uncertainty, the eye could go anywhere in the cone of uncertainty. There's also a low chance it goes outside of the cone of uncertainty. So we have to watch that still closely, but it's still a low chance. You should be fine in Miami, doers. Atlanta should also be fine. It would be mainly rainfall. No problem, Rachel. Try to answer as many questions as possible. Or my voice just gives out. Fort Lauderdale should be fine as well. Winds will be peaking at like 40 to 45 miles per hour. It's not going to be that bad down there in Fort Lauderdale. Anywhere in southeast Florida should be fine. That does not include the Keys, though. Keys do have a chance for storm surge. No problem, Matt. Thanks, Rachel. All right. Charleston will probably have some storm surge. Potential for flooding rains depending on where this eye goes. The further south and east it is of you, the better chance of flooding rains. And high winds, possibly some tropical storm force winds will be possible there. Yeah, it depends on where this eye goes, though. Snow, not necessarily. The timing is going to be kind of weird, though. It is making landfall during the overnight, but storm surge can still happen before and after landfall. So, storm surge will be possible for like 12 to 16 hours. At least. Possibly even a bit longer, depending where you are. Tampa Bay will have that chance like for 24 hours, pretty much. We'll start late Tuesday night, and it could go all the way through Wednesday afternoon and evening. So it might be a longer time frame there. Is Franklin the Bear safe? Franklin the Bear is currently safe. He's safe and sound. All right, Franklin. Franklin's doing good. Hey, no problem, Sky. Jacksonville Beach. Jacksonville Beach will probably be looking at some storm surge again as we go into Wednesday afternoon. Low tornado risk there, but it does exist. And then we would also be watching for the threat of some possible isolated localized flooding, but it's a low chance. Yeah, Panama City should be okay. There's still a low chance of storm surge there, though, depending on how far west or east this goes. Yeah, computer models are still on board for Category 3, at least some of them are. A lot of them have dropped off from that, but again, it's going to be contingent on this having some rapid intensification here over the next little while. Again, this could be a hurricane at any time. Don't forget. Could be very well a hurricane at any time. No problem, Carla. No problem. Crabbing, not really. There's not really any chance that this goes directly to the east toward Cape Coral. This ridge down here would have to be way, way stronger. Like, it'd have to be a really strong ridge. It'd have to move down here to the south more, and that troughing back up in Canada would have to push further south. It's a really unrealistic scenario at this point for it to go down there. No problem, Stan. Thoughts on Kissimmee, Florida. Anywhere in Orlando is pretty much going to be rain, isolated tornado risk as well. A few tornadoes, again, will be possible. And then maybe some tropical storm force winds. Those are the main concerns. Not expecting hurricane impacts, though, right now in Orlando. Tropical storm impacts. Tornado risk will also exist. Yeah, Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key will probably be hit the hardest. Tampa Bay will also be hit hard from the storm surge, which, again, storm surge is really the worst part of all hurricanes. Sometimes it's flooding like Harvey, but yeah, that will definitely be a big concern. Will be Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. I'm pretty sure Jim Cantori is in Cedar Key. The landfall, though, again, could be anywhere between basically just north of Spring Hill back through south of Tallahassee. So back near Crawfordville, perhaps. There are a few roads that go to the coastline near like Keaton Beach and Delco Beach. So there's a few areas in there. Jenna, for example. Again, if you live on Cedar Key, you should not be staying here. I mean, look at Cedar Key. It is such a tiny island. There's only one way in, one way out. It's very similar to Sanibel Island, where Sanibel Island is legitimately just one way in, one way out. You don't want to get stuck on an island like this. You just don't. So make sure if you are in any of these locations, you are not in this sort of vicinity, like right on the coast. It's too dangerous. Evacuate if you're in Cedar Key, because it's just gonna be way too dangerous. The brunt of it. Storm surge will be upwards of 9 feet. Really, there's like I don't know if there's any locations on Cedar Key that would be able to be withheld with that sort of environment. Same thing with Horseshoe Beach. Anywhere really along the immediate coast here. Again, go to the National Hurricane Center website, check their storm surge map, and look at that and see what it says for your location, because that will give you an idea of if you should evacuate or not. Depending on the storm surge for your location. It really varies, though. Let me quickly go to the... Take this off. Yeah, this is currently Idalia. I'm going to go over the last 21 frames. Yeah, this is not currently a Category 1 hurricane, but this thing has been, I feel like, intensifying quite a bit. You can see it's getting a pretty good structure going. If we go back over to the tropics on this is the live radar on Idalia. It has an eye forming there. You can see it forming an eye right over the west side of Cuba. It's basically made landfall now. Now it's moving to the north. But yeah, it's interesting. It's a very interesting little setup here. This is looking pretty intense on infrared imagery. Red Springs, North Carolina. Thank you, Bio, for the $2 super chat as well. Check that out. You will be mainly looking at flooding rains, but again, it depends on where it makes landfall. So if it makes landfall, or where it is exactly at the time. So if it's off coast, it's a lower chance of heavy rainfall, but you could see some flash flooding, possibly 4 to 8 inches of rain. But again, it's a little bit too early to tell. Some things could change there. But I'll have more specific details on that tomorrow. I talked about it a little bit earlier in this live stream, too. Thank you, Show for the $9.99. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Yeah, thank you for all the super chats today. Any new members, I really do appreciate you guys. I'll do subscribers as well. Really do appreciate it. Glad to have you on board. Yeah, I'd say the chances of this becoming a Category 4 hurricane are like, I don't know, less than 10%. Again, rapid intensification will have to be watched very closely over the next 24 hours because, again, it's a very, very warm Gulf of Mexico. It's very well in play, though, that this does get to that level. It's more of how quickly will it intensify, because there is a chance of that happening. But it would be on the very low side of it. It would not be near a Category 5 level. There's still a low chance of that, but I've been more favored toward a Category 3 this entire time. So, we'll see. Guess to me will be mainly tropical storm force winds and possibly some isolated tornado risk, but overall it's likely much more than that. What was Ian? Ian was, I'm pretty sure after review, like months later, they confirmed it was a Category 5, just prior to Landfall, but it was a Category 4 on Landfall. Naples will have Storm Surge, so be mindful of that, 2 to 4 feet. I'm pretty sure it's the current forecast. This is the current forecast of Storm Surge right here. Not that. This is. So here's the current Storm Surge. This is not the Storm Surge forecast, sorry. That's Ian. I was doing compare and contrast earlier. This is the Storm Surge forecast. The 2 to 4 feet back down near Charlotte Harbor. And Storm Surge is going to be the worst part of this entire thing. Flash flooding is not really that bad if you're considering that in comparison to Storm Surge. But obviously flash flooding can still be concerning, depending on if you're on a low-lying area. But yeah, that's back again over in North Carolina, so it won't be nearly as bad there. It'll be mainly heavy rainfall. Righty. Well, that's going to do it for today's live stream. I do appreciate all you guys tuning in. I hope I was able to help you guys out with the latest on everything that's happening with Idalia. Again, it's a tropical storm right now. It's going to become a hurricane overnight tonight, possibly tomorrow morning. I will be live again tomorrow, sometime around 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. That's going to be the start time tomorrow morning, or possibly around lunchtime. I'll be live for a couple hours, so if you have more questions, we'll be answering them then, because there's going to be things that will change between now and then. There's going to be another update from the National Hurricane Center at 5 a.m. and at 11 a.m. Those are the bigger updates, so I'll have more details at that point on everything on Idalia, and hopefully my voice is good by then. It's a little bit rough right now, but I should be okay, hopefully. So as long as that's good, I'll be live. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in, and if you have not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the stream if you found this informative. Helps give some good feedback as well. And if you have any other feedback, feel free to leave a comment after this live stream is done. Do appreciate everybody tuning in, though. Have a great, safe rest of your night, guys. Again, this live stream today was brought to you by Radar Omega. And again, if you want to check it out, click the top link in the description. Get on iOS and Android. It's, again, a fantastic weather app. You can get on your favorite mobile phone. Can't recommend it enough. It's really fantastic. Check it out. Top link in the description below. I appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. And that'll be it for today. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll be back tomorrow with the live stream sometime around lunchtime or so. And we might have another one as well during the evening. I don't know if we will, though. I'm not entirely sure yet. So stay tuned. I'll be posting some details on our socials anyways, if there's any updates there. All right. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. And again, I also appreciate all the new subscribers today. And I also appreciate if you just hit the like button, did something as simple as that. Subscribing or even donating. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. Have a great, safe rest of your night.